Excuse me, give me 1 second, y'all. What's going on? Tell me what's going on. What is going on? Hold up. I'm coming, y'all. I'm coming, y'all. Hold on. Cut this camera off. If I can. Shit, come on. Y'all already know what time it is, y'all. Y'all already know what time it is, girl. And on top of that, the time frame says 12:15. So Jay spent 12 minutes giving his opening statements when we could have been into the commentary. But anyway, what's going on? Hey, Miss Rocky 23, what's going on? What's up, Amber? What's going on, y'all? Hope everybody's doing well. Now, before we jump in, hopefully y'all can hear me. Let me double check and make sure that y'all hear me well and hear me good. Okay, good. We good. Before we get started, I want to say a few things real quick. The first thing I want to do is I want to be responsible, and I want to go ahead and give a copyright disclaimer. Okay, so copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Okay, nonprofit, educational, personal use tips the balance in the favor of fair use. Okay, now I also want to say this. If J-Leethal feels it necessary to respond to me based off of my commentary on the video that he did last night, and also the conversation that I was able to be a part of towards the end, if y'all want to go further and watch it, because the live is 7 hours. Okay, I give J-Leethal permission to use this video. I want you to hear me, Jay. I give you full permission. If you feel like you need to respond in reference to the points that I present in this commentary, you have every right. Just like I'm gonna use yours, you have every right to use mine. I'm gonna go ahead and get into my personal statements as a viewer of the situation. The name or the name of the video is called "Can Black People Have a Respectful Talk with Someone That We Disagree With?" And I'm sorry, my brother, in the midst of that video, you failed. You failed. It seemed as if though this live was supposed to be like a baited live, because further on in your live, you said you were strategic about this. You did this for a reason. So you were trying to prove that Black people cannot have a respectful conversation and dialogue with people they disagree with. But see, because this was your channel and you came up with the title and you came up with this whole situation, as far as the presentation and the wording of the title, you had an opportunity to show Black people how to have a respectful conversation. Sir, you had the opportunity on your platform that you asked CTV to come on to and to bring his followers over to your channel to hear your perspective and your opinion. You didn't even manifest that in the context of y'all having a conversation, because what was supposed to be happening, or like you were saying in your live, sir, a productive conversation, productive work, productive energy. What was supposed to happen is that the people in the comment section, like myself, is supposed to sit back and watch y'all have a conversation. It's like if you and CTV were on television somewhere and y'all were talking, you wouldn't have the luxury to look at the comment section. You wouldn't have the luxury to look at the response of the crowd. That shows how not present you are in the conversation, because if it's a conversation, you're supposed to be present with the person you're talking to. And to be honest, no tea, no shade, but all facts, this was probably one of the closest examples of having that conversation that you could have had with CTV. Because if there's one thing that I know CTV gonna do, and once again, I'm not saying this because I personally know him, I'm saying this objectively too, which is why you can go to his YouTube channel and you can watch the videos for yourself in an objective reality. He does nothing but have those type of difficult conversations. Now, there's a few things when I was on your live last night that you pointed out to me, and you wanted me to go ahead and look at the replay. While I was out today, because I was doing some work or whatever, I was listening to the live again while I was working. So I said, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and make a live so that J-Leethal can see in real time in the areas where he messed up in reference to being a leader, following the rules, and trying to have a respectful conversation. You did everything but that, sir. But don't worry. Don't take my word for it. Hello, Doris. How you doing? Hello, Aries. Hello to everybody in the chat. So we're going to start it here. Oh, yeah, and by the way, this commentary is not meant to denigrate J-Leethal. I don't know J-Leethal personally. I don't know his life story. I don't know what he's been through. I don't know the past or the present when it comes to him. So my commentary is not meant to denigrate, to downgrade, or I'm going to use a term a lot of black men say, quote unquote, emasculate you. This is not an emasculation. This is not me trying to project power and dominion over you by trying to beat you in submission intellectually. That's not the case. My commentary is to try to be as objective as possible and to be on the side of truth, because truth is objective. Truth don't care about the color. Truth don't care about the sex. Truth don't care about religion. Truth does not care about these earthly things that we have been governed to, that we have allowed to control us and run our life and to be our identity. Truth don't give a fuck about that. Truth is going to be looking up above, seeing everything that we don't see because we're in it. So I'm going to be on the side of truth. And you might disagree with me. That's fine. I'm not trying to have an echo chamber type of conversation. I'm not trying to sit up here and try to prove that I'm right over you. So therefore, all this other stuff. No, I'm not talking about anything that your ego might want to hear or that your ego is trying to defend against. My commentary is to simply take what y'all said verbatim and to give commentary on it. And you have the right, like I said, sir, if you want to do it to me, you can do it to me. That's perfectly fine. But anyway, let's get into the video. I'm going to be pausing and stopping throughout to give my points. This video is 7 hours long. We're not going to be here for no 7 hours. At the most, we might be here for 2.5 hours. Because I already talked about this shit. And last night, the conversation when I was on the platform, when I got off, I was dead tired. I done smoked 2 goddamn joints. About to be like, J-Leethal, nigga, cash at me. You owe me an eighth, nigga. All the damn weed I done smoked on the damn panel talking there. But anyway, let's get into the video. Okay, come on, y'all.
Conscious TV. Unmute your mic.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, thank you for having me for one. And I definitely accept your apology. That was really, really, really humbling and really mature of you. And thank you for the big ups on the growth of the platform. I really appreciate all of that. I wish this audience also knew how much patriarchal trauma got induced into me in order to get me here. Surviving a conversation with J-Leethal, baby, coming soon.
Okay.
Okay. Another thing we're going to do before you go, I want one of my people, who's my people in the chat? I see a lot of your people in the chat. Conscious, your people are deep in this bitch. Your people are really
yeah. We outside. We outside.
I can't even find my people. Look at this shit. I can't even find
We outside.
And then on top of that, I don't know if you're privy to this, J-Leethal, but Conscious TV had to have a whole conversation with his subscribers before his ass even came over to your channel. He told him and said, look, when we go over here, don't ask for shit, don't be touching shit up. He already gave the conversation because they already knew. Because once again, Conscious TV and Reckless Logic, shout out to them, gave commentary on your live that sparked this whole live that you're doing now. So they already had their reservations about you. CTV was the one that said, look, let's go over there with an open mind and an open heart. You might be surprised. Let's go over there and give grace. Let's do the one. See, let's not do what a lot of other people do, y'all. Let's not talk the shit. but then when the time comes to act it out, we can't. No, let's talk about it and be about it. So hell yeah, they're in there squad deep, and they in there because of him. No shade. No shade.
What you doing?
Listen, if anybody's from my chat, y'all better stop being scared of all these new people.
Thank you,
If my
Aries.
people are scared of all these new people. Y'all better grab y'all nuts and y'all titties and stand up in this chat. Listen, I want one of my people to take a pen and a paper and write down how many times Conscious says the patriarchy tonight. That's all I'm gonna say.
Here we go.
Write down how many times Conscious says the word patriarchy in this conversation. So far, he said it once. Go ahead, brother.
I'm happy to be here, and I'm looking forward to this discussion. Question: Do you want Reckless to be a part of this discussion as well? Because he was honestly the one who turned me on to your video, where the comments in question came into question. If you're okay with him being here tonight, I would definitely send him the link and let him chime into this.
Yes, I'm willing to let him come in. Not right now. I want to at least literally right now. I want to introduce the conversation between me.
Can y'all hear well?
Clear on what's going on.
If so, please let me know in the
as
chat.
The conversation opens up. We can allow callers and everything for sure.
Cut up a little bit
Okay,
more.
so I'm here to just understand. I was shocked at the comments at some of the comments that were made, particularly the one regarding physical disciplinary actions taken against grown women. Okay, and I felt like I didn't hear you unpack it enough in your initial commentary. So I was interested in the psychology behind that and how you got to that conclusion that that violence could lead to enlightenment or should be reinforced between adults in relationships.
Right. Let me find this speaker real quick. Hold on. I have a speaker just so. Hold on. Sorry. Give me 1 second. I'm sorry.
And as he finding those speakers, you guys thumbs up this video and continue to flood J-Leethal's Nation with TV emojis. Let them know it's the takeover, baby. We out here. We outside, baby. We outside, baby. We outside.
Y'all was outside like y'all was at the paint reopening, okay?
I'm usually outside now. My audience isn't as big, but I'm gonna tell you what. My audience is kind of loyal, kind of strong.
Look, I ain't mad at it. It could be. It's a family affair tonight.
Hey, Empress, what's going on?
And that's a good
Beautiful
thing,
queen,
that's
what's
a good
going
thing
on?
you said, a family affair, because at the end of the day, we are all black people, right? Somebody put that in the chat. I want to know everybody's definition, whether you're from Conscious TV or J-Leethal's channel.
Now, I will say this, and again, like I said, I'm gonna be pausing and stopping. That's just kind of what I do, okay? And maybe this is just me, and I could be wrong. I feel like what J-Leethal was doing a lot, in my opinion, is what is known as filibustering. Let me go ahead and define what filibustering means. Okay? Shout out to the Howard Stern show, because I be learning some new words, okay? Even though that show old as hell, I be learning some shit. Filibuster, hold on. Filibuster is defined as a political procedure in which one or more members of the legislative body prolong debate on proposed legislation so as to delay or entirely prevent decision. I feel like he was doing that. He was doing that. He was talking to prevent the actual truth from coming out. Because as you will see, ladies and gentlemen, as we watch this video, there are going to be plenty of times where J-Leethal interjects himself into the conversation while someone else is talking. He's going to also bring up the fact that, hey, I'm putting up this 5-minute rule, and everybody got to follow the rule. Okay, let's try to be more organized and structured. And he and himself broke his own rule. But that's okay. We're gonna see it. Let's continue forward.
What is your definition of black? Go ahead and put that in the chat. What is your not anybody else's, what is your definition of black? Because, hold on. Okay. Because I need to know y'all's definition of black. Because, hey, we're all black people here, right? So we should be able to have a genuine conversation without getting so offended that we just start casting stones on either way. Now, I have to let it be known real quick to my audience that yes, Conscious TV is can I refer to you as a gay man? Is that accurate to refer to you as that?
If it's relevant,
yeah, it's not really relevant.
I would say it's only relevant because my audience does have a very outspoken view on the gay community sometimes, and so I wanted to introduce that just so that anybody in the comments, if they see my people commenting certain stuff, I don't want you guys to say, hey, where is this coming from? I want you to know right now that I'm very outspoken with my stance on certain things, particularly in the LGBT community, and people in my comments are. But I want you all to be respectful tonight. Now, let's talk about what I saw yesterday. I was doing a live stream yesterday, guys, and one of my people actually told me it was a black woman. Get this, Conscious. A black woman was in my comment section last night, and you know what she said? She said, hey, Conscious TV, that dude that you were talking to, he made a video about you. Now, mind you, I was on live last night when I found this out. I've been busy, and I don't even get to go live that much as I want to, but I was on a live stream, and somebody put that in the comments. They said, hey, you know the dude Conscious TV. Wait, hold on, guys. Let me stop something real quick. I want to stop for not for you, Conscious. It says you haven't done anything wrong, Conscious. I just want to say something real quick. I'm not reading the comments because I want to be here present. But one of my people is saying that your people are being disrespectful.
He was being sarcastic because they're being snarky in the comment section.
Okay.
Understand.
And one reason why they were snarky, no tea, no shade, is because it was like, man, you taking your sweet time with this introduction. It's like, come on. It's enough that these people had to get talked to before they came over here. And I understand the introduction as far as hi, my name is J-Leethal, welcome to my channel, whoopty-woo and stuff like that. But you was prolonging it, bro. I'm just saying it was kind of like, okay, can we play the Oscar music, girl? Can we get the man out from, the Apollo with the stick and stuff? Womp. Can we do something to move this along? Because it was about a conversation. The people were here for a conversation. And they feel like you were preventing the conversation from happening. So, you know how black people is? A lot of times black people don't like to wait. It's enough that we don't want to be over here. Now we got to come over here and wait too? We can get down to the nitty gritty. I'm just saying, bro. That's why they were snarky.
Guys, ladies and gentlemen, I want to remind you that I'm here with love in my heart, right? And I don't think it's okay to be snarky yet, guys. I haven't done anything. It's gonna get snarky already.
Yeah. So no snarky, you guys. Okay. Let's save all the snarkiness
for when it comes out. It's gonna come out.
Oh, yeah, it's gonna come out. It's just inevitable. It's inevitable.
Snarky yet? What if I said that's snarky? What if I said that deserves snarkiness? Okay. So let me say this one last thing. I was on live stream last night, and I got a message that Conscious TV, of all people, the dude that I went on his channel, and I've been on this man's channel twice for 10 hours each. That's 20 hours of live footage that I showed my face on this man's channel. And I found out that Conscious TV did a video about me. Look at this, y'all. Y'all see that? I know y'all might not be able to see that, but that's my face right there. You see that face? It says, black man says men should be allowed to physically beat women. Right?
I mean, we all doing titles. Your title said, "Can black people have a respectful talk with someone that we disagree with?" So I mean, we gonna put these titles up here, but are we gonna live, up to the title?
Of the video that I saw was black man says that men should be allowed to physically beat women to discipline them. Okay, and then I watched some of that, and I tried to take a few notes, but it was long, and I had a lot of other stuff to do. And I realized when I was watching it, somebody said that this was a part 2. I think it's the dude that what's the brother's name that you said you want to bring on, Conscious?
Oh, Reckless Logic. He's in the comment section too.
Okay, shout out to Reckless Logic. I think Reckless Logic was the one that said during that video that, oh, this is part 2. And so I found out that you guys did a part 1 about some of my content. Now, this is where I want to introduce my argument. Now, this is where a lot of women are going to start hating me off the top. But I'm not going to go there.
We thank you for the warning.
As about as I'm ever going to be.
Everybody, are y'all ready in the chat? Kill that noise, man. Let's just get the shit.
Nigga, we want you to kill the shit. Talk about nigga, get to the shit. We want you to see this. Again, this is not me denigrating. I don't know you. I'll just say this is probably comedic relief. Me and you, I think we have the same type of thing when it comes to comedic relief sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Like a very kind of like not at the, this ain't it. How can I explain it? Kind of like laughing at the wrong moment type of thing. Again, dark humor. That's what I have. So it's like, bro, you was put on a show. I understand you try, and this is probably how you do things at your house, but I'm just saying at the house for the first time, goddamn, this is interesting. This is very interesting. Even though that's my movie, Tales from the Hood, that's my shit. Okay, let's because that S is killing me. And this damn surround sound ain't gonna work.
This is what my stance is. I played a video, and I'm not going to play it again. You guys can watch it, and I'm sure you saw it on Conscious TV's channel, of a young boy, and I might even upload it just so that we could all watch the video, but right now I'll just say what it was. It was a young boy. He couldn't be any older than 9 years old. How old do you think that little boy was in the video?
I saw the video, too.
Yeah, probably like some age between probably 9 and 11.
Okay, so I played a video of roughly a 9-year-old boy yelling at his mother. So his mother, this is a black mother who says she's 23 years old. She's recording her little 9-year-old, 8-year-old child screaming at her and telling her that he's tired of her coming to the bus stop in some little bitty shorts. Okay. And this is when if you can watch the video, the mother says, I'm grown. And then she continues to, mind you, she's filming him, and she says, why are you talking to me like you're my dad? I'm grown. And then she continues to tell the little boy, oh, you're really mad, huh? Which is another thing that we know is a huge shaming tactic when somebody tells you, when you're clearly stating your concern or your grievance, and somebody looks at you and says, oh, you mad, huh? You really mad, ain't you? We all know that's disingenuous.
Yeah, because I can agree with that because it's in a sense it doesn't validate the mindset and the thoughts of the other person. The other person feels neglected. But I want you to understand what do you think the neglected people end up doing sometimes? Like when some people ain't heard, then they want to become loud and boisterous because they haven't been heard. This is why nuanced conversation is important. Because like CTV said, we always want to address the root issue. And Jay, I don't want you to say, hey, you want to let me finish my sentence. We go hear everything up to a certain point. When I come into the conversation, then I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to leave and they can go to your channel and watch that because I ain't going to give commentary about what I said to you. It makes no sense. I said what I said. But we go hear all the sentences and we might run some shit back. So once again, we taking our time with the commentary. We ain't rushing through it. We ain't, okay, well, we'll go to part 8 so-and-so and part 10 so-and-so. And I ain't picking different parts. We're going through the whole thing or the majority of the situation. Okay? Just so that we can have an objective understanding. We have to see things from all the sides. If we look at it from just a very shallow, superficial place alone, it's not going to be enough because we're not even really looking at it through the lens of truth. We're looking at it through the lens of our own experiences of what we've been through and what we consider to be true. But then when we go out into the objective world and it's not right, everybody, like I said in your live, everybody can't be wrong, sir. Everybody can't be wrong. Let's continue.
So she was being disingenuous with this boy.
Right, understandable.
She wasn't even trying to listen to his perspective. She was only worried about how he was telling it to her. And so this is when I used that video.
Was he a child?
When the video ended, I said, first of all, the little boy said he feels like he needs to be his mother's protector, which means that the father isn't in the house. We don't know why, so I don't want to assume why the father's not in the house. But we know if the father was in the house, that conversation.
Yeah, shout out to the bro code, bitch. You don't talk about the bros, bro. The bros ain't accountable. The bros are exempt.
Is it a runaway situation or is it a push away situation?
Okay, push away.
And then the second thing that Conscious TV didn't like, or the main thing that Conscious TV didn't like, that made him make a video, was when I said, you know what? When you've exhausted all your energy and all your resources on a woman, particularly a woman with your child, I was talking about a woman that has your child, and you've exhausted all your resources, and she's still doing stuff that could put you or your child in danger, you should be able to physically strike that woman. The woman that has agreed to submit to you, the woman that has opened her womb for you, the woman that when it's 3 a.m. in the morning and you're in bed and you hear a burglar downstairs, that woman that you're gonna jump in front of the bullet for her, the woman that you're gonna fight the burglar for, yeah, you should also be able to put her in line physically. And I said, put her in her place, in line, which is either on the side of me if you're listening to me, or behind me if you either are protecting you or you don't know how to listen. You are never to be in front of me.
Why is this bitch vacuuming right now?
Period. Unless I willingly submitted my role as the authoritarian, as the leader to you for this time being. I said, okay, you can have the leadership position. Unless I relinquish my natural leadership role as a physical man, you as a woman should not be able to do certain things, particularly with my child. Now, I'm about to push it over.
Okay, now, before we go forward, because that's the one thing, we all over the place. We have to take it one step at a time, baby. We trying to fly. We haven't even learned how to crawl yet. We got to crawl, then walk, then run. Then we can talk about some flying stuff. But you mentioned in your commentary that when the black man at that time, just because that's the context, right, has exhausted every option, every resource, all that type of stuff. My question to you, J-Leethal, is what are those resources? What do those resources look like? What do those options look like? Have you gone to therapy with her? Have you tried to consult someone that y'all both look up to spiritually and have spiritual reverence for? Not really reverence, but you appreciate their spiritual value and their connection. Would you be able to take them to that? Would you be able to sit down and say, you know what, baby, I love you so much. Let's go talk to somebody who's going to be able to help us figure this out. Did you end up going to their mom and saying, look, I don't know what's going on with your daughter. Can you help me find a way to talk to your daughter, or see it that we can have an intervention for your daughter and my wife because I love her so much? Were those any of the options that you also included into this? Did you end up looking at yourself and say, you know what? I'm not going to allow myself to be triggered by my wife because I am the head of the household. I am the God manifested in the flesh. So therefore, I should be able to tap into the God within me that's able to honor me so that no matter what she does to me, I will not be moved. That's also another resource and another option. Now, if you exhausted all those options and all those reasons, then you know what? The domestic shit, maybe that sometimes you got to beat one, teach one, I guess. If that's the case. Because to be honest, the universe going to sometimes whoop our ass and get us when we need to be get. No matter what the situation looks like. But J-Leethal, and correct me if I'm wrong. You know, I'm not even going to assume. I want you to answer the question. I'm not even going to assume. Would you use those options too? And wouldn't the most drastic measure in reference to some sort of discipline or getting a woman together or basically just showing her how she can be without your love, your protection, your guidance, your kinghood, wouldn't the ultimate way to put her into submission or to leave her ass out all alone, girl, would be to leave? Because to me, that seems like the drastic measure. God turning away from you is a drastic measure. And in the commentary, y'all say that God is a vengeful, wrathful, jealous God. But using physical violence, because I can't believe y'all just slapping. Because when we talk about patriarchy, which is the trigger word, I don't know if the ego triggered by that, but when we talk about patriarchy and we talk about domestic violence and abuse, even a strike, you shouldn't have to strike nobody for them to understand. And the fucked up part is that with patriarchy, they begin to make that synonymous with, oh, now that's how I shut your ass up. I bet you won't challenge me again, bitch. That's what y'all be saying. Not you, but I guess, okay, let me not generalize, even though you do a generalization. But for the sake of the argument. Oh, yeah, so now whenever there's an issue, whenever there's a problem, whenever there's a situation where you feel like she is out of line, you can go to the only resort that works, which means striking her, because talking to her ain't working. And J-Leethal, no tea, no shade, but all facts. I understand. I'm not denigrating you. You are an intelligent brother. But when it came down to this live, your logic was all over the place. It was very deniable. It low-key was cringy. It low-key was cringy. He's got some issues he needs to work on. Hey, what's going on, Style by Stevie? And that's why I say self-love is important. Because when you love yourself, you check yourself first to where you ain't got to respond that way. And like CTV and Reckless, and I believe somebody else said on the comments, on the video too, if you know, because you're going to bring up the point about how Black women can escape your mindset, your control by going to quote unquote the white man, the law, because unfortunately, as much as y'all believe in the God above y'all, y'all still be laying down and supporting it and be giving y'all allegiance to the white man. Because why do you end up in this white jail then? If you have all this power. Girl, I'm trying to remember if I was going to ask, girl, because now my ass going off on tangents. I done felt the spirit hit my ass. But once again, we're not talking about J-Leethal as a person. We're talking about J-Lethal's mindset and his thought processes. Because in the Bible, didn't it say, so a man thinketh, so is he? And all we trying to understand is, how does this make objective sense? Because if it's raining in truth and God and the power of God that you say your God has, it doesn't matter what anybody else says. Didn't it also say that every knee shall bow and every tongue shall confess? That's what truth does. Truth hits you where it hurts, where you know it. And a lot of us, instead of us saying, you know what, I'm gonna sit in that. You right. Let me sit in that. Let me sit in that for a minute. Let me dwell in myself and try to figure out why I felt so triggered by that. And then once we start doing that self-discovery, oh wow, guess what? We start finding out shit about ourselves that we didn't fucking know before. And the reason why we show up in the world that we fucking show up as. Okay, let me stop, because once again, we only 24 minutes in.
You conscious, and we'll begin our conversation. But this is what I used as, you know what? Let me play some of the footage that I felt like I have a problem with. Can I do that real quick?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Okay. Everybody in the chat.
Shout out to everybody in the comments.
If you're listening, I know already.
They're listening, baby.
I know the chat is going crazy already. I already know. Now I'm showing my face. Now y'all can get snarky.
Showing your face.
Now y'all can get snarky. Now let's listen to a few things. This is from Conscious TV's most recent live stream. I only got a few clips. I didn't have time to listen to it all, but let's listen.
Into pulling the conversation. They rather pull to throwing fists rather than throwing logic and rationale.
True.
They rather do that. And so
you can clearly hear that, right?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Men are thinking that they're comfortable and logical, thinking that the proper way to handle conflict in a relationship to a woman is by beating her upside her motherfucking head or face, when the other alternative was to keep your ass out of jail. And could be both.
Now, this was the issue that I had, Jay. You up here talking about how you was using this live strategically so that you can expose CTV's comment section to be they're the reason that we can't have a conversation because look at how they're acting. But yet, this is how you present yourself during the quote, end quote, conversation. We're supposed to be focusing on what you felt was the problem. The fact that you threw this up, first of all, was very distracting. First of all, if you're going to use a goddamn gift, can we get a clear one? Second of all, why Carl Winslow? You know, I'm gonna be nice. Like I said, I'm not, because once again, I'm trying to be different because y'all already know how I get down on BubzDaGawd, baby. I be, y'all know how I do, but I'm trying to be objective. This, like for real, because I don't want J-Leethal to be triggered by anything that I say, and then he uses that as a foundation to build upon. But it's like, bro, the foundation, first of all, is built on sand, and this big ass wave is coming through. Don't you want to be on solid ground? But that was very much distracting to the point. And see, when you walk in truth, you don't need all of these theatrics and all of this stuff during a conversation. I can understand if you did an edited video or something like that. But the fact that this was live and you didn't ask this man to come onto your platform and bring his people over, and he was tired. He said he was tired as hell and sleepy. So you already, and I know this nigga, when he don't sleep, nigga, get a little cranky. I'm just saying. But then he's trying to talk to his people to come over here, and you can't even give him the decency to have a fair and unbiased ground. I already knew that this wasn't going to go right now. It was going to go fucking completely left when it was on your platform. Because you have control over here, which means you can do whatever the hell you want to do. If you want to twist the narrative, you can. If you want to put up clips and all this stuff, you can. But then you would... Okay, girl, let me shut up.
People uninjured is to walk away. What about that option?
Okay, because I want y'all to hear this. I want y'all to hear this.
When?
Now, I want y'all to hear this. So disregard what you see on the screen. I want you to hear with your ears. Okay, use your ears to listen, please, and your heart and your mind. Okay? But no, he didn't get to an argument. What happened was that J-Leethal wanted to have a conversation with CTV because CTV did a video on J-Leethal about what he said on his videos. And to be honest, CTV said that Reckless Logic was the one that brought it to CTV's attention to even talk about it. And then you've been on the platform. That's why he was okay with you coming onto the platform. There was no opposition on his side. But you were the one that was so insistent and consistent and persistent to have this conversation on your platform. Why? Because you're God over here. Oh, Lord. Okay. I was going to say something, but I'm not going to say it. Because once again, we being up. I'm trying to be objective, y'all. Okay? I don't want to get nobody no tomatoes or no rocks. But it's like... Anyway, listen to what is being said by CTV. Just listen. Because he's basing his argument off of that. Okay? Oh, that's what I was supposed to be answering this question. I'm sorry, y'all. Joshua, my bad. Something else hit me. They ended up having a conversation. What was happening is that there was supposed to be a conversation happening. can Black people have a respectful talk with someone that we disagree with? And it was stemming off of commentary that CTV did about J-Leethal. And I guess this live was his response. I don't goddamn know. But listen to what CTV is saying.
Or thinking that.
Oh, shit. Hold on. This damn HDMI cord sometimes be acting weird. Come on now. Hold on, y'all. Let me make this real quick. Shit. This shit be irritating me. Okay, I want y'all to listen. Matter of fact, I'm gonna cut the camera off so y'all can listen. How about that? I'm gonna do that so y'all can listen to what's being said, so you're not distracted by what's on the screen.
Men are thinking that they're comfortable and logical, thinking that the proper way to handle conflict in a relationship to a woman is by beating her upside her motherfucking head and face, when the other alternative, which should keep your ass out of jail and to leave both people uninjured, is to walk away. What about that option? What about the option to just leave? Like, whatever happened to just packing your shit and leaving? Like, I just find it interesting that, like, men are so bad that they're willing to beat somebody into their worldview. They're willing to beat somebody into formation rather than taking the L that this relationship is not cutting it, okay? That this woman is not serving and fulfilling you in whatever way you desire to be fulfilled, and just packing your shit and getting the fuck all about your damn existence. What happened to just leaving? Yeah, so bad for me that you will beat me into giving it to you.
Because they want to be the master. That's what it is.
These niggas want to know what it's like to have a whip in their hand so bad. I think Black cis men in general salivate at the mouth that night and have dreams of a whip in their hand and just running the plantation girl. Just wow! Like, I just believe that, like, Black men are just like egging and just fantasizing, girl, over dominating, and hurting and controlling people just for the hell of being able to do it.
You're laughing. Once again, you give a license to somebody who doesn't have this permit. That shit is crazy. But we're gonna continue.
This is philosophy. I need to see superior in line.
Who specifically are you choosing? That
Listen, I'm gonna tell you the truth. And I'm glad you say that. This is a very good defense argument. A lot of people say, well, it's like a Kanye West, right? It's the Kanye West argument. Well, look at Kanye West. Kanye West is dealing with some shit where some nigga is having his daughter. Have y'all seen the pictures of his daughter sitting on some new nigga's lap?
Yeah.
This is some other shit, right? Now, you know what I heard in defense of this? Well, Kanye should have chose a better woman. What? First of all, nigga, I'm not Michael J. Fox. I can't go back in time on some Back to the Future shit and unfuck a bitch. I fucked the bitch. I can't unfuck her. The child is here.
I want to make sure I get me a piece of this shit. You know, so
Now, let me stop right there because I have a few more clips, but I don't want to play too much. I want to give my brother a conscious chance to respond. Now, we've all heard my analysis. I know a lot of you don't agree with it, but again, I want to let it be known, I didn't say, oh, you walk into the house at 9 p.m. and the spaghetti isn't hot, so you smack the bitch in her mouth. That's not what I said. That would be abuse, right? I didn't say, oh, you stubbed your toe, you woke up in the morning to go take a piss, and you stubbed your pinky toe, and now you wake your woman out of her sleep to slap her in her face because you stubbed your pinky toe. That would be abuse, right? So I need some people to recognize I'm not just some raving lunatic that's saying, hey, beat the bitch because you got her. That's not what I'm saying, guys. If you're going to tackle my argument, listen to my argument. Don't look at the fact that I have dreads and I'm, talking with bass in my voice and I'm a cis hetero man. Listen to my argument. I said there is a time in which it is necessary, yes, and even beneficial to use your hands against that woman, particularly if it involves your child. Now, listen, I'm gonna pass it over to you, Conscious. I'm gonna give you 5 minutes uninterrupted to talk about
I probably won't need 5 minutes though.
Okay. One, you said.
Well, before you get into that, I just want to say this real quick. Before we get to that, I think that's a good place to stop and pause real quick. Okay. I'm trying to find a way to say this to where it doesn't trigger anybody. But at the end of the day, like it says, what that thing say in that one movie, I forgot what it's called. I want the truth. You want the truth. You can't handle the truth. Here it is. Are you telling me, and correct me if I'm wrong, please? I just want to know. I'm asking the question to understand. Are you building your argument in order for you to beat a woman off of the situation with Kim K and Kanye? You are using the fact that her new dude said a very dark joke that is very insensitive, that's very dark. I mean, it would turn a lot of people's heads. I'm not saying, oh my God, that's funny, but it's like, yeah, it's weird, but at the end of the day, he's still a comic. He don't literally mean that goddamn shit. And especially when there's no proof or no record to verify what it is that you believe about him. But do you know what I honestly think it is? In my honest opinion? I think it's upset because once again, you see your child being with another man and possibly calling them dad, and he possibly treating them more right than you did. It's kind of like the situation with Sierra and Future. Like, Future was upset that this new man came in and did the one thing that Future ass failed to actually do, which was to be a fucking husband and to be a man and to be able to honor his faithful and loyal devotion to his motherfucking wife. So to me, it seems like this was just another barbershop conversation where men are upset if they see other women moving on from them with another man who's actually doing the job that your ass is struggling to do. And then you get mad about it. That's what it seems like to me. But just like Christian people, you're going to end up, and we're going to see later on, you're bringing in the Bible to justify and to verify what you believe to be the truth. And then struggle to show us the receipts of all the stuff that you're saying. Am I wrong? Can somebody in the comments section tell me if I'm wrong? If I am, please let me know. Because I don't know everything. I'm going off a hunch here. To me, it seemed like this whole conversation was created because J-Leethal could understand Kanye West's pain of seeing his fine ass, beautiful ass, rich ass, wealthy ass, sunken place, goddamn womb tomb for black men ass move on with somebody else. And to see another man interact with their child. Because I guarantee you, with Kanye West, he got millions of dollars. This nigga ain't exhausted all his goddamn options. And I'm just making an assumption here. Ignorantly speaking, I'm just going to say that. And he got money. He should be able to have all the resources, girl, but yet all the money and all the resources and all this shit still couldn't keep him and Kim K together. Once again, it's about, you also mentioned a push away situation. Again, you're trying to, I understand there are black women who do have what is known as hyper or toxic matriarchy and feminine energy. It's a direct response to what you produce, sir, which is hyper masculine. So once you're on the opposite end of the spectrum, the other side of it is going to come at you as well. When it's really a reflection for both parties to learn how to balance and chill what is known as the fuck out. Because J-Leethal is not honoring the divine feminine. He's trying to conquer, or I ain't gonna say him, the mindset of Jay. Because his mindset is a lot of people, like he mentioned Kevin Samuels. Kevin Samuels is Jesus to them. Fuck Jesus Christ, nigga. Kevin Samuels is a God. they savior, their light in the dark, their lamp in a weary land. But that type of mindset does not honor the divine feminine, because the only way y'all think about honoring the divine feminine is when y'all fucking. That's the only time you want to honor the divine feminine. And a lot of these niggas ain't even out here satisfying women to make them feel divine. Without your dick, okay. Let's talk about the masculine energy part, because that's what we can talk about the hyper part of it. Let me ask you this question, J-Leethal. Define masculinity for me without your strength and without sexual prowess. If you didn't have those two things, if men did not have those two things, how would they be able to express their their masculine side? How are they able to honor that? Without your strength, your physical strength, and without your sexual prowess, how would you define being masculine? I hope you answer that question for me. People like that would rather watch you struggle and die without them than see you have the nerve to move on with your life. And I mean, no tea, no shade, but once again, I'm trying to be objective. And I'm trying to be objective. I am. But like I said, I'm objective with the truth, okay? Because these realities are happening at the same time. Like Conscious said, two things can be right at the same time. Sometimes it's just like that. But it's kind of like, once again, and I've heard these barber shop conversations. Like, there was motherfuckers that be talking about, oh, I wish my woman would cheat on me. I remember one time I was at the barber shop and I'm like, girl, I need to get my hair cut by a lesbian or something, because this nigga shit is not where it's at. Girl, fuck that. It's at the barber shop. And they had this thing, bruh. They asked this question. To all the fellas, that's how they started. To all the fellas, if you knew that if you knew that your friend's woman was cheating on him, would you tell him? Don't you know a lot of these niggas said no? They literally said no. And the reasons they gave, I'm like, what? Well, what if he decides that he wants to take his own self out? What if he end up wanting to do self-deletion? What if shouldn't he be able to know the truth? Because no tea, no shade, but all facts. If I'm friends with you and you see my partner cheating on me with somebody and you fucking knew about it, nigga, I'm looking at you too. See, it's this whole bro code honor that is very deadly and toxic. You want to know what that's from, sir? Patriarchy. The word that you don't like, but I suggest that you do more research on. There's a YouTube channel right now called Renegade Cut. Yes, it's a white man, but guess what? Y'all want to talk about white people? Yes, a lot of white people know they privilege and all that. I mean, they privilege and stuff, and a lot of them are racist, but there were still white people who put their motherfucking lives on the line for humanity when it came to blackness. Okay, that white man was able to talk about patriarchy against his own people. That's a no-no in the white community. Just like it's a no-no in the black community for black people to go against black people. Especially when black people out here being menaces to goddamn society. And not taking accountability for their actions. See, if people took accountability for their actions, there wouldn't be a lot of this back and forth. Because when you know who you are, I'm gonna say what I'm gonna say, and then you're gonna be triggered by what I say. While I continue to manifest it. Let's go, y'all, because I don't want this video to be too long.
That black men salivate at the mouth. Black heterosexual men salivate at the mouth about having a whip in their hands so that they can be like Massa and that they can be the masters of the plantation. I wholeheartedly disagree, and I resent the comparison. That's number one. You could please respond to that.
I'll respond to that. The reason why they say that is because of this. I mean, you can see it on all these shows, Power, P-Valley, what else? The Wire. Hell, fuck that. You can look outside in the hood and see all this shit. The reason why they say a lot of black men want to have the whip in their hand is because he who has the whip holds the power. He who has the whip holds control. He who holds the whip has dominion, because now I have a trump card over you. I have a trump card over you. And a lot of black men, unconscious black men, hurt black men, both gay and straight, to be honest. All they want is power, because we live in a society that says black people are powerless. That's where the crab in the barrel mentality comes from. You see other people trying to get out, and instead of supporting them, you pull them down to pull yourself out. But we need to pull ourselves out of the mindset that a lot of us have that is not productive. For example, look at these niggas on the street right now. Gang the fuck up. Yes, we talk about it because it's a fucking part of the community. But see, y'all don't want to talk about that because those your cousins, your brothers, your uncles, your nephews, some of y'all fathers, grandfathers, though, and that is the way that a lot of them see some sort of strength happening. These are niggas that's getting money. These are niggas that's getting the women and the bitches that y'all say. These are niggas that got all the power. And God be with any of those individuals that go against them. That's why all these dudes stand on the corner, have all these guns. And why do you think they need the gun first? When Conscious TV was talking about throwing fists, y'all don't know how to throw fists. Y'all rather shoot a motherfucker. Y'all rather take it to the extreme. How can you sit up here and say that you're going to exhaust every option, but yet when it come down to self-defense against other men, now a gun got to be involved? So for the women, it's the fist, and the men, it's the guns. Is that what it is? It's about control and power. And when a lot of people get the whip in their hand and they see the results, with great power comes great responsibility. A lot of them end up abusing it. That's why it's called abuse, because a lot of people will go to that first to solve anything. And they're going to say, well, fuck it. If this solves the worst, then shit, this might solve some petty shit. Because there's going to be some times where my ass going to be I don't want to be bothered with you. I don't want to hear your thought processes. I don't want to hear your thought forms, woman. Shut the fuck up. And she going to keep talking. I told you to shut the hell up talking to me. I ain't got time for it. I'm stressed the hell out. I don't want to deal with it. But she keeps being persistent. So now the only reasonable thing to do now is to strike her ass, to shut her up. Because you don't want to hear it. I need the proof of my black brothers who are followers of Christ, like you say you are, sir, to show me the insurmountable proof of that y'all exhausting every option before striking a woman. Because the way that you speak about striking women, your whole verbiage changed. They don't become women, they become bitches now. And you talking about striking hoes till they goddamn teeth fall out, putting hoes in dog cages. I hope I made sense. And if I didn't, if you make a response, ask me the question, I'll respond to you. Because I don't mind. I want it to be a conversation. I know how your energy is, so I can go ahead and give you that same energy back. So it's not going to be a problem. I hope it don't be that way. I would want to have a conversation. But anyway, let's go for it.
Number two,
Mm-hmm.
you asked me, well, what happened to just walking away? I said, if you have a child, sir, if you have a child, walking away is not an option. And I understand that that's a loaded, that can go deep too, because now custody, we'll talk about custody.
See, I feel like now it's personal. I shouldn't be led, but now it's personal. What was the question again? What did you say?
Have a child, sir. If you have a child, walking away is not an option.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. You have a right to walk away. A lot of niggas do it all the time. What do you mean? A lot of niggas walk away. What do you mean? There are men who literally just fucking skip town and go somewhere else and leave them with the kid. There's a lot of damn women who be telling me, oh, girl, I'm pregnant. And y'all not singing Jodeci, so you're having my baby. You're not singing that. You coming out your mouth, oh, fuck all that shit. My Jimmy, I had on 2 motherfucking Jimmys, extra tight. What? I'm trying to understand, bro. What? Let's rewind that again. You say what?
You asked me, well, why? What happened to just walking away? I said, if you have a child, sir, if you have a child, walking away is not an option. And I understand that that's a loaded, that can go deep too, because now custody, we'll talk about custody. My third thing is Kanye West right now. When I mentioned Kanye West on that video, everyone, but all of you, I sat there and watched you jump over my point. You played my video, but you played 7 seconds of me ranting, and you stopped me in the middle of my conversation, and then you went on a whole tirade of...
And why should do the same thing? I guess everybody cutting each other off. Can we just be honest? Everybody cutting each other off. Can we just be honest? Can we at least do that? Can we all at least say that we be cutting each other off? Can we all at least say we be interjecting? Is that something that we all as a group can motherfucking think about and speak about? I'm just saying.
About what I had initially said, sir. I know I'm controversial, but damn, let me get out the sentence before you break it down. If you would have let me finish my Kanye sentence and listen to the sentence, you would have heard when I talked about Kanye West, I said, matter of fact, I'm gonna show you guys all of this because I don't think anybody really...
No, tell me, nigga. You just said you was gonna tell me. Tell me. Now that you done brought up the point that I skipped, that helps me. When you say we skipped over your point, that's gonna make, at least in my mind, be more attentive. Oh, I did? Okay, well let me be quiet and let me close my eyes and let me hear what you're saying. So that I can make sure that I respond and I look, we all have to listen to understand, listen to respond, but we gotta do both, bitch. We gotta do them simultaneously. Okay?
Understands me when I say this. You keep talking about, okay, and somebody asked me why I showed this picture. This is another picture from a different class. I can tell you why I showed you that picture later, but for now, let's talk about this. This is a picture of Kanye West's daughter sitting on the lap of a grown man. Now, I showed you not just any grown man, okay? Now, forget Kanye West. See, that's the thing. You're worried about Kanye. You're worried about Kim Kardashian and the Kardashians. I said, this is a little girl, 7-year-old girl, sitting on the lap of a grown man that she does not know from Adam. And on top of that, this little girl's black father, her black heterosexual father, who just happens to be named Kanye West, he is the one who said specifically he doesn't want this particular man around his children at all, not even around the children. So not only is he being disrespected in the public by having a man around his child that he said on public he doesn't want, but she's sitting on his lap. And not only is she sitting on his lap, but this is the same Pete Davidson who went on Netflix and did a quote unquote joke about letting little baby boys suck on his fingers while he thinks about oral sex. I'm going to say it one more time. You can go look up, everybody in the chat can go look up the receipt of Pete Davidson making a joke about letting his friends, little baby boys, suck on his fingers while he thinks about getting his dick sucked. So you tell me in the chat, everybody talking about toxic and Kanye should have done better. How the fuck is the conversation about Kanye shouldn't have chose Kim Kardashian? We're talking about protecting a little girl that's alive today. So that's what I want to tell you. You can talk about all those other points I just brought up. But first and foremost, Conscious TV, why is it that when I talk about Kanye West trying to protect his daughter from being possibly molested?
You just said it wasn't about Kanye or Kim, it was about the daughter. So why are we bringing up Kanye West as the savior of this situation?
Why does anybody have the nerve to come out their fucking mouth and say anything about, well, he should have chose better? How is that productive?
Well, if he wouldn't have chose her, Northwest probably wouldn't be sitting on this motherfucker lap. Probably would be somewhere else with the Black Queen. Being watched over. Because you know they say when they get on, they leave your ass for a white girl. Again, in my opinion, this is just a response. This is an egoic response. This is the egoic response because now you're looking at it through the lens of your own experience. And I don't know what you got going on in your life in reference to romance and children and stuff like that. You did say you have children, but I don't know what's going on. I don't watch your channel. No disrespect. I'm just saying I just don't watch your channel. But I don't know what you share. So again, I'm just going off of this. But to me, it seems like you're responding from that place. You're responding from that place. Now let's go to the fact about this dude saying what he said. Again, he is a comedian. He's a comedian. And then on top of that, if the court awarded Kim Kardashian, even though you don't like the court, but a lot of times they gotta look at things objectively. But when you look at the court and they see that she is more fit to be a parent than Kanye West is, even though Kanye has the millions, even though he is fucking Kanye goddamn West, they saw fit for her to have control over that. So therefore, she is knowledgeable about who she brings around her damn kids. Now, the fact of her sitting on the lap, in that sense, I can understand that. A lot of people will probably look at that and just sexualize that automatically. But looking at it objectively, if there's no sexual energy there and there is simply just a fathering, nurturing energy over this person, because what do you then say to people who are foster kids? They don't have their biological mother and father or biological parents, whatever case may be, but they're still adopted and loved by somebody else who's able to give them that family, that maternal and fraternal love. To where Northwest felt comfortable enough to be able to sit on his damn lap. I'm pretty sure Northwest is cognitive enough, is smart enough and aware enough to know to say, hey, mommy, so-and-so touching me. Hey, mommy, so-and-so doing something to me. I'm sure she's that smart enough to be able to express that if that was the case. You're going off, and like I said in your live, sir, you're going off an assumption and a allegation because nothing that you feel about the situation has been proven. Now, if it was proven that he was an individual who was a child abuser, physically, emotionally, mentally, sexually, okay, then I see your point. Your point then is valid because it's built off of something solid and objective that everybody can see. But you're going off an assumption. But the way that the assumption is being said, the delivery of it, the energy that you give, because there are some people who can read energy and they have spirit of discernment. To me, in my opinion, I could be wrong, but I'm just saying, again, being objective, it's still my objective viewpoint. I don't know you. But it seems like, once again, everybody can't be lying. There is some energy in you that as an individual who's going through what they're going through in reference to their life, to see another black man go through that. A lot of black men are going through that. But what I'm trying to get you to understand is that some of these women, not all, there are some women who are toxic as hell. They got daddy issues that are very fucking crazy. The chick that's with goddamn Blueface, oh my God, I'm actually praying for Blueface. And he be actually smacking women and shit. He done found this damn match. But a lot of women are trying to get y'all attention, but y'all not emotionally available. Y'all not emotionally intelligent enough to have that conversation without y'all having to get triggered and to the point of going into patriarchy, which means that I have the right to hit you. God told me this. God gave me a trump card as a man to be able to hit you. And a lot of men abuse that because a lot of men are not doing their inner work. J-Leethal, are you doing your inner work, sir? Are you looking at some of the things in your past, sir? Are you evaluating things that happened to you that might influence the man that you are now, sir? You mentioned a lot that you said that people were saying that your viewpoint of thinking was very different from a lot of people. I don't know if that made you feel some type of way because you were saying that they were calling you crazy. Well, guess what? I'm a same-gender loving man. I grew up being bullied for being gay. So we both have an experience on what it's like for other people to treat us differently, and how hurtful and painful and infuriating and angering that can be. But what's happening now is that a lot of people are not healing. They're finding groups of people to establish trauma bonds together. So now we're going to continue to perpetrate this and perpetuate this, because now we're coming together to where now we have to use extreme force like violence. If the intellect was there, if the facts was there, if all that stuff was there, there would be no need for violence. Violence is only used in the narrative of fear. Even in self-defense, you're defending yourself because you are afraid that bodily harm is going to be pressed upon you. So that's a fear. But being able to talk it out, that's wise first. Because if you are a man of God, and when I say J-Leethal, I ain't talking about you, sir. I'm just those with the mindset like you. I'm gonna use that in a general sense. For the men that think they have the same mindset as J-Leethal, right? Damn, I lost it. Shit. Oh, that's one thing about me. I lose my thoughts sometimes, but they do come back. They do come back. Let me hit this shit real quick. And one thing I do respect about you, Jay, you smoke weed like me, bro. I got my shit right here, okay? So if you do happen to have a response, if you do want to have a conversation about it, we can roll the hell up. Just let me know in advance so I can re-up. And we can sit there and we can talk about it and really get into it. Oh, yeah. I think that's what I was saying. It's a trauma bond being, see, the universe works good. A trauma bond being established to where it's a bunch of hurt individuals going around. You ever seen Pinocchio, the movie? Remember the land of lost boys? Remember when these boys would go over there and smoke and drink and just do all type of mischievous things and all that type of stuff? And then when the universe came through like a flood, them niggas turned into jackasses and donkeys and all that type of stuff, because they were making asses out of themselves because they weren't healing. You say that, that's what I want to say. Thank you. You say that you're a man of God. For those who think that believe that they're a man of God, that they are a direct vessel, a physical manifestation of spiritual in the flesh, they are God. Wouldn't God, first of all, if it's God, don't God know all ways? Doesn't God know all ways? But see, once again, I'm not confused, because from your perspective, you say that you believe in a God that is vengeful, that is wrathful, and that is jealous. But that's the one thing about religion. And shout out to this mystic, because this is one of his words. Religion is God's tomb. It's where he was. Because y'all talking about being God, but according to the scripture in the Bible, didn't it say that Jesus Christ is the way, the truth, and the light, and abundant life, and the only way to the Father? The only way to God is through me. And what did Christ do? Now, you're going to bring up examples about Christ later on in the commentary, which I feel like we need to get into, because that's why when you pause and play, we breaking shit down. Like I said, if you want to do mine, you doing 7 hours, that's fine. You can use this live and break my shit down. Please break it down. Because this is how conversations start. And especially as Black people, we're going to have to expect a lot of damn emotion, a lot of damn fever, a lot of damn snarkiness. We're going to have to accept that. We're going to have to learn how to move through it. Which is why the next time, if there's any sort of damn conversation, I feel like it needs to be on a neutral live. On a live where somebody can be completely objective. And there are people in the world who can do that. Because I feel like if that was the case, this conversation probably would have been transformative and groundbreaking. And it happened on your channel. Instead, it ended up becoming a kangaroo court.
How is that protecting a little girl from being molested tomorrow or today, Conscious? Can you explain it to me?
Yes, protect a little girl from being molested today so that she can get her ass hit tomorrow. Praise him.
5 minutes because you're gonna need 5 minutes. It's 8:07. I'm gonna shut up until 8:13. Please go, sir.
Actually, you got another 60 seconds because I need to use the restroom. I'm on a water diet and I need to piss like race for
the water diet.
I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Hold it down until I get back. Hold it down until I get back. I'll be right back.
He'll be back, guys. He has to go use the restroom, gather his notes. Just write it down, guys. Hey, we're just having a civil.
I want to know what your notes said, bro, because you ain't had none. Once again, you know what? Fuck it, I'm gonna say it. I do know this man personally. I know this man work ethic. You talking about notes? This nigga has notes, bro. Notebooks of shit. But when you deal with a situation that is so easy to talk about, you don't need no. You don't need any notes. You just let the spirit flow. I don't need all the dramatics and the theatrics and all that stuff to kind of add more to my side. See, and on top of that, it was supposed to be a conversation, not a debate. This wasn't about who was right or who's wrong. It's about, let's get to the root of it. Because to be honest, all of us is playing a fucking part in this shit. It's about, are we aware enough to be able to challenge ourselves? Can we have a conversation that when people leave this live, that they end up looking at themselves, that they say, you know what, girl, let me get on the phone and call my friend, girl, you need to watch so-and-so. They had this conversation, or this is now the discussion at the water cooler tomorrow. It could have been that, but instead, it was on some nigga shit.
Discussion here. I respect everybody, and it's true. Shit, a lot of the times I do 5-hour streams. When I show you these videos, I go take a piss when I'm showing you a lot of these videos, and I run right back before the video ends. So, hey, shout out to my brother Conscious DD. Gotta go drain the main vein. But I'm gonna ask you guys in the chat. I'm gonna read the goddamn chat, and I know y'all don't like me. Oh, look, you can't compare, dude. You can't compare.
I ain't gonna lie with you, bro. Look, bruh. You gotta call an ace and a spade. When it comes down to this commentary, as far as the logic is concerned, as far as the reasoning is concerned, as far as the facts being concerned, this was a proper statement. There's nothing wrong with that. There are going to be people in the world who are more aware than you. You're not the only person on earth. Hell, a nigga is learning how to be aware on his own. Okay? When you meet aware people, it make you want to be like, bitch, let me go work on myself so I can be aware. Because the whole situation that's... Girl, never mind. Go ahead.
I'm reading the comments. Go ahead, brother.
Okay. This is
and just so you know, Conscious, I'm going to be sipping a little champagne tonight, but I'm very astute as well. But go ahead.
Whatever your persuasion, brother man.
Yes,
okay. So loaded questions. A lot to say. Okay, I guess I'll start with Kim and Kanye. I really wasn't expecting to talk about this convoluted ass anti-black ass relationship between non-melanated woman who's in a sunken place and
we don't have to talk about the relationship. Let's talk about the kid. Like I said, stop the relationship. The kid. Let's go back to the kid.
Okay, am I gonna high five or something?
Thank
you. Look, I'm going to assume here that Kim Kardashian is not going to willingly put herself or her children in the hands of a pedo. Okay.
See, this is why he don't need notes, girl. You can't make this up, girl. You can't make this up. Sometimes you just make things easy for other people. This is why he don't need notes, girl. No shade.
Now,
no shade.
Old boy, to Pete's point, he's a comedian. He used some very dark humor. I can definitely understand the concern for those who are running with the narrative. But honestly, those are rich nigga problems. And Kanye is a whole issue in and of itself. The way that he weaponizes his mental illness in order to garner sympathy regarding his narcissism and selfishness, I don't appreciate. The fact that he ultimately drove his own wife away from him by not being on his meds, running for president of the United States, while also airing the bus and being unruly. And look, whatever them folk going through over there, I'm gonna let $1 million on the elevator be $1 million on the elevator. As far as the clapback to Kanye should have chose better, yes, that sentiment was echoed, because every time that Black women lay with a Black man and the relationship does not become fulfilling or doesn't work out, the clapback from men's community largely is always, you should have chose better. You should have chose better. So it was a petty clapback, but that is rooted in reality, because what in the hell was Kanye West thinking, truly?
And when they get on, it leave your ass for a white girl.
And my issue with men like Kanye West is that oftentimes we will drag women to hell and back about the men that they choose, as if the men aren't also making a choice as well. Right. So that was a balancing clap back to the situation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and once again, going back to patriarchy. Why? What you mean I gotta be involved, bitch? I paid for this. What you mean? You my property. Where the equal at, girl? I paid for you, so you don't even get to address me. Just like white people. White people don't call themselves white. They know what's up. That's just their way of classifying their power over us. So what's happening is that same energy of I'm separate, I'm better than y'all, I'm greater than y'all, I'm higher than y'all. Look at how nature supports what I'm saying. Look at how the Bible and religion supports what I goddamn saying, girl. But then when we look at the actual reality of nature that's going on within the world with the human beings that you're talking about, it says something different. So where's that strength at? Where's that strength at? Where's it at?
Is if you're going to question them both.
Yeah.
Because both people are choosing one another. And Kanye West signed up for a woman who he went on air and said he was really primarily only with, not because of her talents, not because of her politics, not because of her intellectual capacity, not because of her spirituality, not because she's some wonderful Mother Teresa walking on water, feminine force in the world, but simply because his wife is beautiful, and every night he thanks God that he gets to roll over to this plastic Barbie made in the glory of all things Eurocentric and hypersexual, and then had the unmitigated gall in a Black space in front of a Black man, Charlemagne the God, and a light-skinned man, Envy, and say that he's happy to have procreated with the same woman because his daughter, the same daughter that you are arguing, J-Leethal, that he has a right to protect from Pete, that he has a right to be upset about because there's another man temporarily parenting or fathering his children. But he's the same father who doubled down nationally on syndicated radio and said that he's happy that he procreated with Kim because his daughter is going to grow up to have a body just like her. So if I were you, I would think it's actually logical, if you're going to make the point that Kanye is in right standing and Pete is a pervert, it seems to me that they both would be pervert. I think there's enough there to argue that they're both hypersexualizing this young woman, which Pete hasn't even done that. Him simply in a goat cart with the child on his lap as she pretends to drive or whatever it is a false equivalency to a joke he made with his friend's baby in his lap as a comedian. But Kanye West was for real, okay? Because even you had to narrate what Pete said as a joke, that this man made a joke that you find, and it's your right to find personally offensive, gross, and inappropriate. But nonetheless, even you had to narrate it as a joke. Kanye was for real when he said, I am happy to have procreated with my wife because my daughter, who wasn't even 4 or 5 at the time, is going to grow up to have a body like her mother. Excuse me, Kim doesn't even have a body like Kim because her shit is made in Nigeria, in China, in Asia, in the Mediterranean. And is my time is up? Because I told you I need to talk about Kanye.
It's 8:14, sir.
Well, I'm done.
Okay. Just so we know, guys, Everybody in the chat, I want all the people commenting. I know I got my people watching. Y'all motherfucker, and just so we know, just to let this be clear, this is for everybody who's watching that's part of my team. I'm about to get in y'all ass after this. Y'all might need to unsubscribe from me for not, period. I'm about to get in my people's ass after this for just barely commenting 2-3 fucking words.
I'm getting it.
I mean, well, what's understood really needs no explanation, you know. So a lot of times it's like, how can you respond to that? How can you respond to that? Because that's called broadening the viewpoint. Because again, we live in a world where we like to address the symptoms and we wonder why there's always new symptoms. Well, maybe if we start addressing the root, and I know it might be too difficult for a lot of people to do that because it requires a lot of facing fear and inner work and shadow work and ego depths and all that type of stuff. But it is such a rewarding place to get to when you have a certain level of awareness, and everybody has that certain level of awareness. And the world right now is being, I don't know, maybe that's probably why I ain't gonna say going on tangents, but end up making a broader perspective, because it's like, it's all this stuff stems from something. These are just expressions of it. These are just unique expressions to each individual of the same things that's happening. This shit is going on at alarming rates, especially now. But it gets to the point to where it seems like y'all just want people to shut the fuck up. You want women to shut up. You want LGBT people to shut up. You want other different types of people to shut up that aren't you. And if that's what you feel like is going to happen, I'm sorry to tell you, sir, but you might as well get you some earplugs. Because if anything, the one thing that y'all resist is going to persist, because that's where y'all putting y'all energy into. Let's continue, y'all.
Ash, Jay, don't get an
Anyway.
Don't get an ass. I want to add just one more tidbit to that.
Okay, I'll let you add, but you did have 6 minutes and we agreed to 4.
Okay, it was 5 to 6.
And I understand, right? No parent likes when another person steps into the equation to co-parent. But this is what you have to consider when a relationship to somebody that you co-created with doesn't work out.
Yeah.
You get to go be with other people, and they get to go be with other people, and that's just a reality that you're forced to navigate. Right. What exactly is supposed to realistically happen? Kim is supposed to remain single as her kids grow to teenage years because she dates a man or invites a man into her life. Is Kanye West supposed to remain single as well until his kids reach adulthood before they date? It's not realistic. It's not practical. It's not going to happen. And these are the unfortunate circumstances that all people sign up to navigate when they sign up to have children in the context of a relationship. The relationship may not work out. Am I going to be mature enough as a man or a woman to also deal with co-parenting with this man or woman that I share children with? So it doesn't matter what Kanye West said. You have no authority to tell Kim what to do when her children are in her custody. If she decides to bring them around every single nigga that she wants to bone and have anal sex with, that is her God-given business to bring every dude.
Wait, I need to stop you there, sir. You're going on 8 minutes now.
Girl, now what in the Karen going on? Girl, that Karen, the way he came with that Karen energy. Excuse me, ma'am. What are you doing here? Excuse me. You have a permit? Let me stop.
Already breaking the rules.
I'm done.
No, but you're not done because you're still.
He said he done. He said he done.
Follow the rules that we both agreed to. Then how can we?
I don't have a timer in front of me, so if you're telling me to shut up,
remember when I went like this? I've been. Okay, so let's not. Okay. So just to reiterate the rules, because remember, everybody's telling me how I'm so wrong. The rules, just remember, I know you don't agree with me, but can you agree with rules? Can we all agree with?
Yes, for the mental gymnastics,
4
girl.
increments of 60 seconds. I'll be quiet for 4 increments of 60 seconds, and you do the same. And we cannot go past that.
Yes,
so let me
treating us like we Sesame Street.
I don't have a timer.
I got you. So for moving forward, if you're going past it, what I'm gonna do is I'm not even gonna say anything. I'm just gonna tap my gold watch. You'll be able to see the gold. I'll tap it just like this.
Another kind of love.
So now it's 8:17. Look, guys,
what's going on?
8:17. I'm gonna go till 8:23. Is that okay? 8:23. 5 minutes. 5. 8:23. Okay, I'm going to 8:23. I don't want it. Okay, now first.
Okay, wait. Damn, I was about to. Okay, go ahead.
Suggestion.
Go ahead.
Suggestion. Because I didn't think this would be a debate as well, but more so a conversation. I'm not even sure if the timer. I don't know. Are we not?
No. Let me tell you something, sir. I'm sorry. The timer, and I've thought long and hard about it. So the timer is
long and hard
because we've shown that we end up having 10-hour discussions. Conscious. The timer is for the sake of all of us involved.
Well, it was 7 hours, so you kind of beat it by a few hours and change.
So the timer is necessary. So,
okay, but I just want to say though, if you ask me to answer 3 different topics, but you gave me Kim and Kanye, you
didn't even need 60 seconds, Conscious.
Here we go. Girl. See, this is, and I know this word been thrown around, girl. It's gonna be what it's gonna be, girl. But this is deflection. This is deflection. You're bringing the focal point to 5. First it was 5, then it was 6, then it was 4. And the way that you was pouring that damn cup and you spilled some on the side, I knew you wasn't looking at the damn stopwatch, bruh. What y'all should have done is y'all should have said, okay, well, guess what? In the comment section, I want y'all to go ahead and be honest. And when my time is up, drop some clocks. But anyway, let's go forward. Let's go forward.
I didn't know that you were going to give me 3 different topics.
Okay, so that's why I just mentioned Kanye. Okay, let's do it. Let's get back to it.
See. So now here's the thing. Now this is probably my analysis, and I could be wrong, but I feel like I'm on something right now. The way that you just responded in that way, and you were talking about beating women, I can't believe that you sit up here and talk to women and try to understand them and find a gray area. Because the way that you just popped up, okay. I can imagine you doing that as a pre-warning, say, okay, bitch, shut up talking to me before I hit you. That's what that sounded like to me in the spirit. Shut up, bitch, before I hit you. That's like the precursor of that. And somebody in the comments did put it down there, and I do have to agree. Again, I do have an objective perspective. Well, he hitting on points, bro. It's kind of hard to keep shit at 5, 6, 10, whatever if you hitting on points. And especially when you done gave me this goddamn loaded baked potato ass question with all these damn sides that I didn't know was coming with this. I'm not Monique. My stomach is not bigger than my eyes. My eyes is bigger than my stomach. So you got to be able to give it to me in doses to where I can actually answer each question. Because one question goes from this to this, then to that, then to this. Maybe we should stick with just one question at a time. How about just one question at a time? Answer this question. And then once they answer the question, then you can say, then let them respond to the question. That's what happens in the actual debate class. In a debate class, you don't interrupt other people. Well, I think there's a section where you can't interrupt other people. But you got to flag them down to something. I don't know. But they had more decorum and understanding of that and training with that. But let's see how long J-Leethal takes to give his point.
It's 8:18, guys. See, this is what I'm because I'm yelling now. I'm the one that seems illogical now.
Don't yell, okay? It's what to yell about.
Okay, let's do it again. 8:18, guys. 8:18. It's 8:18. Can I go to 8:23 without you saying anything?
You know I can. I was in here silent, even during
Bow.
the 30-minute opening. I was silent.
Okay, bow. It's 8:18. Now, I specifically named 3 things, but I said I want you to first only talk about Kanye West situation, right?
Okay, well,
then I went on to say, take Kanye West's name out of it, take Kim Kardashian's name out of it, You can run it back because now it's on camera. We can't run away from it when it's on camera. Run it back for everybody in the conversation. And guess what I said? I said, take away Kanye West's name from this. Take away Kim Kardashian's name. I said, talk about a little girl who is sitting on the lap of, no, sir, I don't need the ad-libs either. I don't need the ad-libs. I said, take away Kanye West's name. Take away Kim Kardashian's name. I said, we're talking about a little girl who's sitting on the lap of a grown man who has made remarks about letting a little boy suck on his finger while he thinks about oral sex. I said, the little girl's father let it be known that he doesn't want this man around his child. And now his child who is sitting on his lap after he made comments about having a little boy suck on his fingers. So then I specifically said, Conscious, I said specifically, don't talk about Kanye West and his situation. I said, talk about the little girl and how in that situation, the father can protect his daughter from being molested. And you know what you said, Conscious? I'm going to read off a few of the things that you said because I still got 3 minutes. You said that it was dark humor. It was quote unquote dark humor for this grown man to make a remark about a little boy sucking his finger while he thinks about getting his dick sucked. You called that dark humor, okay? Then you said Kanye, you said this is rich people shit, okay, first of all. And then you said Kanye weaponizes his mental health. Mind you, I specifically said to focus, sir, not on Kanye West. I said focus on the daughter who is a victim in all of this. How do we protect her from potentially being molested by people who have already made public remarks about sexual molestation? Okay, and then you said you said Kanye West weaponizes his mental health, which is arguable but completely irrelevant when I told you not to focus on Kanye. You said Kanye drove his own wife away, which has nothing to do with protecting this little girl from possible molestation in the future. Then you said you brought up how Kanye ran for the president of the United States. Okay? I'm mentioning things that you mentioned when I asked you a specific question about a specific little girl. Then you said Kanye threw Kim Kardashian under the bus multiple times. And then you mentioned how Kim Kardashian is a plastic Barbie. All of these things you mentioned when I specifically told you not to. I specifically told you, sir, in order to have a productive conversation and not a hamster wheel conversation, I told you to specifically say, what do we do to protect this little girl? This little girl has nothing to do with Kanye West running for president. This little girl being molested has nothing to do with her mother having a plastic body. So when I say, what does a man do? Forget what he chose. Yes, we all agree that Kanye West should have chose better. All of us shook our head when he got with Kanye West. When he got with Kim Kardashian. We all saw the fucking Kim Kardashian tape. I'm about to have 1 more minute. I'm gonna let you go because I'm gonna follow the rules. I'm gonna end on this. We all saw the fucking Kim Kardashian sucking Ray J's dick. And we all shook our head in a collective sigh when he got with Kim Kardashian. But does that mean, sir, now that they do have a child, that he should just sit down and allow people who are showing clear signs of being potential predators to allow his daughter to sit on their lap in public? What is he to do? And don't talk about his decisions in the past. I yield, sir. It's 8:23. I'm going to give you the 8:28.
Okay, so in all that you said, I said what I said. You asked me for my opinion. Pete Davidson is not somebody who has a record for being a pedophile. He can mind his business and he can co-parent his child. He can ask his daughter appropriate questions about if she feels uncomfortable around Pete. Has he ever touched her inappropriately? That's what he can do. He can be a parent if he has concerns because this comedian made a joke about his friend's baby. Okay, but what he doesn't have the right to do, regardless of how you and anybody else feel about it, to berate Kim. Okay, she's not harboring an actual pedophile. Okay, so if Kanye West wants to get in his fees and take Pete's comments literally and then use that to berate and harass his family as he had been doing even before Pete Davidson showed up, and some of you want to buy into it and have a field day, baby, but ain't shit getting past me, okay? I'm calling cap and I'm calling bullshit on Kanye. So if he has concerns, he can take it up with the legal system and he can take it up with his daughter and make sure that she, okay, knows that she can talk to her father and she can reveal anything that she needs to reveal about anything that's going on in the household or in the privacies of Kim's household between herself and Pete. And if she was to let him know that Pete is doing this and he's touching me, then he know who to call and what to do about it. That's what he can do about it. Because now he's a separate entity. He's a dad. She's a mom. So he can figure out what he needs to create with his daughter to make sure that she always knows she can run to daddy if she's ever abused or touched or anything of that sort. But to take all of this shit and constantly deal with it on social media, and Pete is just a gaslighting tactic for Kanye West, okay? Kanye was acting a plum fool regarding Kim before Pete ever showed up. This isn't about Pete, okay? And those of us who are following this know this. So y'all can have the Kanye West shit, okay? But that's what he can do, okay? Call 911. That's what he can do. Hire a private investigator. That's what he can do, okay? Talk to his daughter and make sure she reveal all findings thereof. That's what he can do. Respectfully.
Can I go?
Sure.
Okay. So I want to be clear. You did say Kanye when I asked you how can Kanye protect his daughter, you did come out your mouth and say that Kanye can mind his business, right? That's what you said?
I just said everything I just said. Everything I just said is everything.
Everything you just said is everything you just said. Again, okay. So just so we're clear in the chat, this man is telling us to go to 911, telling us to go to the same system that he admitted from his mouth on many occasions is already broken. I just wanted to, I'm not here to win or lose, but I just needed to be noted.
Really?
Because that's what I was trying to, I heard what you said. You said what you said. I know what you said.
He can get
I wanted to be clear that you just told me. Hold on.
He can hit her.
Hold on.
He can hit her. I mean, that's also an option too, right? He can.
Hold on.
Hold on.
But wait, let's do this debate thing again because I'm gonna do my 4 minutes. I'm 8:26. 8:26. I'm gonna go to 8:30. And a lot of your people are in the chat. They said, you know, I'm interrupting you.
It's okay, baby. It's all in the replay, baby. So
thank you.
That's what I'm saying. It's all in the replay. So how, if I'm trying to establish 5-minute increments, how am I interrupting, guys? This is.
So we not respond to the chat, Jay, and just ask him.
I get it. Yeah. I do want to talk. I do want to ask the chat something real quick, just so that I'm sure that I'm talking to adults here.
Is your show?
I just want to be sure that everybody here is an adult. Isn't it?
But that's the thing. Your focus should be on the conversation at hand. Let them talk in the comment section. You already said it, y'all. You knew that these people, quote unquote, didn't like you. So why are you getting pressed about these individuals expressing exactly what it is that you didn't let everybody know that you understand? Because what's understood needs no explanation. So are you struggling to understand that?
Didn't I say 5 minutes and 5 minutes? The only time I cut this man off is when he went past his 5 minutes. Why am I being accused of interrupting this man? Why am I being accused of acting like a 2-year-old?
I only have an hour, so it can't work.
Okay. So again,
we don't want to get to the meat of why we're really here.
Yeah, we're at the meat of it because Kanye should have slapped the fuck out that hoe. And
listen to how the verbiage is different. These aren't. You married this woman, and girl, you're the one that's chosen by God to be the head of the household. You ain't know who you was marrying? What's up, Sean? You ain't know who you was marrying? But now that a situation has happened that has triggered you, now all of a sudden she a bitch. Now look at how his response is, and you telling me he be responding with righteous discipline?
Accused of interrupting.
Does these words sound righteous?
Being accused of acting like
so now we, you know, we done got Karen all night, girl. We done got Karen. We done got stop, sir, stop, sir. I told you, sir, 5 minutes. We've got all of this. Now, look at what happens. Look at the difference in the energy, in the verbiage, in the expression when it's ass whooping time. Look what happens now when it's finally Mr. Nasty Time, Mr. Nasty Time. The only time we want to get lit, girl, when it's time to fight or fuck. Listen to how... Girl, listen. Watch and listen.
I only have an hour, sir. Can't
wait. Okay. So, again,
we don't want to get to the meat of why we really here.
Yeah, we're at the meat of it because Kanye should have slapped the fuck out that hoe, and the police should never exist. So I know what you're gonna say. Since you have an hour, let's make it 10 minutes. Let's make it into 10. I'm gonna get all the way straight to the meat of the potatoes. Kanye should have slapped that hoe. Kanye should be allowed to slap that hoe. Kanye should have the right in a true black society. Kanye would have the right to put his wife in a goddamn dog kennel if he decides to. And no black righteous king would ever say anything to another black righteous king about how he operates in his household if they come to the council and realize that they're putting a child in danger. And they say,
okay, let's rewind that. Putting a child in danger. Wouldn't the council, the one that y'all go to get the counseling, the ones that y'all look up to have the information and the foresight and the awareness that you don't have, which is why you coming to them, don't you think they would be smart enough to actually investigate this to confirm? See, once it's confirmed and affirmed, then we can talk about reprimanding. Then we can talk about what discipline looks like. Then we can look at the necessary actions that is required. But again, this is all allegation. Girl. Go ahead.
The police should never exist. So I know what you're gonna say. Since you have an hour, let's make it 10 minutes. Let's make it into 10. I'm gonna get all the way straight to the meat of the potatoes. Kanye should have slapped that hoe. Kanye should be allowed to slap that hoe. Kanye should have the right in a true black society. Kanye would have the right to put his wife in a goddamn dog kennel if he decides to. And no black righteous king would ever say anything to another black righteous king about how he operates in his household if they come to the council and realize that they're putting a child in danger. And they say, so yeah, that's why I put this bitch in a physical German Shepherd cage. That's what you should have did with Kim Kardashian and any bitch that's playing with our children. So, yeah. That's what I want to say.
You talking about playing with the children, but then you grow up to physically beat the grown children. Because again, a woman is beneath you. So the fact that y'all can discipline this child, y'all basically saying women are children. They're just children, adult, life-size children that you can fuck. That's what it sounds like. That's what it's giving me. That's why they keep bringing up the form of patriarchy, because patriarchy believes the same thing, which I'm going to break it down into white privilege and all, the energy of it. You don't speak about the one thing that should be, you shouldn't speak on the one thing that always remains unspoken. You don't speak on the power that we have. There's this demonic ass bro code that hypermasculinity and patriarchy has made that is fucking everything up, the balance of everything up. To where instead of y'all walking in your divine masculine, y'all are walking in this sick, twisted version of hyper masculine.
And I guess since we can't, go, to the nuanced parts of it, I had to go to the end. Kanye West should be able to hit that hoe. And now I'm going to pass it over to you, because now what you're going to say is, but the system is going to
pass it over. Can you just pass it over to me?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Now, what are you passing over to me? Everything that you just
I
said?
said I was going to 30. Then I did say I was going to 8:30. But go ahead. You cut me off 2 minutes early. I just gotta remind. I want to play it back to show how many motherfucking times I don't get my full time to speak. But go ahead.
What?
But you're responding to the chat, sir.
Thank you.
But I still have 5 minutes. I have 5 minutes to do whatever I want.
But that's deflecting from the argument, because now you can use the comment section as a shield to hide behind the fact that you didn't come prepared, sir. And this is the energy that happens. Y'all want to come with this intellect and this logic that isn't intellect or logic. And then when that's affirmed and confirmed objectively, to where your minds is quiet, to where at this point they got to go to homophobic slur because they're like, damn, we got to do something. Can somebody throw a bottle at one of the conscious TV members, crew members, or something? Bitch, hit one of them, shit. But the fact that that energy is happening, and the fact that you're trying to find ways to take away from the context of the conversation. You wanted to do some nigga shit, which was get up here and clap back, because you know niggas clap back. Because a part of being a righteous king, you don't let nobody else speak on you. Okay, girl. And maybe I need to stop damn smoking, because maybe the spirit got my ass flowing out. Because like I said, I'm being objective, but I stand firm in what I say. And I'm going off of what's being presented here. So that's an objective fact right there. I don't know you personally. But the energy is very familiar. Again, it's about energy.
So take your 5 minutes. I'm not going to interrupt you. So
it's not 8:30, so why the fuck am I hearing conscious TV voice?
So you tell... Girl, should we do analysis? Girl, let's do it, bitch. Let's go ahead. Fuck it. Fuck it. I mean, it comes with the territory. Again, you're telling me that you know how to write, you know how to exhaust all your options. This is what exhausting your options look like. Like you said, you just skipped all the nuances and got to the end. You already telling us, girl, fuck, I ain't gonna go through all these other goddamn steps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, bitch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 10. Y'all remember Home Alone, the movie? When Kevin was watching that movie, the old ass movie, that one dude that always had a Tommy gun, he'd be talking about, I'm gonna give you to the count of 10 to walk your ugly, no good keister off my property before I pump your guts full of lead. 1, 2, 10. This is the energy that's on, sir. You jumping right to it. And we done heard your voice all night tonight. You done changed the rules up, girl. You went from goddamn 5 minutes to 4. Then we at 7. Then we at 6. Then we at 10. Then it comes one point to where ain't no damn time limit. I'm like, what? What is going on? Are we talking about organization?
You just told me to go. You just told me to go ahead. Now you're creating me. I'm telling you to not be distracted by the chat.
All right, so I guess again.
Blame it on the goose. Got you feeling loose. Blame it on the Trump. Blame it on blame it on the alcohol. Blame it on the alcohol. Blame it on the vodka. Blame it on the Remy.
I could be your friend, but I'm acting as the patriarchy. Right?
Serpent. Really? Okay.
I'm acting as the patriarchy. You're acting as a serpent right now.
Okay.
A
serpent.
serpent.
You're the one who is screaming and yelling, and I'm here having a
because you haven't given me my 5 minutes. You know, you have a very good way.
You don't have we say have a good way of what?
5 minutes. You just told me to go ahead. You were taking time to respond to the chat. Okay. I told you to not respond to them and to stay present with me so that we
exactly.
Me and you here to have a discussion. Because if you want them to have it, you can invite them up to have it. I don't even have to be here if you need to talk to the chat.
Exactly.
I don't know which. So who wants to be up here, me or the chat?
I just plugged in my phone. If it's a noise or a vibration, let me know.
Kanye needs to get him some much needed counseling, okay? To love himself like most Black people need to do, male and female. Okay? Right. We are a people who've been through a lot, and so has Kanye West, who is caught up all in the anti-Blackness. He's caught up all in the patriarchy. He's caught up in all the misogyny. Okay? And you know what real love looks like? Realizing that you are a public figure and that your children are unfortunately public figures as well. And not having the emotional maturity to actually deal with the matters you are experiencing in your now past relationship to the woman who's caring for your children outside of your custody in private, like Kim is doing. Do you see Kim on Twitter and the internet berating Kanye about his girlfriends and about his travels and about his relationship? No, you know why? Because she's a mother who's co-parenting with this man. Okay, something that Kanye West could do. He has the money to afford great family counseling for the family. And hell, I was expecting him to be a man, right? He's a man. Double down and think about your children. Because in talking about the children, you say that Kanye West should have the right to backhand the living fuck out of Kim Kardashian. But my question is, what about the children then? What about the trauma of their mother having black eyes and busted lips? And what about the way that those young girls are going to be socialized by Kim enduring physical violence under the guise that, oh, he just disciplined me, baby? Because I'm sure that if you had a daughter, you would never settle for her coming home and bringing home a black eye to you that was given to her by a man she's with. I'm sure you would never double down and say, you know what, you deserve that shit. I'm gonna call his ass and congratulate him on being a man and controlling you and disciplining your ass. I'm pretty sure that that's not what you would be telling your nieces. That's not what you would be telling your aunts. That's not what you would be telling your mothers, because that's not even historically how black men get down as it relates to other men beating on the women they care about. So what about the kids? When you are saying that men should have the right to put their hands on the woman in the house where those kids are governing themselves and cohabitating, what is mama supposed to tell the kids when she has bruises on her face exactly? What do you expect how do you expect the children to internalize that abuse? Is my question to you. What about the kids? What about the kids in the circumstance that you get to backhand and punch and slap and drag a woman because she ain't parenting or doing what you would have her to do? What about the kids? And I'm done.
Okay. So to that I would say, like I said, I still, again, you're asking me questions and I would love to answer your questions, but I still haven't had my question answered. So
but you know what happens though? Just answer the question. You ain't got to follow in the footsteps. If you feel like you're being disrespected in that way, you can still follow through by answering the questions so that when the playback happens, you can look like you did your job, sir. And this is my third time listening to this video. So I've had a few times to actually listen to it and digest what was being said and listening to it. Just answer the questions. But why didn't you answer his question? That's the thing. Like, just answer the question. And even if you feel like they ain't answer the question, make sure you answer the question to the best of your damn ability. But to ask a question with a question, it's like that's not how shit gonna happen. Answer the question first, and then pose a question to the other person. That's how a conversation and debate happens. They explain something to you, you answer it. If you don't answer the question, you lose points in a debate class. Your job, even though this is a conversation and not a debate, you're supposed to answer the question. So in debate class, if your opponent or whoever the case may be, the person you're debating is asking you a question, you have to answer the question and then give them an answer. Not ask the question with a question.
I'm gonna ask my question again. Yes, I'm gonna take some time to mention the people in the chat, because guess what, Conscious? I'm trying to have you know what the conversation is? Do you know what the conversation of tonight is, Conscious?
Mm-hmm.
What is it?
Why are we having these goddamn Sesame Street ass moments? Why are we having these PBS Kids? We want to thank viewers like you. Shit ass things, girl. Why we? Okay.
Theology.
No. Do you know what the conversation is tonight, Conscious?
Yeah, I came onto the platform to have a civil discord with another melanated brother about his ideologies.
Right. So now, with that being said, if we're trying to see, the question is, can Black people have a respectful talk with someone that they disagree with? So far, we see that can't happen. And whether but I'm not saying it can't happen. It's not happening. And
on whose part?
Now, again, I might be part of the problem. But from my perspective, I'm trying to nip it in the bud by having rules. Do you see why I'm trying to have rules?
Absolutely.
So, okay, how about this? Put a 7 in the chat if you can understand why we need rules during this conversation. How about that? Let's just cut it right down the list. I'm gonna use my time to ask the chat. Please put a number.
Why are you asking the chat? Why are you asking the chat? Why are you asking the chat? They're supposed to have a conversation with this person on the platform you with, on your platform. Again, deflecting. You're going to the comment section. I wouldn't mind y'all going to the comment section after everything has happened. Let the comments talk amongst themselves. Isn't that why you have moderators to do your job when you're doing something else? But I guess you have to watch the chat because you said your moderators wasn't coming out, so maybe you valid in that. Maybe I'll give you that. But as far as having the Black respectful conversation, we have to listen to each other in order to respond. Listen to the person you're talking to. That's like being in a debate class and you debating somebody else, but then you get into an argument with this person in the front row who's open and vocal about them not agreeing with you. You can talk to her ass after the stuff is done. Don't be losing points for your team.
One in the chat, if you think I'm stupid with this 5-minute rule shit and everybody should just be able to talk when they have something to say, put a 7 in the chat if you think that 5-minute increments of uninterrupted person by person talking is more effective. Let's do that. I'm going to use the rest of my time to do that survey. Put the number 1 in the... See, look, you got people putting the number 3. Mm-hmm. This is why Black people are dead last. You got people putting the number 9. Conscious, literally, this is spiritual, Conscious.
Because, girl, at this damn point, you done broke your own damn rules. So at this point, I guess this is what y'all do over here. So let's just behave like everybody else behave, girl. Just fuck it. Y'all talking about beating hoes. When it come down to whooping women's asses, now they hoes and bitches and hoes being thrown in the goddamn cage, and that's how you feel. So you expect these women to sit up here and be obedient to you so you can throw their ass in the cage? Hell yeah, I'm gonna put 9, 13, 9, 1, 1, 9, 19, 11, 9.
I said put the number 1 or 7. That you can do that. It has nothing to do with the patriarchy. Why do I have 3s and 9s, Conscious? And you can tell me not to read the chat, but again, I wanted to show you that Black people cannot come to the table and even have a conversation with people that they disagree with.
Hell yeah, and you one of them. Right now. You acting like one of them. Right now. Bro, your ego present. Your ego is present. Got a big ego.
If you made up your mind that you disagree with this Black person,
you talk
you're
like
going to
this.
disagree with everything they say. This is how Black people are. If you disagree with, look, you got 5s, you got the number 15, you got 8, and it's funny to you. See, that's why I know the spirit that you come in.
I think it's not the spirit that you come in, nigga. You can't even find out what the Lord. Okay, so I'm gonna be objective. I'm sorry, the ego just present, and I know what it's like to have somebody stomp the fuck out your damn ego, but once you get to that point, you do it for yourself. It's like sometimes ego death is necessary, bro. It's like, what? How is he coming in the serpent spirit? But yet you can't even be on any sort of spirit. The only spirit that you on is that wine that you drinking. And that wine not helping you. You already told us it was from the party liquor store, maybe $17.24.99, you know, that's something. I don't know if that's hitting in because, like I said, you poured your drink and it started to slosh and got a little bit on the side. I don't know what's going on. You blaming Conscious for the damn comment section and getting mad at him for laughing and say he come in the spirit of being a serpent, a damn snake. What? Huh?
No, I think it's funny that.
Funny to me.
I think it's.
Okay, I'm gonna give you your time right now. I'm gonna yield by saying this. Conscious, I don't think it's funny that when I say I brought a man on my channel that I disagree with, but I want to see if we can agree or if we can have some common ground. I don't think it's okay that his audience is being disrespectful when I ask them, is it okay to have rules? When I ask you a simple question like, if you disagree with, I even gave you a chance to disagree respectfully by pressing the number 1.
But I don't know if that was a bait or a test. So you wouldn't have to worry about that if you actually was present in the conversation. You wouldn't be sitting here looking at the comments. You will be sitting here listening to what's happening and then responding so that y'all can go back and forth and try to get to the root. You're being distracted by the comment section. And the comment section has a goddamn right to voice their damn opinion. And again, like I said, Conscious told them, look, before we go over here, try your best not to be on this type of behavior. And they did that for him. But the fact that you are blatantly disrespecting him by not being present in the conversation to talk to each other, hell yeah. I'm pretty sure if you was over somebody's damn channel and you had subscribers and stuff and they was disrespecting you and cutting you off and all this other type of stuff and playing Ring Around the Rosie in your damn head and doing mental gymnastics, trying to get the fuck out of some shit and trying to answer a question with a question, I'm pretty sure your people will be doing stuff. At this point, it turned into the Source Awards in your damn comment section. First of all, let me check and see if the sound working. Hold on. Testing 1, 2, 3. Say something. Hold on. You can't hear nothing? Okay, we good. You can hear me. Okay, cool. All right, let's continue.
You want to press, look, go cry about it. Because remember, these people don't even want to have a conversation. So Conscious, why the fuck should I? Now, I'm going to continue to be fair on my channel because believe it or not, I'm actually fair on my channel. I'm going to continue to be fair on my channel. But when you ask me why I'm the patriarchy and why I'm J-Leethal made these, you know why I said hit a bitch? Because when you ask her, do you want 1 or 7? She says 15. That's why I say hit a bitch, because they don't even want order. We're supposed to be coming here to help the Black community, right? We're supposed to be here to heal and to I'm the big
yes, heal with the fist, bitch. Amen.
My mind. Why not when I say, okay, I want to change my mind, but can we have rules? Why then do you have people telling me, go cry about it? All these are called ad hominems. Do you know what an ad hominem is, Conscious TV?
Yes.
What is an ad hominem, Conscious TV, since you know what it is?
It's practically insulting somebody to misalign from what we're currently here to speak about.
That's exactly what this audience is doing.
Resulting to insults in order to avoid an intelligent response.
Right. So what we have is a bunch of women in the chat who are doing what's called ad hominem. I'm going to go ahead and put that in the chat. Ad hominem. Hold on, I won't let you go, but I'm just going to continue. Right now, I'm going to give you 5 minutes. What you have is ad hominem, and what you're doing is instead of talking about...
What is your problem with Black women, bro? At this point, fuck it. What is your problem with Black women, though? Because it's like, bro, right now your ego is projecting so hard right now, and you can't even realize it because you drunk and you high. See that background with the goddamn desert and stuff, and the trees and in the dry place? That's where you at, my bro. That's where you at. Which is why I hope you watch your own content back. I hope you watch this video back and see how you showed up. And there were certain moments in the live where you were aware enough that you possibly could make a mistake. That was the spirit telling you, yeah, because at this point, you talking as if though you are confident, but then you're second guessing yourself at the same time. Which one is it? You mentioned something earlier, later on in the live about being lukewarm. Is the pot calling the kettle black? I'm just saying.
The facts that are coming out of my mouth, you're talking about how loud I am. You're talking about the veins in my forehead. You're talking about my medication that I should be taking. I'm a dusty, I'm a crusty, but you're not speaking about the words that are coming out of my mouth. That, to me, sir, is the biggest problem right now. To the point where if you don't see a problem with that, I don't even know how me and you can move forward with this conversation. If you don't see a problem, okay, forget the chat, because remember, I'm not associating the chat with you. Although you did say these people with these TVs in the chat are your people, but I'm not going to associate them with you. Do you think, Conscious TV, that it's... Can you say audibly, Conscious TV? How about that? Put it in the chat, just so that we can, you and me can know how rules go. If you feel that 5 minutes of uninterrupted talking time is a ridiculous notion, please put the number one in the chat. If you feel like both of us should have 7 minutes to talk or 5 minutes to talk, forgive me.
Wait a minute, you the God and King on your channel. Why are you trying to do this? Why are you trying to appease? What you said is what you said, right? And these are women that you're having a conversation with. So the fact that you even giving them an option, I don't even know why. I don't even know why. In your glorious kinghood and Christhood and ordained God energy, why are you said what you said? You said 5 minutes. So why is we changing it? But don't even ask them, oh, well, why are you appeasing to women? Especially when they acting like bitches and hoes, according to you. Bald head hoes later on in the commentary. Bald head, ugly, fat faced ass hoes. That's your wording. That's your logic. So why? See, once again, you got to pick a side, bro. You got to pick a struggle. You can't just struggle. You got to pick one. Show us the true energy. Don't deflect. Show us where you really at with it. And when you talked about beating women's asses, that low-key seemed very fucking real, the way you talked about it. Because the way you talked about physically beating a woman, there was nothing righteous in the description. Because you called her everything except a divine creation of God. Now she's a bitch and a hoe that belongs to be in a damn kennel and shit, like a damn dog left in there for hours. That's Christ. See, y'all want to be God so much. You got to be Christ first. But y'all gonna learn.
Being uninterrupted so we can get our point out. Please put a 7 in the chat. I put a 7 because I think there's only 2 options, guys. I need everybody in the chat to only put one of these 2 options. There's only 2 options. If it's a good idea to have 5-minute rules, put a 7. If it's a stupid idea and everybody can just talk whenever the fuck they want to talk, put the number 1. Can you? And I put the number 7. So I want to see what you put.
Be with you until
you're not even able to even have a conversation.
No, I'm having a conversation with you right now. I told you like to put a 7 or a 1 in the chat. I see another 7. I see another 7. Okay. I see a 1.
God.
I'm gonna read your question real quick, but I gotta read these comments real quick. I see another 1. So we have the same woman put 1 twice. This woman put 1 twice. So now she's trying to make it seem like there's a bunch of 1s in the chat. Ma'am, don't put 1 a bunch of times. You put 1 once. Okay, we see you. Let's see. This person put 23. This person put 1777. This person put 9. This person put 5947. 5150.
That's 5150.
Okay. Now, after I finally forced them, holy fuck, fine, I'll follow rules. Holy fuck. Y'all are laughing. Go ahead. 7 minutes for you, Conscious TV. 7 minutes. I love you, brother. Go ahead. 7 minutes. 850. Nigga, this your channel.
They do anything for clout. They do anything for clout.
I'm so lost now. Okay, I'm kind of lost.
I don't know why you're lost. Your people are lost. These people in the comments.
Hell no, we following you. You daddy over here, nigga. You king over here, nigga. You God over here, nigga. This is J-Leethal's channel, right? We just trying to follow you. That's all we trying to do is follow you. Where you going? But you want to be the king or the head of the household, but you don't know where the hell you going. God bless the women that have a... When y'all talk about Jesus, girl, didn't Jesus say by the renewing of your mind and to have life and life more abundantly? Ass whooping ain't a part of that abundance, bruh. Maybe in the old ways that y'all want to resurrect so bad that y'all don't want to be erased from history because it was the only form of control that y'all had outside of yourself because y'all was dealing with God outside of yourself. But now that the New Testament came and Christ came, now it's about dealing with God internally. And y'all are struggling with the internal part. And then get up here and literally project all that stuff and you don't want nobody to say nothing. God's source universe works in mysterious ways, baby. And you are just showing that that is true.
I don't know what's going.
Listen, you know why? You know why I brought all that up? I brought all of that up because I wanted to prove, Conscious, that even if me and you can come to an agreement, what does it matter if me and you can come to an agreement, Conscious?
What?
What the fuck does it matter? Me and you have talked on the... Listen, Conscious, let's be real.
What?
Me and you just talked before the stream. Me and you see eye to eye for the most part. You know we stand on our square, but you and me know what the fuck it is.
Right.
The problem is if you are gonna stand up and challenge your own people right now.
What do you want me to say to them? You wanted them to be here. I told you.
I'm gonna say what the fuck I would say with the guys, which is if my people were in your comments putting all these stupid numbers, you know what?
He did say, he said, y'all, girl, see you on that wine and lean and sipping to the side. Bruh. This is why I be pausing this time because it'd be like, how many more receipts do you need? How many more moments do you need? Like, fuck, you picking and choosing parts. It's so many damn parts in the whole thing, and I'm just catching all the ones that I see. And it's a lot. It's a lot. Now it's about the comment section. You already know that they don't, just like you done told us about the rules. You done said, I know y'all don't like me. Then you should have been prepared for that. And you're walking as a Christ follower. Didn't Christ still walk to the cross? He didn't start fighting hoes on the way to the cross. He didn't start taking the cross and started using it like a chair, like RVD in this bitch. He didn't do anything of the sort. He continued to walk his ass to the cross and do what the fuck he came to do. But you walking in Christ energy?
Because guess what? You always love to act like your comment section doesn't matter. You know what you do?
I can say it, but these are grown adults. I'm not going to spend time making...
Put a goddamn emoji in the chat.
Okay?
Because that's how they identify themselves. And on top of that, he had a conversation earlier with them to tell them to try their best. So he spent the whole live. I thought he was coming. I thought that Jay was coming to his channel. But had a whole live saying, now listen, y'all, you was doing something else. I don't know if you was praying, getting your wine and your shit and your weed and thinking it was your time. I don't know. But he was on live and told his people, look, I know that y'all gonna be triggered. But because I understand that y'all are fucking adults and I did not fucking have none of y'all, and that y'all have made the conscious choice to subscribe and y'all have made the conscious choice to follow and y'all have made the conscious choice to come the hell over here. You didn't have to come over here, but you did. If they respond in that way, that's how they're going to respond. And he even told them, y'all, chill out. But he also realized they grown. And maybe if you actually focus in the conversation with CTV, you wouldn't be worried so much about the comment section. Why are you policing the comment section? It's like you wanted to have this conversation on your platform so that you can prove to yourself how right you are. Because you said, it's not being wrong or being right. To you, yes, it is. You have a point to prove. And it's sad because, my brother, you're going through such desperate attempts to prove it. And then get upset when your viewpoint is challenged and can't even present a solid argument to be able to evolve. Because, see, you want to deal with the conversation at the surface level. A conversation builds and grows. We dig into the meat and potatoes. You still dealing with the appetizers, bro. You still dealing with the salad. The salad is the promissory note that food will soon arrive. The food is here, but you want to eat the salad. And they're talking about you ain't full. Well, that seems like it's your fault.
Nigga, you told them to put a TV in the chat, but you can't tell them to put a 1 or 7.
Excuse me, Jay. You are the one here choosing to engage in the comments, and then you want to make me responsible for whatever your engagement is. I'm focused on you. I'm focused on you, and you're focused on them, but you're trying to blame me for your engagement with them. Make it make sense, sir.
Tell them to put a 1 or 7 in the chat.
And was it not an ad in the chat when you caught me a serpent, but you don't want them putting 3s in places of 1s and 7s? Make it make sense.
Okay.
Make it make sense, sir. So you should be the only one given the right to insult me, to call.
He is Black God. That's why. He is God in the flesh. And according to the Bible, that he has converted and put some goddamn oil sheen and cocoa butter on it to turn it black, even though it's still white as snow on the inside. He is believing what God has said, that the black man is God and he cannot be goddamn challenged. So, I mean, we on this platform, we should have known this already, that he was going to pull such foolish tactics because he didn't have the wherewithal to actually deal with the conversation. Women is tired of some of you niggas acting basic in the mind and then want them to give the coochie up. You need to step your mind up to get the nookie. And y'all trying to beat the nookie open. Open up her mind and the legs will follow. Open up her heart and the legs will follow. Open up her spirit and the legs will follow. Y'all trying to work with God on the outside in instead of the inside out and get mad when you get resistance. You're doing it in the wrong way. That's why it's called the Old Testament for a reason.
Be out of my name to yell and scream and elevate your voice, but yet you want total and perfected decorum in the comment section. Mm-hmm. You're not leading by example. Nope. Is what I'm saying to you. Nope. In short.
Nope.
You're not leading by example. And I came here to talk to you, but you're here talking to them. So as far as I'm concerned, you might as well just open the chat. Allow them to come up and speak to you.
Let's do that. How about that? Let's do that. Let's invite one of you stank rank hoes up in this chat.
So now, see, do you, girl? I'm gonna let speak for herself.
Let me bring one of you ratchet witches in the chat. Come on, come try your witchcraft against me, or let me guess, you're not gonna show your face like I am. You know how you know I'm. You can make fun of my features because I'm showing my face. Let me see one of you rank assholes show your face. Don't try to go put your face on in the bathroom. Don't try to draw your motherfucking eyebrows on and glue the goddamn eyelashes on. Oh no, I'm not. How about this? I'm gonna do like Kevin Samuels. You ain't getting on here if you can't show your fat, ugly face. You got all these people. I got 7 people trying to come on immediately. The only time you can come on is like Kevin Samuels said. You can't come on my platform and I've already seen Conscious TV's beautiful face. He's a handsome man.
Thank you, Gary. You're so humble and sweet.
And Conscious TV, Conscious TV is fly all the time. I want to see one of you fat. Look at this woman right here with this big ass head looking like a fucking a pit bull. She got one. You know how them big bulls have them big ass heads? Show your face when you call.
This is when you know, in reference to a debate, that you lost. This is when you know you lost, girl. When you can't even focus on the conversation, you got to go off and start attacking people as a way to regain control and stuff. That's not of God. So what y'all saying is that God has no intellect. He just be whooping motherfuckers' asses, girl. Fuck talking. What's talking for, bitch? What? But if that's the case, then I guess Christ died in vain. So apparently Christ died for nothing. So at this point, y'all had this nigga over here healing motherfuckers, being threatened and shit. This nigga in the goddamn garden crying blood and shit, asking God to pass the goddamn cup. But why pass the cup, Lord, when you just gonna whoop my ass anyway? Just do it. You want them to fall into victim mentality to where they start becoming subservient, like a fucking dog, beating it into obedience. This logic, I'm sorry, is trash. And now y'all can say I'm not being objective, but I feel like I am still in a spiritual standpoint, because this logic is trash. This logic is trash. Your logic, J-Leethal, hasn't provided anything of substance. Your commentary and the stuff that you brought in this live, I don't know about your other ones, but this particular live, is what happens when individuals have no logic to bring, no substantial thing to stand upon. You was bringing goddamn pie charts and graph charts from 2001 to 2006. How is that going to help us in 2022? A lot of shit happened. It's not even the same anymore. What happened in goddamn 2020 changed everything. Ricky, fucking hit the reset button.
That's the only disclaimer.
There's so much opportunity here for us to engage as a community.
We have an opportunity, but we're gonna have to get through all the bullshit and all the snarkiness. You remember what you said? You talked about this on camera. Mm-hmm. That's a funny thing. You know what else is on camera? Mm-hmm. 7 minutes into the conversation, before I barely opened my mouth, you said your people were already being snarky.
And what did I tell them to do?
Now I'm going to
don't forget me telling them, don't be snarky.
Yeah.
So you told me that I did not get any of your phone.
And then you said in your live, though, when he said, J-Leethal, y'all don't be snarky until the time. And you said, yeah, because we going to get snarky. So you can't be mad. Again, you already told us the rules on your house. You going to get snarky. There's a time to beat ass. So I guess it's ass whooping time now. I guess we didn't pass the snarky stage, and now it's time to whoop bitches' asses now. Okay. My bad. I forgot where we was at. I'm sorry.
I didn't say anything to that, and I did.
That's why I'm not dissing.
I even went live before we went live and told them.
I'm not dissing you, Conscious. I'm dissing these big bullhead hoes. I want to see one of you bullheaded hoes have the nerve to show your face. That's how I know that you'll mean something. Can you, for once in your life, stand on it? It's easy to comment something. You look like the KKK hiding behind a motherfucking sheet. Are y'all serious right now? You really want to talk shit in the anyway? We're not gonna let that. I'm gonna get back to my point, Conscious.
Thank you.
Okay, you wanted to know why these hoes are gonna get beat. These hoes are gonna get beat, nigga. And guess what? I'm gonna say another thing, Conscious. Here's another hot take. I'm gonna take you straight to the motherfucking hot take. Here's another hot take. The only reason these hoes aren't getting beat like they need to be when they need to be, I didn't say all the time, but if you want to call beating physically putting your hands on somebody because of something, then the hoes need to get beat. And the only reason why these hoes aren't getting beat is because the police are in the way. And the only reason the police are in the way is because they are protecting these stank ass hoes because they know these hoes. Funny thing enough, you know who has the highest domestic abuse rates?
Why they going to the police though? If they was in agreement that this was holy and divine of God, they wouldn't go to the police because they would understand that this is of God. They would know this. They would understand this. But obviously, some of you motherfuckers is abusing it. That's why it's called abuse, because it's not just one time. It's never just really one fucking time. Now, in some cases, I guess, because later on, Miss K came on. She said that she got, a discipline one time, and that was enough for her. Understandable. I got whooped as a child, and there was some time that kind of helped me to kind of just bring me to reality. Like, anything can happen to me. Anything can happen to me. But at the same time, it helped me to take accountability of my life. At the same time, so it's about how you look at it. But it just,
TV, the motherfucking police.
Oh yes, that's the thing. That's the thing. I'm sorry, the police. Yes, of course they're going to the police, girl, because they obviously don't feel protected by you. And especially with black women who be on the main goddamn lines when it come down to Black Lives Matter, as far as these black men and holding down black men and letting black men sleep on their goddamn couch with no money and shit, musty, smell like White Castles and shit, playing PS5 all goddamn day, driving their car with no license and don't even put no gas in it. Y'all walking around doing all this other type of stuff. Y'all not even honoring black women the way they deserve, and they want to be honored. But the reason why you mad at the police is because the police is taking away the only outlet that you have as a black man in reference to some form of control. You mad because the one that oppresses you is taking away your toy, taking away your outlet, your only connection to God, to the point to where you can't even honor God within yourself. So now you got to beat on somebody else to honor the God in you and say, God gave me the reason. God gave me the right to whoop your ass, to prove to you that you are God. Well, there are so many other ways to walk in your godhood and your kinghood. But see, that would be too much like right, and it'd be a little bit too much like difficult for you. Which is why it's easier for you to go ahead and go this route, which is why these women now in the chat are now bitches and hoes, and stank ass hoes, still-headed ass bitches, balk chicken head ass bitches, all this stuff now.
I wasn't gonna go on that. I know you're defensive. I'm not defensive.
I just thought that you were gonna go there.
No, I know I come at the LGBT.
When I tell you CTV, understand the assignment, girl.
The police have look it up. The actual
You understand the assignment, girl.
They go home, they beat their wife mercilessly and have the nerve to put on a badge and tell me I can't do 1/10 of that. Now, that's a whole nother conversation.
Yeah. Just like niggas. We ain't got to get the whole meal. Give us the scraps. Give us the bones. Give us that. Give us the leftovers. So you okay with a leftover ass? Okay.
To make it right though, Jay, is my question. Like, just because they also do it, is it now right?
No. Fuck the police. My point in bringing the police up, I never give a fuck about the police. I said, if you listen to me, I said, these hoes are gonna get beat. Nobody can stop it. You tell me who's gonna stop a black man from hitting his woman if he wants to. The woman,
the black woman is gonna stop it.
No, you're not. You don't have the physical strength. You don't have the fucking man. You don't have the firepower.
It's called a pistol, J-Leethal, and black women are armed.
I said you don't have the firepower. I have a pistol too. I got a pistol too. If we just we take 10 paces and spin, bitch. How about that?
See, that's the thing. Now it's the anger part. Now it's the fact that he, again, y'all, I guess he's gonna respond to me. I'm sorry. I mean, I'm sorry, but not sorry. I mean, when you have this much just it being blatant, girl, you can't be mad at people responding. I mean, that's just publicity for him. So any publicity is good publicity. But we gonna give some kind of balanced publicity. Bruh. That's why I said they're trying to get you to understand with patriarchy is that when it comes down to men's expression of order and control, it's violent. It's violent. And it's destructive. But those aren't the only ways to communicate. Y'all want to do that because it's easier for you to establish control as opposed to actually exhausting all the goddamn options. Because you revealed later on in the goddamn video live that you said the only reasons you see women being able to hit, for a woman to be hit, is if she put the child's life in danger, which is probably why you built that case with Kim K, even though it hasn't been validated that this man is a goddamn pedo. You just feel some type of way because your daughter decided to sit on another nigga lap and is taking your goddamn place. What did you do to get in that place? You say a lot of times it's push away. Yeah, sometimes they push your ass away if you're not contributing to the fucking household as far as the mental and emotional support. Because once again, it's a partnership. Because women give something to you that your ass need and that your ass want. And in order for you to get that genuinely and authentically without fear, there has to be love and a common understanding and a mutual understanding there. And it makes it seem as if though that man can never be out of alignment. And if so, God will be able to get him. Well, apparently white man is God in America, girl. So, I mean, is that the manifestation? According to a lot of y'all damn logic, because white people have so much control that they ass is God, and we using Bible and their white religion to look at a white God. And J-Leethal, you made the whole thing about, oh, you know, and I agree with it. Oh, you got these black men shooting each other. Why ain't they going after goddamn George Zimmerman? Well, nigga, why you ain't going after him? Why ain't you getting some gang shit together and saying, okay, nigga, we gonna gang stalk this motherfucker? Why ain't y'all doing that? Why ain't you leading by example? You got the pistol too, right?
You tell me. Hold on, because now I'm on my rant. You really wanted to know. I'm finally exposing myself. I'm exposing myself in front of all these ugly, bullheaded hoes. The moment I told these bullheaded, bulldog having assholes to show their face, all of them dropped out the call. When I put here, this is how I know you hoes are ugly. I put the comment in there. I said, join me to have a conversation. 10 bitches called. Then when I said, show your face like Kevin Samuel said, they all left. Ooh! Ooh! Andre, what up?
Period.
Hold on. I want to hear nothing but Andre real quick. Andre, you got 5 minutes. It's all you.
It's crazy because
I'm listening.
very crazy because hitting women is very disrespectful. Not only that they
May I ask real quick? Are you a male or a biological male or a biological female?
Now here we go. Now, when this person got on, but I ain't gonna lie, Andrew, you know, with the do-rag on it, I'm just saying I was kind of confused a little bit myself. I'm just saying, no disrespect, but I'm just saying there are some people who just, it is what it is. But it's so funny that when Andre came on, when he came on the live as a black male being raised by a woman, right? Got on the live. Again, this is a black man. This was an excellent opportunity. This was a black, cis, hetero man. I mean, boy. The next generation. The one that you are making this channel for them. J-Leethal. And you had the opportunity to have that conversation. But then when Andre came out of his mouth and said, you know, hitting women is like very disrespectful. Now it's the fact of, wait a minute, are you male? Because it's like if he is, because you didn't know that time, but it's like if he is a male, it's like, bruh, okay, let me introduce you to Bro Code 101. Let me let you know what the man word is about. It's like white supremacy, girl. White people don't talk about them being white. What's understood needs no explanation. Because when they have to identify with being white, now they have to identify with all of the bullshit that comes with it. So now when you have bro code, what's up, Amber? So now that you have bro code, it's kind of like, don't ask, don't tell, bruh. You supposed to be a man, bro. What the fuck you doing? You fucking your bro over. What? Even if your bro fucking shit up. That's why so many niggas on the corner now that be doing all this dumb, destructive shit. And that's why a lot of niggas is down on the corners doing dumb, destructive shit. And they following, once again, the land of lost boys. But let's hear what happens with this encounter with Anja. And Anja, once again, is a black, cis, hetero male. This is the opportunity for you to walk in your kingdomhood. But see, you told him about another kingdom. And it ain't the goddamn kingdom of light.
I'm sorry, brother. Look at me. You can look at me. It's okay. Relax.
You just said brother. So you asked that question. So it was a rhetorical question. So now what you say? So now it's brother. Okay. So now you know. Okay, good. Now you know.
Look at me. Are you a biological male or a biological female?
I'm your son.
Are you a biological male or a biological female? Okay, so if you're a biological male, I need you to look at me in my face and stop fidgeting and say.
Do you see the policing, ladies and gentlemen? the policing. I just told y'all, look, now I gotta get him bro code 1-on-1. I need you to talk to me in my face. And it's so crazy, Jay. When you got on the live with Anja and you got on the live with Knockout Media, you were giving this very aggressive energy. But you were saying the women in the LGBT community is worthy of being respected, be treated as docile because you see them as docile. But now that another black man is coming up, now you feel like you got to nut up. Ain't that what niggas do on the corner? Isn't that what niggas do when they see other niggas? It's about dominating and seeing who is better than who is the king and all this stuff. See, now you trying to push that. Once again, patriarchy on him. Well, when you're looking at me, look me in my eye and don't be fidgeting or whatever. First of all, this is somebody who came up who was probably nervous. Did you ever consider that? This was your time to be able to have a conversation with him, just like if you, like you said, you do with your son, or a healthy relationship with your son. But let's see how this plays out, y'all. Now the mama got involved, so now the individuals that J-Leethal calls his and dusty ass bitches, now the mom is coming in. Let's see how this situation happens. That's why a lot of times, shout out to Conscious TV, bitch, CTV, because girl, bitch, when you stay ready, you ain't gotta get ready. Nigga, we came onto your channel to see how you was gonna act. And you sat up here and completely, I'm letting you know as a black man, completely missed out on the whole opportunity to manifest the title of your video, the title of your live. You did everything except that. So let's see how this plays out.
You're not gonna talk to him like that. Now he got up here to talk. He said he's gonna let him talk. So let him talk.
He's a
Okay,
kid.
as I said, I'm talking to this. Sir, are you a biological man?
You was a drunk ass and you was an asshole.
We still not showing your face, man. Hold on. I'm gonna have to remove you from the chat because you're still not showing your big bulldog-headed ass.
See, but this is a righteous man of God. Amen.
Logic, I'm gonna let you come on.
Yes, come through, God.
Because I know you showed your face. I know you got something to say, and I know you're probably laughing at a lot of this logic. But I want to see one of these bulldog-headed assholes call in. What these hoes, y'all was the same way. Y'all laughed when Kevin Samuels died, didn't you? But if Oprah Winfrey dies,
don't talk about his God, girl. He's a Western name stand, Kevin Samuels stand.
One of these stupid assholes died. Oh my God, you were laughing. Look, I'm gonna show this real quick.
Yes, come through.
Now I'm about to go in on the comments. Now, Conscious, I love you, and this has nothing to do with you. I promise.
Girl, Conscious like bitch. I ain't had to prove that. You proved yourself.
This is in the comment section of Conscious TV.
Mm-hmm.
Kevin Samuels was broke.
Girl, you went to the whole. So this was like, girl, was this a setup? This sounds like a setup that you wanted to get at the goddamn comment section, because I know CTV has been having a lot of interesting conversations about black men and how they showing up and shit like that. And a lot of black women are there, and you're probably hearing these conversations in your own life. So, you know, this is the time where the hotel can, yeah, bro, you say you're not a hotel, you could afford me. Their energy is very hotel. You're that whole insecure ass, deeply hurted ass black man, girl. Somebody got to stand up and do something. So now, why not J-Leethal? I mean, your name is J-Leethal. You said your name is Lethal. You explained to us and gave us a 20-second commercial about what lethal means and how you lethal with it, and you lethal with the hands and you lethal with the guns, all the stuff these whole tech niggas be saying. But yet you're sitting here and taking screenshots of people talking about y'all savior. At this point, I don't even think y'all believe in the damn Bible. Y'all believe in the word of Kevin Samuels.
Again, ad hominems. How the fuck do you know how many dollar bills Kevin Samuels had in his pocket? You hoes are stupid. And as a matter of fact, if you paid any attention to Kevin Samuels at all, which I know you did, you would have, and I know you were mad at it. He had about $10,000 in donations every night.
Amen.
Niggas sending him $500 super chats every
and he
single
can't
night,
use it where the fuck he at.
Going live on Instagram and Facebook.
Got all that money for nothing.
Simultaneously, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday. And you're telling me the man was broke when he died? Ad hominems. You hoes are miserable. You don't want to accept facts. Let me read something else. You stupid bulldog-headed assholes have to say in the comments. Look at this woman in Conscious TV's comments. Why y'all? Oh no, this isn't a woman. It's just a bitch ass nigga.
Here come the gay shit, girl. Nigga. Come on.
And what's the word that we should call this bitch ass nigga? Y'all call women who agree with us pick-me's. Y'all call them pick-me's. Look at this one right here. Hold on, I have another receipt. I'm not even gonna pull that out right now. You called the woman who agreed with me pick-me's. What about this little effeminized ass nigga talking about why y'all think these black men were crying and doing think pieces and getting tattoos of a man they didn't know? Look at that. You're mad because people got tattoos of Kevin Samuels because he represented something to them. You hoes got Marilyn Monroe tattoos. You bitches got tattoos of blonde-haired white women on your motherfucking body. Blonde-haired white women. You walk around with blonde hair on your head, have the nerve to get mad when somebody get a Kevin Samuels tattoo. Oh, and you say Kevin Samuels was your god. Okay, well, if Kevin Samuels was my god, then Oprah Winfrey's your god. And if Oprah Winfrey dies of a heart attack, I want to see all of us laugh at that shit, right? Oh, there we go. The heart of inspiration. Let's show her face.
Now, I would say this. This woman right here, I'm thankful for her. I don't watch her channel and I don't know her like that, but I need to get into her. Something in my spirit says I need to. But shout out to Heart of Inspiration coming up there. And once and Conscious CTV said something in his live that was so profound. When she came up, it was like, okay, now let me come with the maternal part. You coming up here with the hyper masculine and like you, what is it? Admit later on in the commentary, Jay, that it was hard to express or understand the maternal, feminine, divine feminine energy from Conscious, because even though you say you respect him, you do agree and you do have your beliefs about him being part of the LGBT community, whatever. Okay. It was harder for you to probably experience that. But now you have someone on here who has that motherly energy, who has kids of her own. Even in the way that she talks and how she delivers it, you can feel the love, the energy, and the patience. And ladies and gentlemen, I want you to see how J-Leethal treats this woman. Because now you treating somebody who is giving you the energy of your mother. Okay, baby, let me talk to you, baby. Okay, babe, I understand, baby. Come on, let me talk. Trying to diffuse the situation. You up here calling women bitches and hoes, nigga, you on fire. She came to be the water to help calm it down so that we can get back on track. Because once again, hello, the comment section came for a conversation. And Jay, you're not providing that. That's like going to the Apollo and you coming up there saying you finna sing a gospel song like that's gonna save you, and you come up here sounding like noise. You gonna get mad and because the crowd saying wop wop, but you singing about Jesus as if though they wasn't gonna wop wop your ass. That's what it seemed like. Anyway, let's see how this beautiful queen responds to this individual.
Hey, Heart. Hey,
Good evening, Conscious. Good evening.
Good evening, Heart of Inspiration.
Good evening. Good evening, J-Leethal.
Thank you.
So, young king, I'm going to give you the respect. Okay, I'm going to give you respect. I just ask that I get respect in return. Is that all right? Thank you. I appreciate that. So I understand that this evening was supposed to be about why it's your position that Black men should discipline physically and corporally their wives or their significant others that they've had, that they have a family with. Okay? And I want to start out by telling you this. I actually agree with you on some things as far as how Kim Kardashian West conducted herself. I raised my kids where they did not know if I was dating somebody, I didn't introduce them to anybody, you know what I'm saying? Once things were split and I was single. I just believed in that, right? You did not meet my children unless you were going to be in my children's lives for good. Now, that might be something that's lost on this new generation. I don't know. I'm a woman. I'm 54 years old. Maybe. I don't know. But that's how I believe, right? And I also had my children by, Chicago man. So I know how Chicago men roll. Okay. And Kanye rolled like every Chicago man I know rolls. And they was not having it. Their young child, their young daughter, all over social media, is all in public, all sitting on this man's lap that now we come to see she's no longer with anyway. Right. That being said, so we agree on that. Okay. What I very much and vehemently disagree with, though, is that a man has the right to put his hands on a woman, to put a woman in a dog cage, as I've heard you mention. I don't, that does not compute with me, especially because I'm a woman now who grew up in a household where I myself had to put my mother's shoulder back in her socket more than once, that I had to treat my mother's wounds at the hand of my father. Fair enough. Now, they stayed together until we were all grown, and later on in life, he definitely apologized. A lot later, and some would say too little too late, because he had traumatized an entire household of 4 children. And my mother, to this day, who's 70-some years old. So I want to understand from you, and I understand that there's a lot of, people not following you in the chat, but I want this to be here. Can we just stay here?
I'm here. I'm with you. I'm with you and me. Okay. Nobody's here except you and me right now. Conscious is here as well.
Okay. Which is my dear friend. Yes. Even though you ain't call me back. Anyway. I love you.
I got you.
Oh, Conscious, you like, you not calling you back, Conscious.
So, I need to understand from you why you think that you or any other Black man has the right to do that to a woman.
Okay. That's a fair question. I want to let it be known that I highly respect your situation with your mother and your father. I don't know the circumstances of that. I do hear that you said you have to put, with her shoulder and things, and I respect that. But also, if we're having a very honest discussion, I want to let it be known that our children, although they can be traumatized in ways by what they see, they also don't understand what they see many times either. Okay, so that's the one thing we need to.
That's why they traumatized. Because they don't understand. Wow.
To understand from children's perspective, they don't necessarily understand what they see, and if it's not being explained to them what's happening, then they really have more chance of being traumatized.
Okay, so what happens with so daddy can tell you why it's okay to I'm sorry, I'm on Instagram. My bad. So it's okay for you for her, excuse me, the child to come to the daddy and the daddy say, look, your mom got out of line. And like, for example, let's take Heart of Inspiration's story about how, once again, she had to help her mom put the arm back in the socket. So it's not just your ideas, J-Leethal, about what you believe to be a righteous beating people. It's so subjective because man is God, which means he can do whatever he wants, right? So a lot of men are doing these other things, is what I'm saying. So once again, back to the child psychology. Let's say, for example, Jay, you hit your woman and you hit her a little too hard to where one of her teeth is knocked out. She get hit and she spits up a tooth. So of course the child is gonna find where mama at and see what's going on with mama. So imagine the 2 different conversations that this child is having with both you and the mother. The mother sitting here crying, hurting, and then having to be strong in front of her child. So her child doesn't see her hurting. And once again, because she's a divine feminine, she's dealing with the emotional part of her that is energy in motion that you feel. And all human beings, I don't give a fuck if you're a God or not, you're going to feel emotions, especially on the physical plane. So the child is feeling the emotions, and then the child comes to you to have a conversation, and you're dealing with the mental aspect of it to tell the child, oh, well, I had to hit your mind because of woo, 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 and woo. And guess what? The Bible, the book that we all follow, because in this house, we will serve the Lord, says I can do this. Now, imagine having that conversation with a girl. A girl has to now then grow up in fear that one day she will get her ass beat. So now she has to find a way to be prompt and primped and proper and all this stuff so that the ass whooping doesn't happen. But guess what? The ass whooping ends up happening somehow. Because the man can do whatever the fuck he wants. Even when the ass whooping is unjustifiable. Guess what? God, well, my trump card is that God told me to, so fuck it. But then what happens to the young boy who ends up seeing that situation? Now he grows up thinking it's okay to hit women. So what if he ends up going to school and ends up hitting another girl? My father said it was okay. He does it to my mom. And then he told me that that's power and control over women and that I am a God, so I can do it. So now he's hitting little girls at the school. Or now when he gets older and he's dating women, now he feels like it's okay to hit a bitch in the face if she don't comply with you. Do you not see how that trauma happens? But see, you're stuck. But see, you're okay with that because in your mind, you are God. How dare these motherfuckers question me? Bitch, the Bible says I'm above y'all. I'm giving y'all grace and mercy for y'all to even talk to me. So how dare y'all come up here to completely disregard the Heart of Inspiration story, which is a part of experience, which is a part of fact. And the fact that these black women are talking about, that you are blatantly ignoring. Because to be honest, your ass might be guilty of some of the horrible shit that Heart of Inspiration had to probably go through as a child. Allegedly.
That's the first thing. You don't know what happened actually with your mother and father, and I don't know, should I say. Maybe you do. Maybe he explained it to you and apologized. I don't know what happened with your
and she just told you what happened.
particular father.
So you ain't gotta specify, you ain't gotta guess, you ain't gotta wonder. She just gave you an expression of that. Just like you ain't had to give us a full expression about what's the name being a pedo, even though you're looking at it and it assumes that is. Okay. All right.
All I do know is that a lot of people use the word abuse, and I don't agree with that definition every time. Now, you asked me a specific question. You said, why do I feel like a man should have the right, you said the right, to put his hands on the woman that he has a child with? I feel like when a woman gives a man the right to put his hands on her when she has a child with him. If she wants that child to be protected by him, she is signing a contract, a non-verbal contract, basically.
A non-verbal contract. Come through Hollywood back end, get fucked in the back end deals. What? So she's getting married to something that she's not aware of. Okay, I got you.
She is signing. That's how now I'm not saying this is somewhere in the Constitution that you can look it up. I'm saying
it's unspoken. This is nigga logic.
All of the white man's laws. Can
right.
you and me agree that the white
this
man
black Jesus saying whooping ass?
Sure, I can agree with that.
Okay. Now I would ask the chat, but I'm not even going to talk to
them. This is just me and you, darling.
Yes, thank you.
So me and you could agree.
So that's funny when Heart of Inspiration says it. Oh yes, because now you're talking to a black woman. So now you have the power to be able to use your persuasion of being the black God over her. But when Conscious told you the same thing, then it was no, fuck these bald head hoes, these bald head hoes. Let's continue further.
That white people should not be over us, meaning the police in particular. White police in particular.
I would agree.
Okay. Now and thank you for that. This is what I like. I like actual yes and no's, and we can go from there. And I'll give you that same respect, man. So you said
you ain't getting no yes or no's.
By proxy, the white how do I say, police should not be over us. Okay. Now, if the white man is not going to be over us, if the white police power structure and hence the court system and hence the Constitution and all of this is not supposed to apply to Black people, when I'm giving these hypotheses, when I'm giving these statements, I'm speaking about the future Black. I'm talking about Wakanda, goddamn.
Okay, and also, too, let me say this. I'm tired of you hotep ass niggas so in the future, girl, but y'all denying the present. How you gonna get to the future you want if you ain't being present in the present moment? See, a lot of y'all got this whole fear that everybody gonna be gay and the population gonna be destroyed, girl, brought down. Y'all got all these future agendas that has not been fully manifested, but then feel some type of way when we talk about what's actually happening in the present moment. That has fully manifested because y'all are connected to it. See, if y'all just do y'all part, then you have the right to challenge everybody else. Do your part first. Make sure your part is in place and in order first. Then you can go ahead and dictate everything else. It's a lot of people, because you use the analogy of a business and employees. It's a lot of goddamn businesses that has went under. It's a lot of businesses where employees have came to fuck Batgirl and shot up the goddamn place, girl. I'm just saying. I understand what you got going on in your mind, but you have to also accept the objective fact. The reality of what is, sir.
Just for lack of a better word, I'm talking about the Black place without white people. So a lot of people don't know how to think in the future. I'm already in the future mentally, so I know what this shit is gonna be. And I know it's gonna sound. I sound like a nigga who's saying the Earth is round or the Earth is flat, or I sound like I sound whatever, but. In a couple of years, however many years it takes, we are going to come to the conclusion that yes,
just like y'all been waiting so long for Christ to come back, girl. Interesting.
There are times when she should get a smack. For instance, let me tell you a story, ma'am. I show a lot of videos. I have a weekly show on Mondays. I show a lot of videos. I think I deleted most of my videos that I have about it. Can I show you a quick little video? Is that okay?
Is this the one with the young man that came home with a child, that came home to his mama?
No.
Okay.
I have a few different videos. How do you feel about women like this?
One day I feel like I'm gonna have to look in the mirror and take accountability for my actions and realize that I am the toxic one. Maybe I am the problem. But not today, bitch, because it's never me. It is always the man, ladies. Remember that. We are never wrong.
Did you hear that?
Yes, I did.
I see a slight smile there.
Well, I'll tell you why I see a slight you see a slight smile. See, what I am is a spiritual mother, and I help women and I help men if they're willing to grow spiritually and grow to a place of peace and a place of neutrality. I was a Christian minister. I'm still a
keyword neutrality. Keyword neutrality. I like that. Being able to be objective and to be able to see it from both sides and then make up truth from both sides, because both sides got something to bring to it. J-Leethal is focused on okay. No, fuck it, it's my channel. J-Leethal is focused on individuals who are getting back at him. He's mad at the women that's getting back at him. He's mad at the women no longer having control. He's mad that he no longer has control over these women. So now let me beat it out of you. So you're using all these examples where women, it's going to be a moment in time. Just like you said, there's a time and place. Maybe there's a time and place to where they don't need, niggas don't, they don't really need y'all, honestly. They don't need y'all. Y'all want it, but not need it. Especially at this state of mind. Not saying women don't want y'all, but not at this state of mind. It's not worthy of being worshipped. It's not worth. At this point, it's like worshiping a false idol. Y'all walking around with this false idol energy. To where you... Okay.
But I no longer practice. Okay. And so instead, I've come to the understanding of a grander spirituality, a source of creator, and tapped into my Native American heritage, and then also my Egyptian and Kemetic heritage.
Okay.
So what I see there is I see a woman who's broken, and this is why she's spilling the toxicity.
Correct.
And if I might be so bold, and please don't take this wrong, I see a lot of hurt in you as well. So if you want to talk about Wakanda, if you want to talk about Kemet, if you want to talk about where our ancestors were and how we lived prior to colonization and prior to the introduction of the European version of Christianity, then you'll know that men and women lived in harmony and understanding that what the woman's strengths were as far as spirituality and sight and nurturing, and this was what we were here to do, that was revered, and that by the same token, the man's role in hunting and protecting and taking care of the tribe and that in building and doing other things, that was also revered. However, and even to this day, in native, both in native over in on the African continent, I know I personally friends with a number of different tribes and a number of different countries, and even my own Native American heritage. To this day, it is still understood that it not only just takes this village, but it takes the village of those that respect each role and respect each other in their humanity and in their person. It was not looked upon well when someone took a hand, okay? It would not have been looked upon well had the leaders, if we still had that cultural knowledge and spirituality within us, and that was still bred within us, and we were acting like slaves and slave owners, it would not have been taken well.
See, you're not even present in the damn shit. Girl, she is talking to you, and you is talking to... show your face and stand on what you believe if you want to join the chat. Here it is. Girl. I'm so glad it happened on your channel.
Simply because he might not have liked
the universe works in good and mysterious ways, and I see it.
Right. That's beautiful. Let me finish. It would not have been taken well, for we didn't know which daddy was coming home, or for him to beat my brothers until they bled. So now my father had a whole lot going on that happened, and psychological and other issues that had happened to him when he was a child, things that had happened to him as a child. That trauma, then, if you think that children don't know or they don't understand or they whatever, the trauma, the energy of that trauma was within your cells.
Yeah.
Until someone like me comes along and says, let me help you deal with this and guide you through that process. You may call it witchcraft. I call it energy healing. We take your pick. It does not matter to me. I've been called worse.
Right.
So my point to this is that the respect of the person and the human and the spirit of who that person is should be given from both sides. And when I see a bunch of hurt people hurting hurt people,
right?
When I see Mr. Samuels, then I say, well, awesome that he. Of course not. I don't want him there, especially not the way that he went. However, that was a hurt man that was looking for and only gaining monetary gain based on all the division that could be caused. Now, to some of what he said, perhaps I might agree with a little bit, but his delivery left a lot to be desired. And Young King, I think that there's probably something down there inside that we can both agree with, but the delivery, sir, is where I'm having this issue. And I don't think, do you have children? Do you have any children yourself? Do you have a daughter?
I have kids.
Okay. So I think Conscious mentioned this earlier. I don't know that you would want your daughter if you have one.
You asked me? You would like to ask me?
I just asked you, did you have a daughter?
No, but would you like to ask me hypothetically? Like,
absolutely, because Conscious asked you and you didn't get to answer the question. So I'd love to know. What would you say if that happened and your daughter is now older?
If my daughter was with the man that she gave a baby to?
Yes.
Then I would say, okay, well, ma'am, baby, this is what is going on right now. Okay? What happened? First of all, I would want to know what happened, right? Because first of all, if you have a baby, I want to know about the dad. I want to know he's a follower of Christ in the Most High God. I call it Christ. I call it the Christ anointed, the Most High God.
That's
right?
Totally fine, sir. Yeah.
Yahweh, right? Okay. So We want to know if he follows that. If he follows that, and I talk to that man, and I remember, because this is the whole reason why you walk somebody down the aisle. Do you know who traditionally walks?
Absolutely. My father walked me down the aisle. I know.
Do you know, and you know the reason why, right?
That's to represent in the Christian realm, that is to represent the Father giving the Christ.
Right. So if you're talking about my daughter, I would raise my daughter under a Christian ideology, and I want my daughter to be with the man who follows a Christian ideology. And if that man follows a Christian ideology, and I agree with the fact that that man follows the ideology of the Most High God, she got with this man, and this man hit her.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want her black eye, hit her, black arm, I don't know, hit her. Would I like it? No. But the same way, if my son came to me and said, hey, I was doing some dumb shit, okay, because a follower of the Most High God is not going to abuse you. You mentioned, ma'am, I just want to be, and this is one thing I need to, let me calm down. I need to let it be known that I'm a very passionate person. And for someone to tell me I'm angry, and that's an assumption, fair enough. But that's like me saying Conscious TV is a certain way because he speaks like this, or he sounds like a woman, or
yeah. I mean, in the reality, bro, hell yeah, y'all already think that. When a nigga got a high pitched voice and he got a switch in his walk, y'all call him gay, and look at how y'all treat him. What?
It sounds to me that people are making assumptions based on. In other words, I am very passionate. I used to be in 3rd grade, and they used to say, Josh, why are you talking so loud? Why are you screaming? It's not about pain.
Passion.
But I just want to let it be known, because a lot of people, you're not the first person. My mother mistakes. A lot of people mistake my delivery because you mentioned my. No.
I'm sorry, and I'll let you finish. I didn't mean delivery in your intonation. We are passionate people. We're melanated here. We're passionate. So I don't feel in the least bit that your anger or any vitriol or anything given towards me. I just want everybody to know that. I meant delivery and what you're saying, right? And what you're saying. When you use language like putting someone in a cage like a German Shepherd, that language, you understand what I'm saying? Yeah. That can be a little rough. So go ahead, sir.
Fair enough. So I just want to let it be known to you that when I move forward, if you see a vein pop out right here, it's not because I'm mad at you or because I'm trying to win or anything. It's just that's how I talk in general. I can talk about Kobe Bryant when Kobe Bryant scored his last 60 points for the Lakers. Did you see that? And it's the same. Okay, so I want to let it be known. You mentioned your father or someone smacking a woman because he didn't like dinner. That's what you specifically gave as one of your examples.
That was one of them, yes.
That was one of the examples. But I want to let it be known that that's an example of abuse. You see, I've never championed abuse, and
Sir, you just said earlier that black men is God and can do whatever the fuck they want to do, and they get to decide. And what I'm saying, yeah, you might have an idea of what you believe to be righteous beating, but someone out there believes that's righteous beating as well. Because you're doing something wrong, and I told you not to do it. And if I said I wanted it at a certain temperature, it better be at that temperature. Or if I say I want this on the dinner, that food better be on the God, better be right the fuck there what I asked for. And because they disobeyed God. They didn't follow through with what God had asked them to do and told them to do. So therefore, now they have to deal with the consequences. And with it being God, that can look like anything. So all of this is abuse. Because you see it as a way to correct somebody when you're supposed to correct them with your words and your energy. But when you use physical things, that's instilling fear into them. And just like Homelander from The Boys, he said, I would love and prefer to be loved, worshipped, and adored. But if y'all don't want to give me that, y'all hoes, you bald head hoes, you bald head face ass hoes, bulldog ass hoes, that you out of your words, your mouth, guess what? Y'all can fear me then. That is a tactic of fear. I don't care how you dress it up. There's nothing righteous about it. There's nothing redemptive about it. It is low vibrating. It is egotistical, and it is out of fear. But that's okay, because the universe God source is going to show everybody how equal it is. They looking at the human part, and on top of that, spirit don't even care who you are.
Always.
So everybody get in touch.
Every time I talk about putting a hand on a woman, I say I do not condone abuse. Abuse as in abnormal usage of a thing. The same way you can get a prescription of drugs, but you can abuse those drugs, right? Your doctor gives you Vicodin for your broken leg, but you can abnormally use or abuse those same drugs. I'm not condoning abuse. I'm condoning the normal usage. And the normal order of a thing is, as you said, or as I said, I'm not going to say you, as I said, in my ideology, if a woman, if my daughter comes to me and said she was hit by her man, of course I would have questions. And a righteous man is not going to lay his hands on a woman for something that doesn't need to be. In other words, if my son came to me, let's give you the son example. If my son came to me and said, you know what, I was out at 3 a.m. and I went to the ATM machine and pulled out $600 from the ATM machine in a shady area, and I was counting my money like this. I was counting all $600 in the shadiest part of town at 3 a.m. and I got beat up and robbed. Would I be upset about it? Yes. Would I want to, you know what I would say ultimately? I would say that is your fault. You were out of line. So what I would tell my daughter, if she got hit by the father of her child that she willingly, openly laid down with, that means she should have already vetted this nigga, right? Like you told Kanye West, he should, not you, but I'm like people tell men, I'm not going to say names, but people tell men we should have vetted, then we both should vet. You let this man give you a child, now he's hitting you, so you have to ask yourself one or two things. Did you make a mistake, or is this a proper thing? Now, if he's abusing you, I'm gonna kill the nigga. Or if he's abusing you, I'm gonna kill the nigga. But if, like I said, under certain...
But you just said that you're not supposed to let no other nigga challenge you as a god. That the only person that can challenge God, a black man in melanated flesh, is the God above him. You said other men don't check other men. Other men understand this shit. We know this shit. Ain't no other man about to check no other man about how he treats his woman. So I need you to stand fully in the conviction of that, even if he is abusing him. That's his right as a God. Because y'all said that God is a wrathful and vengeful and spiteful and jealous God. Don't you think that deserves ass whoopings? And because he's God, he gets to decide what he wants to be jealous about. He gets to decide what he wants to be angry about. He gets to decide what he wants to act upon and what the consequence is. But yet, if somebody abusing your sister or your mom or your daughter, you gonna kill the nigga? Make it make sense. See, you want to be exempt, J-Leethal. And I'm sorry, it's not gonna happen. A lot of black men want to be exempt from the God source universe coming through and giving motherfuckers factory resets and checking motherfuckers. I'm sorry. White people gonna get their karmatic due, and so is everybody else who's on that energy. And the individuals who think like J-Leethal and then try to use these perverted ass ways to express their opinions and views that makes no damn sense. I'm so glad you got Hollywood burning in the background, because this is exactly what the hell is happening to the foundation of your arguments.
Conditions. Shit, if you put my grandson, if my daughter puts my grandson in a dress and my son hits her for that, I'm gonna give him a high five. How about that? Clip that, everybody, and put that on the internet. I would give my child's baby dad.
Girl, since Kevin Samuels died, girl, y'all trying to come for the crown. I see you coming for the crown.
If he hit my daughter,
yes, come through. Kevin Samuels Jr. in this bitch. Amen.
I gave that as an extreme example, because I'm telling you, as I need to keep relaying again, that I'm not condoning, I came in the house and it's 76 degrees, but I like it when it's 74 degrees, so I beat the fuck out you. Or I had a bad day at work, I beat the fuck out you. Or as you said earlier, I made you made dinner, but it wasn't that good, so I beat the fuck out you. These are instances of abuse and should never be tolerated. Mm-hmm. So I just don't want my position to be conflated with the position of an abuser. It's kind of like the Black Lives Matter. I'm gonna let you go right now, but it's kind of like the Black Lives Matter thing. I don't agree with the organization Black Lives Matter, but a lot of people will just throw me in that Black Lives Matter group, and they don't listen to my argument. I'm like, listen, don't throw me in that. I have my own argument. So if you're gonna come at me and call me all kind of abusers, do it, but listen to my argument. I'm not condoning abuse. I am simply saying there are times in which a woman needs to get her hands put on her, and the only reason why there will not be that is because the white man is protecting them, and not because he loves her. The white man is not protecting Black women by throwing us in jail because he loves her, because the white man is beating his white wife. The white man wants any reason.
And you wonder why they call you the white slave, and you wonder why they call you, or say that, not you, but say that Black men, a lot of them want to have a whip in their hand, just like white privilege. Oh yeah, it ain't me. No, I ain't doing it. I'm not abusing them. I'm not doing all this horrible shit. And it'd be so funny. The people who say they ain't doing it be the ones that be doing it. Now, I'm not saying you do it allegedly, because I don't know you, J-Leethal. But I'm just saying, those same people end up doing it and be doing it far worse. That is a reality too, sir. It may not be yours, but it's still a reality. So what these women are trying to get you to understand, that well, maybe you need to tell these niggas, hey, don't abuse these women. Only handle with this happen. Maybe educate the men on when they should hit a woman. How about that? Do a live, do a master class when you should slap your bitch. Do that so that you can help other men understand so that they don't abuse women. Do your God-given right. Go therefore and teach all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father, Son, Holy Ghost, and this goddamn pimp hand, bitch. Do that.
Throw the Black man in jail. The white man wants to put people like Jada Pinkett Smith as the head of the household. Okay, and so yes, I'm going to throw it back to you. But I love the utopia of our ancestors. But you know what's one thing, ma'am, that's true. That's very, very true. And I love the fact that you do healing work and all that. It's beautiful. But you know one thing that you and I both know in our heart of hearts, we can't prove what our ancestors did. We can't prove it. If we could,
and you could prove it, but you could prove the Bible though. Okay, girl. Okay. Prove the Bible.
I'm sorry. I'm just saying, like, let's look at each other. Let's look at each other. I'm looking straight at you. I'm saying we're here because this is how I want to let it be known how serious I am. You're a light worker, right? So this is my light right here. We don't know what our ancestors did. We don't know. Not in the way that you can.
But you know that God told you it was okay to put your hands on a woman in a righteous way, though. You understand that. A man in the sky told you that it was okay for you to do it. But you deny the hieroglyphics and all the paintings and shit like that literally show you what's going on. All righty then.
There was a respect for man and woman in Ma'at and all this. The hieroglyphics have not been successfully translated. I studied all of this.
Oh, okay, yes.
That's why when you ask,
why didn't you bring that up in the conversation? Help us see. Heart of Inspiration, CTV, Reckless. We're not coming up here to argue with you about what's right and what's wrong and all that other type of stuff or whatever, and trying to be right and trying to have this false, fake, egotistical ass way to prove themselves, a dick measuring contest. No, these individuals are coming up because they're genuinely trying to understand how you're extrapolating your conclusion off of the information you're given, and we're saying it's not enough. This whole thing with Kemet and all that type of stuff and the information that you have, bring it. You should have had all this already on file so that you knew what your talking points was. You should have said, you know what, Queen, I'm glad you brought that up. Let me drop this real quick. Something to support it. You are talking out the side of your neck. There is no foundation to it. Just because a bunch of other niggas said it's so, it means it's so.
10 Black people. You can't even get 10 Black people to admit they're Black. One's melanated, one's an Egyptian god, one's a Moor, one's a Hebrew Israelite, one's a Muslim. So when we start talking about listen, you know, this is how we were at one point in our ancestors. When we start this ancestor talk.
But you know about God being vengeful and spiteful and wrathful. You know about that though.
We got to be very careful because Steve Harvey is going to be somebody's ancestor one day with his coon ass.
That's
Tyler
true.
Perry is going to be somebody's ancestor one day with his coon ass.
Right.
Barack Obama is going to be somebody's ancestor. Oprah Winfrey, somebody's ancestor.
Yep. Kevin Samuels is your ancestor. You gonna be somebody's goddamn ancestors. We all gonna be somebody's goddamn ancestors. What point are you trying to get at, sir?
500 years from now. So which ancestors are we talking about? Because I come in the name of people like Moses who killed somebody when he saw something going on out of order.
But that's in the Bible, though. That hasn't been fully interpreted for real. And there are still books that are missing from the Bible that are under the Vatican. So you don't even have the complete goddamn version of the Bible. So you believe, girl, make it make sense.
That's
Make it make sense. Can somebody tell me in the comments if I'm crazy?
I got in the Bible after he killed a man.
So you skipped a whole lot there, sweetheart. Listen, okay. So can I? Just for a moment.
How you gonna sit and say fair enough?
And then I'm gonna go down because this was not me coming on here to talk to you. So I apologize to both of you. This was not me coming on here to take over.
What do you mean? What do you mean? What you mean to argue?
I'm saying this was this was you guys' thing, and I just kind of put it in.
Jay had wanted to really indulge y'all. He spent a lot more time communicating with y'all than he did me. So
right.
I told him to go ahead and just have the discussion we really want to have with the chat.
Right.
That's where his attention was this entire dialogue.
Right.
So, I saw it a little bit earlier. I was watching.
I want to talk to black people. Conscious TV, me and him have had 1,000,000 10-hour conversations.
Then why did you? So you wanted to get this. So at this point, it was a clout chase. And you put at Conscious TV. So you really wanted Conscious TV audience to come and then have a conversation with them. The black women. Because he has a lot of black women that watch him. The ones that you have a problem with. The way that they showing out need to be dealt with. So this was like a bait and switch type situation. That's kind of what it's giving here.
Talk to the black people in the chat. So go ahead.
Hold on, before you go. So why you need to? If I would have known,
No, I want to talk to you too, but I mean, since she's here.
You brought her up, and you ain't even talked to Conscious TV ass during the whole thing, bruh. You gave, and I'm so thankful of Heart of Inspiration coming up there because she also just proven how J-Leethal failed at this. Because you couldn't even give that to your host, but then you gave it to her. And I'm glad she had the time to speak, but still though, look at how much grace and mercy you gave her, but you ain't give it to the guest. And she's here. These people are here because of Conscious. Because they wasn't even finna come over here for you to have a conversation.
I'm with it.
I'm not disregarding you, Conscious. I'm just saying since she's here, I want to.
Baby, what you drinking on? Because I need to make sure I give me some of that tonight.
This is why we need black women and we need the divine feminine. Because look at how you had all that. You had all that rah-rah, it had all that heightened spiked energy, and then how the feminine force would have come in. They would have come in.
This is a divine energy, though. But
Now I want y'all to take my peek. Remember that. Hey, Jessica. He just said that he acknowledges that our beautiful sister here, our queen here, beautiful queen, Heart of Inspiration, is divine energy. I want you to see how J-Leethal proceeds to treat this divine energy once the divine energy tries to bring him or to help balance out his hyper masculine, excuse me, so that he can tap into his divine masculine, not the hyper extreme part that you're afraid to let go of. That's a part of your identity because it gives you some form of control, even if that means beating a woman's ass. Hell, it's a form of control. You'll take that. She is trying to use her divine feminine to tap into the divine masculine in you to bring you out of that trench of hypermasculinity that you have allowed yourself to be trapped in and actually come into the kinghood of who you are. Let's see how that transpires.
When she takes her time, and I but the people in the chat is who I wasn't rah-rah against this woman. I'm rah-rah against the dog, the big women with the big pit bull heads.
See, now.
They commented on me now.
I
Do I have to be a white worker?
understand.
Hell yeah, you God. Nigga, you God above all things. Your ways are not our ways, right? So you should be able to look at it.
I just did a video last night about how to control your emotions and change your life.
What's your channel name?
Heart of Inspiration. You'll find me everywhere with that name. I just did a video about that, how to control your emotions and change your life.
Okay, go ahead.
So now, this is what I would say to
Let me subscribe to her right now.
If I remember correctly, in the Bible, in the New Testament, right, it talks about, and I believe it's in Corinthians, if I'm not mistaken, about how husbands should love their wives, right, as Christ loves the church. Mm-hmm. Am I right?
Yeah.
So the Old Testament was all about fire, brimstone, and slapping you upside your head. Am I pretty accurate on that? That's the Negro version of that. The fire, brimstone, and slap you upside your head. Right? There was no space for real mercy. There was no grace. You had everything. It was everything eye for an eye and tooth for a tooth. It was that's what it was. And you had the only redemption thereof was through blood sacrifice, and it could only be done at certain times of the year of full blood sacrifice. And then you had to wait for the cycles of the Jubilee and the every 7 year, all these things, right? For all your debts and everything to be forgiven. But then we have Christ that comes down and is on this earth for 33 years and gives his life, sheds his blood, and rises again and pays the price, so that there would not have to be physical ramifications for one's sins, right? Because there's this mercy and this love and this space, this grace for you then to have your sins forgiven, and that there's this space then, and we are to be Christ-like. When I've read the Bible after the Garden of Gethsemane, and Peter chopped off the soldier's ear, Jesus didn't say good job, right? Jesus the Christ took the ear and healed the man and admonished him for doing it. So what I'm trying to understand is, at what point does a grown man get to treat his wife like a piece of property or like a child that he then gets to corporally punish? And under what circumstance? I mean, you gave me the one about the, putting the son and your grandson in a dress, and that's a whole nother conversation that has to happen, and I'm not in that right today. But I'm trying to understand on a day-to-day normal basis. And if you wonder why I'm looking over here, my screen is over here, my camera is here in my setup in my studio. So under what basis then, under a day-to-day normal everyday situation, because let me tell you something, my father was raised in the church. My mother was raised in the church. My ex-husband was raised in the church. I know a whole lot of people that say they're followers and this, that, and the third. But I'm trying to understand, at what point does a follower of Christ as a man have the normal day-to-day right to quote-unquote discipline as if I'm your child or I'm your property or I'm your slave? That's what I hear when you say that. I understand the difference between abuse, that you understand the difference between abuse and what you're calling discipline. But I'm still not clear what precipitates the need for or the right to discipline.
Right. What constitutes it?
Okay, fair enough. Can I start real quick from the beginning? What you mentioned, remember, you talked about Christ. Can we keep it on Christ real quick?
Sure.
So you mentioned that, so what I said was just for anybody, hold on. Just for anybody who's new in the chat, my name is J-Leethal. Everybody in the
Girl, I'm about to give you something to eat. I'm about to give you a snack. I was trying to hold a bitch. I'm sorry. Y'all gonna have to watch.
Hit women at the time.
Y'all gonna have to talk amongst yourselves and get something
Does
to
my
eat.
screen look all right? Can you kind of see me? I know, and it says here that my internet is a little blurry, but can you see me at least all right?
We can see you. It's a little lag, but probably just a little internet issue.
Okay, but you can pretty much hear me for the most part, right?
Yes, sir, I can.
Okay, so The question I said that under certain circumstances, a man needs to be able to put his hands on the same woman that he is expected to jump in front of a bullet for, right? So I used Moses as an example. I said God promoted Moses. I said I come in the name of the same God that promoted Moses after he killed the man, right? I used that example, and then you went to the New Testament, right?
I can go back to the Old Testament. You
No,
go back to Moses, baby. I'll go right back there.
No, but I'm going through the timeline of events.
Okay, no problem. Because I can go back there if you want to, because I know that one real well too.
No, we can go where you
No
went.
problem. No problem.
Is it? But is that what happened? I brought up Moses, and then you said I skipped steps, and then you went to the New Testament, right?
Yeah, I apologize. I didn't think we needed to go back through the Moses and the fact that he didn't get promoted until after he basically ran off, did his own thing, because he wasn't going to free his people that same way, and so he was gone for a long time.
Wait. I'm sorry. When did Moses run off?
Shortly thereafter, he killed the slaver.
Right.
When he recognized that that was not going to be the way to free his people, he left and became a Bedouin, right? And that's when he left and became a Bedouin farmer, a shepherd, married, right? Children, was traveling around. It wasn't until he was much, much older that then God came to him in the vision, and he was not even really wanting to go. He says, "Who am I? I'm but a Bedouin shepherd." And then God said, "What is in your hand?" And he said, a staff. And he threw down his staff, and it became a snake. And he grabbed it back up, and I'm with you. And that's when he went. But
okay. Well, can I ask you what were the name of Moses' children?
Oh, honey, now you gonna want me to go right on back down through there, and I ain't. Hold
on, Conscience. Hold on. I'm writing. We're just getting productivity. Can you Google for me Moses' children's name?
Productivity?
I've been silent forever now. I just wanted to
I wanted to ask her because we're getting to a good point now. You said Moses. Hold on. See? You said Moses.
I just wanted to say that at some point I want to be able to comment as well on this particular.
Of course. I'm about to be done right now. I'm about to let Conscious TV go right now, right when I establish this point. You said Moses was chosen by God after he had a wife and kids. What are Moses' kids' names?
I said a wife.
I actually can run it back.
Okay, so if I said children, okay, darling, that's fine. His mom.
Hold on. It's not fine. Wait, it's not fine because Moses didn't have children. That's not fine. See, that's like
according to 1 Chronicles 23:14, Moses had two sons, Gershom and Eleazar.
At what point did he have them? He had them. You're saying he had them after he killed the man, and he just lived a normal life? You're telling me. Okay, so Moses had kids and a wife the whole time he went on and did everything he did.
What I'm telling you, after when he went back, no, sir. I listen. I preached about a very long time. I don't know how old you are, darling, but listen. Moses killed a man when he was a young man in the court still in Egypt. Once he found out who he really was, okay, that's when he killed the man. And if you go back to your Bible, you'll find this out. And he left. He had to run off at that point. Now they had his brother, who was then going to be the Pharaoh later on after they grew up, said, no, that's okay. We'll take care of this. You can stay. But Moses already knew who he was at that point, and he couldn't stay. He couldn't stay there any longer. And he knew that was not, I'm paraphrasing, that was not going to free his people. And then he left, and that's when he became the Bedouin shepherd, and that's when he got married, and then he had the children, according to 1 Chronicles, what I just read to you.
Right. But what I'm saying is, God came to him.
Mm-hmm.
After he had wife and children.
After he left, after he killed, what I'm saying is God came to him because of him killing a man. That's the point. He killed a man in the name of righteousness. That was my whole point.
Yeah, because I'm not debating. Disagree on that one, beloved.
I'm not here. Here's my thing. I'm not debating if Moses had children. What I'm saying is the timeline of events. Okay, The timeline of events is that he killed this man when he was an Egyptian. He didn't even know he was a Hebrew. He just saw the injustice happen. He saw the injustice happening. He happened to kill a man for the Hebrew when he was a Hebrew.
Okay, so another day, because I don't want to belabor
Right.
this point right now. Another day, you and I have this discussion.
So let's get back to Christ. You asked me, how can I use Christ? Let's cut straight back to it, because a lot of I don't, you asked me, how can I use Christ? You said we should love as Christ loves the church. And Christ
should love their wife as Christ loves the church. Absolutely.
Yeah. And then you said Christ will never lift his hand. But you, like many people, failed to remember when Christ did just that. Christ lifted his hand and scourged the man, whipped the man on his back in the church.
Listen to what he said, y'all. I want you to hear how he's going to correlate Jesus whooping a man's ass to whooping a woman's.
We should love as Christ loves the church.
And Christ should love their wife as Christ loves the church. Absolutely.
Yeah. And then you said Christ will never lift his hand. But you, like many people, failed to remember when Christ did just that. Christ lifted his hand and scourged the man, whipped the man on his back in the church for the sake of the church. This is what Christ himself, and of course we're going to find a million ways to say, well, in that context, it was right. But see, that's the thing. Just like I said, there are contexts in which it is okay.
Context. That's what all I'm trying to find out. What is the context?
Okay, I told you different context.
Get in here,
right now, I got you. The context is when, for instance, you have a 7-year-old daughter sitting on another man's lap who's already made predatory jokes in the past. That's a context for me. That's a context.
We're talking about Jesus.
That's a perfect context.
We're talking about the context of Jesus striking someone.
Yes. I can name more, but we can stop right there. If Christ hit a man for context, that's why I use the Bible to justify it. That's why I can say I come in the name of Christ. And you can bring up the New Testament. I brought up the Old Testament. We could focus on Moses' kids and when he did it. I said that it wasn't until Moses showed the resilience to kill a man, and then he went on the run. And God saw his heart. He said he's willing to stand up. This is a leader, and then he put him in a position after that. That was my point. I wasn't meant to get into semantics. And then when we talked about Christ, I said Christ did the same thing as well, but he didn't kill a man. Christ spanked the man as well, whipped the person in the church. So if you're going to use the scripture to say that we should treat our wife like Christ does the church, Christ is whipping inside the church. Now, can you tell me that that's not true? That did Christ? Okay, how about this? I'm going to pass it to Conscious TV and I'm going to be quiet because everybody here is here for Conscious TV. I'm going to find out.
I need to drop down.
Can you tell me, did Christ whip a man, yes or no, physically?
Are you asking me?
Yes, I'm asking you, did Christ whip a man, yes or no, physically?
A man, yes.
Okay, there we go. That's why I say we should whip a man and our women. That's why we should whip our men and our women. That's why I say we should whip our men and women. So
you're living by the white Bible and the white Jesus, and you could do that. But as my dear friend,
and you're following witchcraft. And you're following witchcraft, man. Goodbye. Thank you.
See,
go ahead, Conscious TV.
See, that's why. That's why you wanted to have this shit on your channel, so you can do this. And even if it's a desperate form of attention and a desperate form of power, you're willing to take that. Girl, this is like one of them dudes that want to get women, but then he get mad because the women be hanging with the gay niggas. And so now he got to pretend that he cool with the gay dude just to get the women. This is the type of energy that's getting right now. Very much desperate, low vibrating, makes no sense. You couldn't even construct yourself, bro. You off the fucking weed and the alcohol trying to make coherent statements. That spirit that you done swallowed as far as that damn wine is not helping you. It's really revealing where your mindset and thought processes are.
Girl.
Thank you, man, for coming on. Thank you for your time.
Kevin Samuels, come get your fucking kids, nigga.
Thank you for your time, man.
So
she says I'm following the white man's religion. I mean, if that's not cause for disrespect, hey, oh well.
She's saying that because
I don't care what she's saying. She said I follow the white man's religion. I told her what I believe, and she said it's the white man's religion. And had the nerve to tell me she's a light worker.
It is white man's religion because your ass acting like a white person right now. Oh, I don't have to. It's about what I want. It's about, you doing the exact same thing, bro. But you trying to throw some Afro Sheen and some goddamn shea butter, cocoa butter, some goddamn Vaseline on that mug, a little Gina Taste, some nigga shit, a little bit of splash, a little E40, goddamn Mad Dog 2020 and motherfucking what's that other fucking malt liquor shit? OE, Old English, poet to the niggas. Girl, Kevin Samuels have opened the gate for hurt niggas to hurt niggas. Go ahead.
Okay. But anyway, go ahead, Conscious. Let's talk. Let me bring on Brother Logic. He's been waiting so patiently. Logic, what up?
I've been more patient than
you have. Conscious, go.
Before you go, Logic, hold on.
Yeah, Logic, stop. Conscious, I'm sorry, sir. I haven't given you no respect tonight, Conscious.
You know what? You know what? I don't need you to say no more. I'm glad you can say that. I'm let Logic go. Okay, Logic. Go ahead.
I haven't given no respect to Conscious tonight. I didn't even have to talk. Go ahead, Conscious.
I'm cool with Logic going. I'm cool with Logic.
Okay.
Hello, Mr. J-Leethal. How you doing today?
Hey, Mr. Spy. I Spy 007.
Period. I know that's right. At least you got the label right. Come on, respect the pronouns and stuff.
I know.
All right. So, let me just say this. First things first. I'm sorry, but black.
Hold on, real quick before you go. Conscious, tell the people who want to leave that they can leave because they've been asking you to leave for the past hour.
See, he all over the place. He ain't in one place. He's so all over the place. He don't know where he want to be. You should have just ended the live. You should have just ended the live, bro. But go ahead, show people who gonna watch this exactly where you at.
Conscious, tell everybody who wants to leave that they can leave right now. Please tell them because I am not begging for them. I just want to see if we can have a discussion. Anybody who wants to have a discussion can stay. But if you want to leave, please take my advice. And Conscious, if you want to tell them to please, like they keep saying, let us go home. You said, am I running a cult? They're asking you to go home.
Well, they're asking me to go home because I've been here for 2 hours and probably only spoke about 10 minutes worth of time. So, you know.
How you gonna sit and say fair? Girl, this is trolling. Are you a troll, Jay? Are you a troll? That's what I'm getting now. How you gonna sit here and say fair enough? You gonna sit up here, do it, and then apologize. That's what niggas do. Oh, I'm sorry I beat your ass. I'm sorry, I apologize. Let me give you this, let me give you that, so I can do it again. Patriarchy at work. Patriarchy at work. And the fact that y'all protect it so much shows that you know what people saying about patriarchy is right. Which is why now we have to defend ourselves against the resistance. Girl, get out of here. What y'all saying? Shout out to the people still here. Don't the Bible say obey the laws of the land? And the law is keep your hands to yourself. Sir, that's assault. Mm-hmm. Oh, I know Reckless about it. Yeah. Reckless about it. He good.
But if any of the country crew members do want to leave, y'all can. We will be going live because I know that y'all want to sound off on the discussion. So we will be going live. So y'all.
You know what Logic called me? Hey, look, Logic. You know what Logic called me? A Slim Jim head, big wide mouth motherfucker.
You remember that? Oh, you'll disregard what our sister that just came up here said. You'll disregard what she said. Okay, Heart of Inspiration, you just disregarded what she said. Disregarded what goddamn Conscious said. But you can hear what the hell Reckless said about something against you. Oh, Lord, I can only imagine what the hell you probably going to say on my video.
I surely did.
He said, you Slim Jim body, wide mouth motherfucker. I said,
I surely did.
But go ahead. Why am I Slim Jim body, wide mouth motherfucker?
Because you're trying to be massa. That's the reason why. Because my question to you, if that's the case, that you have the liberty to physically discipline your wife when she gets out of hand, my question to you, who has the liberty to physically discipline you?
The Most High God in Christ.
Oh, come on, hierarchy. But however, in different conversations, you completely disregard patriarchy.
Listen,
that's what patriarchy is.
Wait, can you ask me that one more time? Say it one more time.
I ain't got caught up in this shit.
Come on, Eric. Okay, the question is, I asked you, since you think you have the liberty to physically discipline your wife, and you answered the question, you said, I do. Okay, cool. Do you think that she has the liberty to also physically discipline you? You said no, because the Most High God.
No,
and the reason
my woman never has the ability. My woman not only does she not have the physical ability to beat me, but that's out of order. According to the New Testament, Christ said the order is God, Christ, man, woman, child. So to answer your question, nobody has the authority to physically discipline me. However, as a man, just like all men, if I get out of line in the real world, and yes, men can get out of line with other men, if I get out of line with other men and break the man code of the streets, of the jungle, yes, I'll get fucking disciplined out here. The only difference is the discipline I'm gonna get in the jungle has no love behind it. When I discipline my woman, I have love behind it. In the jungle, these motherfuckers might snap my neck and show no mercy and go about their day. At home, at least I'm going to stop disciplining my woman physically at some point. So there's your question. Nobody, because I'm God on the physical flesh. I'm the lowercase God on this physical flesh. The black man is the physical God on the flesh. So nobody has the authority over me.
Let's hear that one more time.
No mercy and go about their day. At home, at least I'm going to stop disciplining my woman physically at some point. So there's your question. Nobody, because I'm God on the physical flesh. I'm the lowercase God on this physical flesh. The black man is the physical God on the flesh. So nobody has the authority over me.
And that's why you mad the police get involved, because they come in to destroy your reality of God. Like I said earlier, Jay, without your goddamn strength and without your goddamn dick, how would you be able to walk in your masculine energy? The energy that God has ordained men to have. How would you walk in that? What would that look like? So you need to beat a woman's ass to prove to you that God exists in you? Wouldn't that be God too much relying on human beings to prove itself? When God knows all things and is all things? See, it's a way to look at it. That's why people say look at it in love, because you attract more bees with honey than you do shit. You trying to give us shit and tell us it's fucking chocolate ice cream. I'm not into the 2 girls, 1 cup shit. I'm sorry, I'm just not. But he said nobody can challenge him. That is narcissistic behavior. That is narcissistic behavior. And I'm only going off what you've shown us. I ain't talking about nothing in the future. I ain't talking about an assumption. I'm talking about exactly what is being presented on this screen right here for you to watch and repeat, and for other people to watch and repeat.
Well, you know, it's so funny. I really love that you're passionate, but how you ran right into what I was going to say. What you just verbally illustrated without actually knowing is patriarchy.
Yep.
That's really what you really.
Number
Yep.
two,
Yep.
You said conscious.
And you know what it is, nigga. That's why. That's why you support it so much and agree with it so much, because you understand what patriarchy is. You just explained to us what it was. Being able to use force to get people to comply. That doesn't allow people to be free and think for themselves. It allows people to be afraid and to be fearful of their well-being, because you're the only one that can protect them. You're the only one. Be dependent on me. You want women to be dependent on you, but you niggas ain't worthy of being depended on. Because if you got to put your hands on a woman in any righteous way that you view it in order to prove that you are God incarnate in the flesh, well, don't get mad when God show you who God is when another nigga beating your ass in the flesh. Or a female ends up turning around and shooting your ass in the flesh. Or your ass is coming home from work, you getting the best blowjob that you ever got in your life. You don't remember the last time this bitch put her work in to get her neck and throat working that way. Made your vacuum cleaner jealous. The way she was sucking and all that stuff. Cook you food and all that shit, and then your ass fall over and convulse because she done poisoned your ass. That could be God's way of dealing with you, a God in the flesh. See, you want to be exempt, and you feel some type of way because you're struggling with the fact that you aren't exempt. You want to find security of God and within your life, find it within yourself. Because you're going to fuck around and meet the right one on the wrong goddamn day, and they don't give a fuck about what you think about God and what you think about the Bible. All they going to think about is the motherfucking bow to the bow to the bow, bow, bow. And I'm talking about women shooting back. But let's continue.
He hasn't talked that much today.
Because
he said it once. You said it once. He said patriarchy twice. Go ahead.
yes, because the thing is,
Hey, I love the patriarchy. Don't talk to me about an evil patriarchy.
oh, we do.
I accept patriarchy.
I'm very much aware of that.
Oh yeah, girl. We know what sets you up.
I wasn't allowed defending patriarchy, but at the same time saying that you wasn't defending patriarchy. So which one is you defend or do you not defend?
I finally accepted it. If you're gonna keep calling me,
I completely understand that. I completely understand that. But the reason why I said that's patriarchy is because guess who you're fighting? Other men. That's what the patriarchal system sets up.
Yes, because women don't fight each other, right? Because a group of bitches aren't fake as hell.
Oh, not bitches.
Yeah, I said it. A group of bitches.
Yeah, but guess what? Y'all the head of the fucking household. Y'all shouldn't be acting like the bitches. Y'all should have more sense than the bitches. Y'all should be able to have more decorum than the bitches. You said God is about order, girl. Why are you allowing yourselves to be in distress and to be out of order when you're supposed to be the ones in order? Why are you allowing the energy of those who are out of order to affect the one who's in order?
Just like you call us niggas, just like you call us hoteps and all that other shit I heard y'all calling me.
Are you not a hotep?
No, hell no, I'm not a hotep. I don't even subscribe to the Egyptology doctrine. That's actually a fucking
girl. Yes, you do. That's see. You find a way to cover it. Like you use the Bible, and the Bible is a white man's book that was made for white people. But then you found a way, like I said, to throw some nigga shit on it, some goddamn Kool-Aid and sugar on it, bitch, stirred around, a little bit to be able to make it black, but it's still the white man's Bible. You just found a way to look at it through a different version of that. But get mad when other people look at different versions of your version of stuff. It's open to interpretation, is it not?
Actually, to call me a hotep.
So on top of that, you are giving hotep energy as far as you may not subscribe to the complete doctrine, but you neighbors to these motherfuckers. These motherfuckers live next door, so the energy is there. The way that you react is a lot of the tactics a lot of hotep niggas give out. You're using hotep logic and hotep tactics right now.
According to my Hebrew, faith is a motherfucking diss to me because the Hebrews, as we talked about Moses, were getting our asses whipped by the fucking Egyptians. So I'm not a fucking hotep, technically. And if you want to talk about it, you just misgendered me, mislabeled me, motherfucker.
It's not a misgender, because gender and your religious practice are two different things. Okay,
you've been mislabeling motherfuckers all night. Bald head bitches, big face dog, pit bull, cane corso, face the head asshole. You said a lot of shit, a lot of generalization, a lot of assumptions, sir.
Label, thank you, because you're trying to conflate language. It's two separate things.
Go ahead, I'm joking with
because labeling, mislabeling. I understand.
Everybody don't joke that way, nigga.
I completely understand that. However, I don't want people because that seems like that's all y'all do over here. Y'all conflate a lot of things. Now, another thing that you did mention, and I think it's very interesting, that especially when you brought up that TikTok video, where you talked about the little boy wanted to be his mom's protector. Once again, that's another example of a patriarchal system, because guess what? Men hold on to the patriarchal role of being the protector from who? Other men. That's the reason why when you have a daughter, 9 times 10, the father is extremely protective over who? His daughter, the feminine, the divine feminine, his woman, his girl. From what other men? Because guess what? When other women go at it, guess what? And this is what men do. This is from spade to spade. They say that's women's business and they stay out of it for the most part. Right. So yes, it's a patriarchal system, and you choose, and on different aspects you align with the patriarchal system, and then on different aspects you disassociate from it when it comes down to acknowledging the fuck shit that women go through, and often the divine feminine goes through when it comes down to this toxic patriarchal system. Now, I do want to say on that particular live, I think it was very interesting. This is the reason why I say that you guys want it to be massive. Reason being is because simple fact of you had 3 of you guys on that particular panel. And because keep in mind, when I watched the video, I was like, let me get it to J-Leethal. Let me give him a fair chance. And it's very interesting how a lot of people, like you guys literally said that you guys didn't want to be white men. But however, you guys in particular, you made a complete example of saying if you was to make the declaration or the decree, aka Declaration of Independence, which correlates with Caucasian white massa, and thinking that you're gonna quote unquote, like someone else said on your panel, Tahiti, we're gonna have it's all about order, and then on top of that, Armand Ra, I'm gonna call names, I can't for smoke. Armand Ra, on the other hand, Armand Ra said that black men. Get it right. Oh, Tahuti. Oh, don't worry. I'm so sorry. Thank you for correcting me. But Armand Ra literally said that black men are the only ones invested in overturning the system. But however, you're literally on a line, sitting up here trying to advocate for sitting up here, putting your hands on your woman and your children, and you have someone right next to you literally saying it's all about order. And then you make an example about the Declaration of Independence, which correlates with white power and massa. So I need for all of y'all to make it make sense, because it's not making sense to me. Now, when it comes down to Kevin Samuels in particular, him and his talking points, I think it's very interesting that when it comes down to Kevin Samuels, it's easy for him to be able to be on a platform and discuss and really articulate himself when it comes down to women issues. But however, he shows up and he lets it be known that he was the patriarchy as well. Because on that exact same live when he was talking to that woman that had children, he literally told her, hey, if you want to do this, you're gonna have to choose between being a wife and and having a career, being a mother and having a career. And then later on in that particular live, he asked her, what did she bring to the table? But however, in the genesis of that conversation,
sorry, I don't know what Cat Mouse said. I don't know if it's a question. Black men love white supremacy. Why you think they have dismantled? I don't know if that was a question, but it is a question. Of course, if that's a question, yeah, they want to dismantle it so they can remove the white supremacy and make it black supremacy. That's why.
She let it be known that she brought her being a business owner to the table. But however, you guys, I'm gonna generalize because you're Kevin Samuels. You guys want them to pick between being a mother and a wife than having a business. So which one is it? Do you want them to bring something to the table like you guys always preach, or do you guys want them to own a business? Which one is it? It's not making sense to us. And this whole leadership thing, I think it's very interesting how we always talk about natural born leader. But however, my question I always pose, now you don't have to answer it now because I got another one more point, I'm gonna be quiet. And plus I'm on mute. Is that when it comes down to being a leader, what about a man makes him a natural born leader besides him having a dick between his legs? And that's the question I always pose. I never get an answer of substance.
And his power.
And the last thing. Now, you did kick Miss Heart of Inspiration off the panel saying that she does witchcraft, but I think it's very interesting how there's a... Okay, that's probably fine. But I think it's very interesting how we like to demonize, quote unquote, witchcraft. But however, in the exact same Christian philosophy, they utilize witchcraft. That's what Yah, he's a witch. What you think Yah was? Like, you think he was over here putting dirt on people's eyes and healing the blind because he was just no, it's called witchcraft. But however, the thing about it is that we use, but the thing about it is, but the thing about it is that we demonize the practices that come from Africa and African roots, but however, we utilize the exact same practices that was taken from us, but however, we demonize it when it comes from Africa, but however, the white man decides to use the exact same practices, slap a different name on it with good connotations, and it doesn't have a negative impact, and then guess what? Sell it right back to us. That's the reason why when you guys go to pray, it's called the law of manifestation. That's the reason why you guys always talk about this spell work, but yet you hold up a Bible, which is the book of Psalms, which is full of spells. when you guys go to talk about, oh, you guys are doing all this demon work and all the different types of things, but yet you guys call upon the Holy Spirit. You guys are to talk about all these rituals and all this demonic stuff. But however, you guys really sit inside of a church. Not some, not all, but however, if the shoe fit, wear it, Cinderella. You guys really sit in a church doing ritualistic work. Literally sitting in a church, drinking the blood of Jesus, and sitting up here eating bread every first or whatever Sunday it is. So it's not making sense to me how you're so quick to demonize the exact same thing that you're doing. The same way when you guys sit up there and talk about, oh, it's the demons up here. You always talk about the blood of Jesus, the blood of Jesus, the blood of Jesus. Hallelujah. That's a chant. But however, we always have seen it go in an uproar when we see Beyonce around a fire doing the exact same thing. So which one is it? Are we going to be for the witchcraft, or we're not going to be for the witchcraft? That's my question.
Fair enough. And I want to introduce the new people to the chat. But first, can I please give the co-host Conscious TV some respect? And I want to give Conscious TV as much time as he needs to say whatever he's had on his chest. And again, I want to apologize to Conscious for not giving him enough time to speak. I haven't muted him, but at the same time, I have overspoken him. So forgive me, sir. Please tell us anything that you disagree with or anything that you want to expound on, sir.
I really just allow the other countries to sound out, to be honest. But, I'm a content creator.
Don't do that and then later on say I didn't give you a chance to speak.
You didn't. You didn't.
The two things can be true at the same time. I mean, I wasn't allowed to speak, but at the same time, I'm also
giving you a chance now, though.
Fuck all that. We nigga 2 hours in.
I think So and there's other people here, and I have a platform, so I'm always able to speak my perspective. So I really just let the other people.
Okay, I'll give you that. But are we good, Conscious? You really good, right?
Yeah, we good. I mean, if you got time, I would love for you to come over to my house and join. Okay,
I might even do that. But let's give I'm going to give the two people that just joined the chance to speak right now. So it looks like hold on, let me get this off the screen. Let me get this comment off the screen.
Baby.
Lady T, talk to us. Tell me where I got it wrong.
Okay, what how much time do I have?
You have as many time as long as you have 5 minutes, ma'am. It's 9:45. You have to 9:50.
Wonderful. Can I ask a question? And you can take it from my time?
Yes.
Okay, you're a disciple of Christ, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm a
follower of Christ.
That is even better. Can you please lead us to the verse, the scripture, where Jesus, God, whomever, leads us to where it says that men should be beating on women if they're out of line?
There is no scripture that says that men should be beating on women if they're out of line.
So no explicit. Girl, I could understand if your ass had an explicit verse that justifies completely what you said. You had to reach to Christ doing the one thing, and then the word that y'all love saying, conflate that with that being able to beat your wife that correlates to that. But yet you don't come with no definitive answer and definitive scripture that supports what you are over here for 2 hours or more, because on my shit, but according to this thing, goddamn 2 hours and 11 minutes worth of bullshit. Oh, girl.
I go through a few scriptures in regards to husbands and wives.
Yes, you may.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. So we have 1 Peter 3:7. Likewise, husbands, live with your wives in an understanding way, showing honor to the woman as the weaker vessel, since there are heirs with you of the grace of life, so that your prayers may not be hindered, right? It also says it is better to live in a desert than with a quarrelsome or fretful woman. Okay, so Jesus, and that's a proverb. So we are.
Can you say that first scripture for me one more time? I'm sorry.
That's Proverbs, right? 21:19. It says it is better to live in a desert land than with a quarrelsome and fretful woman. So God basically said, or however you want to say it, basically said, you would be better off just leaving the house. It doesn't say anywhere to hit that woman, okay? We can go on. It says, husbands, love your wives as Christ loved the church and gave himself to her, right? And one of the things that you all love the most, wives, submit to your own husbands as the Lord, okay? For the husband is the head of the wife, even as Christ is the head of the church, okay? His body is himself its Savior. Now, as the church submits to Christ, so also wives should submit in everything to their husbands. Husbands, this is a direct order, since you like for people to follow commands, right? Husbands, love your wives as Christ loved the church and gave himself up for her, that he might sanctify her, having cleansed her by the washing of water and with, get this, it doesn't say hands, it doesn't say fists, it doesn't say feet, it says word. Okay? So you are to use your words. You are to use your good sense, because I don't deal with common sense. Okay? Common sense is common. It's for commoners.
Okay.
Good sense. Now, it seems to me that you're trying to make a way, make a path for you to exhibit your out of control behavior when you are angered. And I would like to know, did anyone mute you as a child? Did anyone silence your voice? Where on the doll? Let me stop.
Oh.
Anyway, I just got
Who hurt me? In other words, who hurt me?
Who silenced you to
You gotta
where
answer
when
that,
you
y'all. You ready?
not heard, you feel this rage and violence towards anyone? Because you've been knocking people off. And I just want to also say, number one, and I'm not reading this, okay? All right?
Okay.
We the people of the United States to form a more perfect union and secure, to establish justice, to ensure tranquility, fight for the common good, blessed liberty. We hold these truths evident. We are the people, and we are endowed by our Creator with inalienable rights. They are life and liberty. It doesn't say anything about getting your ass whipped and the pursuit of happiness, since I've heard that you have a thing for the Declaration of Independence. And in addition to that, I just want you to know that Moses died in the wilderness. He never made it to the promised land. Can I please go off camera so I can smoke a cigarette if you don't mind?
You're gonna leave like off the camera or just leave?
Yeah, I came on camera so because you asked.
Oh yeah, but are you gonna listen to
And
my?
don't put on any makeup, don't put on any hair weave.
Oh yeah, no, you're
Okay, now can I? All right.
You're beautiful, yeah, but are you gonna like when I speak? I'm saying like when I speak, are you gonna leave, or are you gonna?
No, I'm gonna go get my cigarette and talk.
Oh, but you can hear me though, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, cool. So I do hear the scriptures you were talking about, and there's a few things you said. I don't know if I wrote down all of them. For one, I want to let it be known I in no way, shape, or form support the United States Constitution. What I said is, if Black people were to have our own Constitution, and that's not meant to mean we're trying to be like the white people. What I mean by our own, the Ten Commandments is a damn Constitution. So when I talk about a Constitution, I talk about the rule of law that a society follows. They all have them. Okay, so I use the one that we follow right now so that we all have a basic understanding of what I'm talking about. When I say the Declaration, if Black people got rid of the white people, okay, then we would need our own Declaration of Independence, our own Constitution, our own rule of law. That's the only reason I brought that up. And I don't want anybody to think that I give a fuck about the United States way of doing things. So that's one thing. I don't give a damn about this legal system. This shit needs to burn. These people are pedophiles and demon worshippers and all that type of shit. Also, when it comes down to who hurt me, this is another thing that's bordering on ad hominem, which is, again, what I said earlier, ad hominem is when you present an argument and somebody brings up something that has nothing to do with the argument. So if I'm talking about...
Girl, what in the hell do you think you've been doing this whole time? J-Leethal, you really want to sit up here, bro, and tell me that you gave this flawless, so balanced, so aware, so just on point, on topic, just on the flow, just on the mark, just bitch, 10s across the board. You telling me you didn't gave this whole performance and everybody else that came up on the panel and everybody in the comment section is the ones that's lost? Girl, we came to this storefront church for this. In the hood, bitch, for this. Ooh, girl.
Are out of order, and then somebody comes and says, which person in your life silenced you? Who muted you? That, to me, I'm not saying it is, but it sounds like an ad hominem. It sounds like you have no idea anything about my life, and you're assuming that somebody silenced me by asking me that question.
Okay, let me tell you why she said that. Again, she's a woman, so she has that maternal instinct. They usually say they have something known as women's intuition, right? So they're able to again, they're dealing with the divine feminine, so they're dealing with the emotion. And especially women that are aware, like Lady T, she'll be able to feel that energy. And once again, energy don't lie. Now, maybe she doesn't know the specifics of what may have happened. Maybe she don't know verbatim what happened. But as the result of what happened, the energy that you're radiating in, we all seeing it and we all feeling it. And it seems like the only person who's not feeling that is you. Because you want someone to hear you. To the point to where when people don't hear you, you drop them, you call them bald-head bitches, you disrespect them. But you're not effectively communicating what your thoughts is because you're all over the place. We trying to follow you and we getting damn whiplashes and amnesia and damn about to be blind, about to be cross-eyed, going all the way around. This ain't a roller coaster ride. We trying to get to the meat and potatoes of the situation. You are the ones that your argument was built off of Kim Kardashian. CTV and Logic and everybody in that live decided to go deeper because it was bigger than you. They just used the situation of what you said as a springboard to have a bigger conversation. But because it's you, and because you be on this nigga shit energy, of course, you just told us ain't nobody above you. You are God incarnate, nigga. Ain't nobody above you. So, of course, you have to retaliate because the God that you serve retaliates because he's a vengeful God. He's a jealous God. He's a wrathful God. I hope you watch this playback. Please watch the playback.
But I will say this. I have been hurt as a child, like I assume damn near every Black American child has been hurt in one way or another. Mm-hmm. And to Mr. Logic and Mr. Conscious TV, I would go as far as to say that not every goddamn thing that happens is part of the patriarchy. Okay? Because we see women together fighting each other. But I don't want to get off into a bunch of different tangents. It's just that you brought up a few different points. So then, again, I'm going to go back to the Bible. I don't know. Can you hear me, Lady T?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Did Christ whip a man, yes or no, for being out of line?
Whip the male.
No. Yeah. Again, it's a yes or no. Did Christ whip someone for being...
No, a man. You said a male. She answered your question. She said yes. She said whip a male. She said whip a male because she's saying yes, and she's responding with what you asked her. She did do that. But see, you had to fix it. You just said yeah. So you had to flip it. Yeah, let's look at that again. You have to flip it.
For being out of line.
Whip the male.
No. Yeah. Again, it's a yes or no. Did Christ whip someone for being out of line?
Yes, he whipped someone for being out of line.
Okay. So, because Christ whipped someone for being out of line, I believe it's sometimes necessary to whip people for being out of line.
People. So is it women or is it people? Because you just told us that women can get their ass beat. Men really can't because can't nobody touch you. And that if they do, you got guns for these niggas and clap for these niggas. So they can't even touch you. So is it people or is it goddamn women? That's why we confused. You flip-flopping all over the place and we trying to follow you.
Now listen. When I say that, Christ didn't go around whipping anybody. He whipped someone in the church, someone in his domain, in his order. Okay. So now hold on. So when I say whipping, I mean the people in my domain, the people that have agreed to be under my tutelage, the people that agreed to be in my church. As Joshua said, as for me and my household, okay, so Christ was whipping people in his household. He wasn't whipping people in the streets. He whipped somebody in the church. Okay, I whip people in my household.
Then why didn't he whip his disciples? Fuck Christ walking in and whooping a random nigga. Why he ain't whooping the motherfuckers that roll with him, his homeboys, his ace coon booms? Wouldn't he be whipping on them? Why didn't he whoop their ass when he was in the garden? He told these motherfuckers to stay up and they fell asleep. Why didn't he come through and wake them niggas up with a switch? When he was being crucified, why did he even allow himself to be taken? To be crucified. Good what? Jay.
Because I am the head of my household, just as Christ was the head of the church. So that's and unless you can debunk that he whipped somebody in the church that was out of order, and he was the head of that household, I'm going with the same narrative. We keep on talking about, well, it was a woman, and last time I was on Conscious TV's channel, I talked about how I whooped my child. Oh my God, but it was a boy, so now it can't be a woman. It can't be, so I can only whip other grown men. But again, a man doesn't have the authority to whoop another grown man because he's not in my household.
And in the same vein,
I'm apology. That's okay. I gave you the respect. In the same, what I'm saying is, so by proxy, the only time I would have a chance to put my hands on a man or have the authority to put my hands on a man is if he were my son.
You talk about the jungle. The jungle has the authority to put their hands on men, but you don't. Again, men are not the problem. You are trying to say that men at large, at least in the way I'm looking at it, are not part. They're not part of the problem. It's everybody else. Trust me. There's a toxic form of feminism that believes that all men is. There are some women out there who do. But again, that's a broad generalization. I guess I made some broad generalizations too, just for the sake of the conversation. But it's, bro,
I'm not married to a man. I'm married to a woman. So the people in my household are my wife and my children. And the only man that's going to be in my household is my son. I'm going to put my hands on him too. And here's another thing. A lot of women love to say that, oh, this is the type of nigga that would never act like that around another nigga. Lies. Anybody that knows me in real life know that's a goddamn lie. Now I'm not a tough guy, and I don't even brag about the fact that I just broke somebody's nose last year. And 6 months before, and I don't even like to fight. I had to fight, and I broke this nigga's nose. I found out 6 months later. His wife said, I told him, I found his wife worked at the liquor store. I'm like, man, I'm sorry about what happened to me and your husband.
I'm going to the liquor store. Find out what I'm going to drink.
I haven't even told my people this story. My people on my channel, I never told them this story. I broke a racist white man's nose last year in the midst of George Floyd shit. I didn't even put it on Facebook or nothing. I didn't tell nobody. So anybody trying to tell me, oh, he's only picking, no, it's not the case. I have black men who are 6'4" who I yell in their face, and they respect me because when I look in their fucking face, the black man knows who I am.
So look at the only form of communication that he has now. Again, even with men, it has to be a brutal and violent. Listen to what he just said.
I didn't even put it on Facebook or nothing. I didn't tell nobody. So anybody that try to tell me, oh, he's only picking, no, it's not the case. I have black men who are 6'4" who I yell in their face, and they respect me because when I look in their fucking face, the black man knows who I am. The black man said, oh, I know he's not even coming in a negative vein. And believe me, all my people know I'm quick to catch a fade. I'm from Los Angeles, California. I've never turned down a mother, and this is not to pop my shit, but I kind of feel like I have to pop my shit. For anybody who's thinking that I wouldn't put my hands on a man, anybody will get the smoke. So, but I need to get back to the argument of Christ.
But you can't get the smoke though, because you're God incarnate in the flesh. Can't nobody challenge you. All right.
Just put his hands on somebody in the church. He was the head of his household.
Tell him what he wants.
That's how I feel. And I understand that you might not agree.
Girl, I want Scotty to beat me the fuck up. That's what I want.
Scripture. You might think that I have a completely ridiculous notion, but at the same time, you don't have to deny that Christ whipped the man.
Don't want no nigga like him next to me.
And for some reason, none of the church talks about how Christ whipped a man physically or whipped a person. It's not about a man. If the woman was doing the same thing that the man was doing in the church, he'd have whooped her ass too.
But you just conflated and said that is the reason why God gave you the right to whoop a woman's ass. So you are saying, girl, y'all trying to make men excluded from that. But didn't Jesus? You just said Jesus whooped a man. He didn't whoop a lady boy. He whipped a cisgendered man. Christ did that. But you're trying to conflate that with women. All right. Okay, because you wasn't saying this before. You was using it as an argument to explain why you feel like it's righteous to strike women every now and again.
And in the same vein, hold on, I'm sorry. In the same vein, he called the woman a bitch. We can go there. However, I would like to ask you this, right? You keep talking about Christ's house, the people that is in his house, okay? So he whooped a tax collector in the church because he, in his own words, they turned his father's house into a marketplace, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so now, in terms of his disciples, his homeboys, people that rode with him, right? Mm-hmm. What happened when they were being, as you would say, out of order? What did he do with them? When they were on the boat, Jesus was sleeping. He was trying to get his rest. He dumb tired, right?
Right.
And they were all panicking and frantic, right? Because of the turbulence on the boat, right? They were supposed to have faith at that moment. Did he whoop their ass?
Did he whoop their ass for not having faith? Is that what you're asking?
For being out of order. Did he whoop their ass for being out of order?
Wait. What was their out of order? Not having faith?
I would agree, yeah. And that too, both. But I would say,
right? To like the same way, if my wife woke me up out of my sleep, and I beat her for that, that would be abuse. In this story, I don't hear anything out of order.
The point is, God gave them mandates. God gave them tools to use, and they weren't using them at the time. Can we agree on that? The same way a man may say, "Hey, I don't want my child around." Right?
No, I just want to be. I'm not trying to use semantics, but I do want to be clear on what I'm answering. That's why I'm just making sure on what you're asking me. You're bringing about the story of when the disciples woke up Christ because they were scared and they said, "Hey, we're about to drown," right?
Right.
You're telling me that if you're on a boat with your homeboys and you go down to him and you're scared and you see the waves about to knock over the boat, you're not about to wake up your homeboy and say you're scared and say, "Hey, dude, what are we gonna do? Where? Hold on. I'm just trying to figure out if I'm asleep. Now okay. Let me put my position in Christ. If I'm gonna put my position in Christ, if I'm asleep on a boat, and yes, I'm the protector of my wife, and she knows that, but we're on a boat, and she doesn't know that I have the power to walk on water yet. Remember, these men had not seen him walk on water yet.
But they see him perform other miracles.
They know he's powerful, but they don't know how powerful he is. So my wife knows I'm powerful, but she don't know I can walk on water. So we're on a yacht.
You walked on water too. What's the point?
No, but let me get to my point. My point is that my wife wakes me up because our cruise ship is about to sink. That's not out of order. The only thing, and all I would have to do is rest.
Okay, so I have a better example then of out of order. He spent the entire time telling his disciples that he was going to be crucified and he was going to rise on the third day, right? Correct?
He spent his entire time telling them that he would be crucified.
I mean, like they knew, they were well aware, right? It was
They were aware of the threat against him. They were aware of the threat against him.
It was mentioned often, right?
Right.
How many of those disciples were in the crowd when he was crucified?
Not many.
Not many? You don't know
Maybe
that?
one.
Very good. One. Okay. The one that Jesus loved. We ain't gonna get into that. Anyway, so
are you trying to say Jesus was
I'm not saying nothing. You can the same way you know. Are we gonna start getting into what you're assuming about what I'm saying? Like, okay. So now, who was in the audience? It was filled with whom?
The audience was filled with the Jews that were throwing rocks at him.
Mm-hmm.
The Roman soldiers. You had his some of his people that was ducked off. You had his mother. What?
I think well, yes, yeah, he did have some of his people. The women, they were there.
And the man who helped him pick up the cross. The man who helped him pick up the cross.
We went through that just now.
Right. So I'm naming who was there.
And in addition to those people,
I've never denied that the woman is important.
And then who was the first to make it to the tomb when he rose on the third day? Was it his boys? Were they there then?
Lady T.
The nurturer was there.
Women, right? So
nurturer.
he come out of the tomb whooping ass because his boys wasn't there.
I can help you. I can help you out.
Mm-hmm.
J-Leethal is going to agree to all of that because his argument clearly is that those women are behaving and acting right, so there's no need to whip their ass. So, you know, those are all going to be yes. Out to the front.
Exactly.
I also have to get to my live, so I just want to say thank you for having me, J-Leethal. Maybe you don't like what?
I don't like that you're gonna leave on this note. I want you to be able to speak. I want logic.
Bruh, you had a whole. Girl, I'm gonna be quiet. I'm quiet.
I want us to talk. I'm sorry that I didn't let you speak. We still have time. You said your mom.
Hold on. So how about this then? I literally gave you what you wanted tonight. How about you come over to my platform now?
Okay, can we do 20 minutes more here? Because I do have another caller that's actually one of my supporters. So far, I've had everybody of one of your supporters. I do have one of my people that called in. Can we do that?
And your supporters are welcome.
Okay, but this person right here is one of my supporters. Can we hear from her real quick?
Sure.
Okay. KJ.
What up, King? How you doing?
You know I love you, baby.
I love you as well. Peace to Conscious TV
and
Reckless Logic and Lady T and everyone in the chat. So I'm a black woman. I'm not gonna put the camera right now, but I am a black woman. Maybe I should. Okay, really. All right.
KJ, look at you. Oh my God! Look at that. Woo, girl. Woo. Damn, girl. What you mean, maybe? She said, I don't know. Maybe I should. I think
you cute, girl. You cute, or whatever. Okay,
maybe I should just throw on the camera.
Thank you. I appreciate all the love. I love you all. I say all this in peace. So, all right, then, I had to put some points here. I'm trying to be like you. Okay. So
they called you a pygmy. You know they called you a pygmy, right?
Can you let her talk?
They can call me whatever they like. That's their opinion. It's their journey in life.
Good. He just happy to have somebody up there.
But so when it comes to putting hands on black women, as a black woman, I do support that, and these are my reasons why. So I have family that I actually have experiences with. I had aunts who have abused black men, even the toughest ones you think, who came from, incarceration. I've had several aunts, and they're from the cities in Philadelphia, but they have put their hands on men, and it has consequently either resulted in their death or mental illness. Okay, post-traumatic stress. Let's talk about it. So black women are not fully victims. We know exactly what we're doing. I'm a follower of Christ, and I stand on those principles and foundations when it comes to leadership, gender roles, and things of that sort. And I also wanted to, I'm proud of everyone who brought out scripture about how a man's supposed to love his wife, and it's supposed to be reciprocated from a black woman to her black man. And I feel like in this day and age, they're saying it in the music, they're saying it in the it's in the society. Y'all talk about the patriarchy so much that you forget that I believe we have matriarchal privilege. Okay.
The matriarchal stuff is a direct response to the patriarchal stuff. These people, women are responding to the energy and the mindset and the vibration of where these men are coming from. Now, there's a lot of black women who are transcending that, and God be with them. The ones that know who they are and who they're valuable of. And even though it didn't work out with this nigga, does not mean there's not a man out there that's willing to love you enough to be able to use his words and not his goddamn fist. Now, if his wife coming at him with a goddamn gun or a knife and you causing physical harm, it's self-defense, baby. I love you, but touche, you gotta go. But when it comes down to discipline and how people use discipline, not in the right context, they use it in the context of I'm tired of your ass, I'm irritated, or I got shit going on in my life. And we sit up here and act like a lot of black men are just beating their women out of righteous submission. No, a lot of them be beating them because they tired of the bullshit. They tired of hearing shit. Just when J-Leethal was getting upset and was yelling and screaming and all these motherfuckers was now bitches and shit like that, not ma'ams, but bitches and stuff, the respect went out the window. And some women ain't gonna be like grandma. Some women ain't gonna be like great grandma. Of course, she had to depend on grandpa because at that time, look at what they was going through, segregation. She couldn't get nothing on her own, but now that now that black people are in a better place, we still got much ways to go, but because we're in a better place, guess what? She now has the opportunity to make it work, and she got to, especially when some of these men out here leaving these women by themselves. What the fuck do you expect them to do? They can't come to you. I'm about to be done in a minute, y'all.
We have matriarchal privilege because custody goes, when it comes to custody, and I'm one of those kids of many, custody automatically goes to the mother, okay? I've seen it, a lot of us have experienced that regardless of the father. And I have just like J-Leethal, I have a foreign parent, this real little tidbit about me. My dad's from Nigeria and my mom is from America. So I can see from both sides. And fun fact, my dad is from Nigeria and came to America knowing this is the white man's world. So any black person unites, American black person unites white supremacy. They know all around the world that we're also under, the red man's rulership. So it's no denying that. So I love me. So when it comes to our privileges, we're not always the victim, and that's what it seems to be the perpetual storyline. We're always the victim. And then when it comes to black mothers putting their hands on their sons, everyone's mute. And y'all want to compare black men putting their hands on us to white supremacy. Their intentions aren't pure. But when a mother's disciplining her son and can get too far, where are their advocates? You know what I'm saying? Where are their advocates when it comes to that? Because those men could grow up to be abused. I'm not saying there's no abusers. I understand and experience it as myself that there is such thing as abuse, and that's when it goes too far. But I believe Jay is not talking about when, and he showed clips and receipts on his channel real quick about black women one ran over the brother. It's not funny, but ran over.
Oh yeah.
Stuff. I mean, black women will wild out and test the man, knowing good and well that someone's either going to come to her rescue or that man's not going to put his hands on her 9 times out of 10, and she'll coax him. We never want to talk about when we're not victims. We always want to be victims, but then we're like, and I'm a victim, and you can't touch me. Like, I've seen it so many times. So it's like, when we deny that, we're not going to ever get to the higher vibration as a people, because we want someone to be a victim so bad. Well, everyone, one person.
I just have one little insertion here, okay?
I'm gonna be quiet completely.
And abusing, rather than giving men the certificate of abuse upon a woman's body, wouldn't the need for any type of physical reprimanding actually be completely remedied by existing in a society of sound, moral, righteous character having people come together in parenting that are both complete and whole to start with, and then expounding upon the nuclear family from that sense of clarified self. The reason why you believe that women should be beat by men and get them in order really speaks to another root issue, which is that most of society are existing unconsciously.
Right.
Unconsciously. Most people are operating in their false self. They're operating in their ego self. They're operating in their lower self. The pendulum is swinging backwards and forwards, backwards and forwards, backwards and forwards, and backwards and forwards. It would seem to me that, and this might sound a little cheesy, but that love truly has to be the remedy from the root. That if you raise people in love, if you demonstrate love to people, if you have loving simulations and narratives and cultural messages that are actually pervasive in the community at large, that you won't get us trying to remedy the symptom of a identity crisis culturally by employing Black men to beat Black women or to chastise Black women physically because they're not acting right. Like, where does the onus come on Black men to also operate within it? Because look, here's the thing: Black men want to be God.
Yeah.
Well, God operates from a supreme and higher force. Now, I want to ask you the question, okay? If when I choose to sin, if God does smack me upside my head, why the fuck does J-Leethal get to it? When I transgress the Father, and He does not yield His foot up my ass, why was J-Leethal get to it? If my Father can be long-suffering, if my Father can be merciful, if God the Father can be compassionate and understanding in all those ways, why does J-Leethal get to take it upon himself to assert his dominance over me in a way that God does not even do? And God has the wherewithal to do it, because y'all speaking about scripture, right? So we know that God created the earth, God created the lands, God created the seas, and God can uncreate it if God so desires. So why do Black men have the right to put their hands on people that God does not even put in its hands on? God don't need J-Leethal to correct me or you. Now, J-Leethal can choose to correct you and I by smacking the fuck out of us because of his subjective sense of right and wrong. But God does neither of those things. God does not insert itself in my reality and throw me against a damn wall because I fornicated earlier, or I committed adultery earlier, or I stole and took something that I didn't have permission to. I don't walk away from God with a black eye. I don't walk away from God with a busted lip. I don't walk away from God with weed snatched out of my head. I don't walk away from God bruised and battered and tattered. So why does J-Leethal and any other man get this right to act as God? When is God doing that to you? Has God ever punched you? Okay. Have you ever had to call 911 on God? Have you ever had to report God to the authorities? Have you ever came home, beat, and conveyed to your community that God just whipped your ass? Now, and I'm speaking literally. I don't need a clever remark from you like, well, in some subjective karmatic way, I reap what I sowed, and you're going to project into God. I'm saying, has God ever empirically beat you and hit you because of something that you did? Did God ever come through the veil and drop kick you because of an act you committed against the Holy One?
Okay. I just want to make sure you was finished with your questions. Okay, so I agree with a lot of what you said about how merciful and loving our God is, and if we're going to stick with the followers of Christ biblically, and like you said earlier, in a beautiful world, in a perfect world, which we did stand hold to traditions biblically where there really didn't probably need to be a scripture for a man to put his hands on his woman.
What? There were women in the girl. There were women who literally were being taken out into the middle of the town square and beat to death. What do you mean? Of course there was disorder. You think it was just obedient women everywhere? No, there were disobedient women too. If I'm not mistaken, I don't know if it's the woman with the issue of blood or the whore or whatever it was, but these men were getting ready to stone the fuck out this damn woman, and Christ had to come in. See, Christ wasn't there holding the book and saying, yes, we're going to go ahead and stone this bitch. He didn't do that. He came to her defense and said, he who was without sin cast the first stone. And none of them could. So there has been many times in the Bible, stories in the Bible, where women have had some type of hardship. Where women were unruly. And see, y'all too busy worried about what God doing, but Jesus came to show you how to motherfucking get to God. But that's the part that people are missing. Y'all want to be God so much, but don't want to go through, according to y'all, Christ love in order to get to God. So y'all depend so heavily on this book to regulate your life. And of course, because it's your identity and it's because you invested all your energy into this, of course you're going to believe it to be true, and nothing else is true. But when you look at the objective world, anything and everything is true.
Because most of the women were in their correct gender roles, following their man. And if there was any reference, there is verses in the Bible as well. We don't have time to hold everybody up either about it. But biblically, yes, he did want us to hold each other to certain standards biblically. So yes, we all had the right. We all had the right to check each other and make sure we all were on point. Okay, so that's just not gender. Just everybody had the right to check each other. Second of all, the law reprimands us for doing any type of criminal activity when we're caught. The law does, the white supremacist law, right? Mm-hmm. Which is derived from the 10 Commandments. And with that all being said, no God has never physically, you know what I'm saying, like in human flesh, of course not. He's not, Jesus.
Well, why not? Of course not.
But because he has partially left it to people. He has it in verses. Like I said, I'm gonna be here all day. But there's verses saying we can check each other, and if we know someone's doing wrong, and allow them to do it. And there's a verse to that effect that we ourselves are wrong. We're allowing our brother or sister to do something wrong. So as the man's the head of the household, we don't have a perfect world anymore where women will respect any all of us are respecting what anyone says, let alone a man. Okay. So with these women who either have traumas, I understand that traumas, no father, whatever.
Well, the women that I know only respect men, not boys.
Small minority.
Not boys, but actual men. But
that's a small minority conscious. A lot. It's all over society. It's not disrespect men. We disrespect men, and and we get no consequences.
But when do religious influence people take into consideration that y'all are talking about the Bible is a man-made construct. Right. The Bible was written by man, and the claim by man is that it's inspired by God. Now, who God, the God, where God, all these things have led religious wars, that have led to the dark ages of the churches, that have led to genocide, that have led to enslavement, that have led to some of the most horrific atrocities in human history has been at the hands of people taking religious fueled philosophy and then weaponizing it in tandem with their own biases and worldview. So you're reading a book that you know didn't fall out of heaven. It was written on sheep's fur. It was written on clay. It was written on paper. And the claim by the man who wrote it is God, which is why it's shifty and it's contradictory. And those same scriptures, right, also say that women who are not found to be virgins on their wedding night can be executed. That disrespectful, rebellious, unruly children can be taken to the town square and also be executed. That people who steal, people who are LGBT, people who are sexually fluid, and can be sentenced to capital punishment. But now these are things that none of us actually believe is just at all.
Right. So forget the Bible for a second. The reason why a man should put his hands on a woman, one is self-defense, because why would a woman come at a man knowing she's a weaker vessel? I got the 3 reasons already. Okay. One is self-defense. 2 is endangerment of children, of themselves, and they are not capable of understanding they're putting someone in danger, or they neglect, they're putting their child in danger or themselves in danger. And then the 3rd reason for a man to be able to put his hands on a woman is, well, no, I think the 2 reasons cover it all. Yes.
KJ,
self-defense. Yeah.
Can you tap me in real quick, sis?
Yeah.
Hold on, because I need to keep on tapping on Kay real quick.
What? Okay.
Hey, you. So with what you just said, Kay, when do women?
Andrea, hold on, Andrea. We're gonna bring you on in a minute. Just let Conscious rock real quick.
Okay.
When do women, who share your ideas, consider that a man putting his hands on you because you did something that he interpreted as wrong or disrespectful is actually an act birthed out of his incompetence and his lack of emotional intelligence and his inability to find effective ways to communicate with you as an adult? I just am trying to understand how far does this go at a man, because you are literally leaving women to be completely vulnerable and subjected to a man's subjective nature that a man gets to decide. So, in other words, so you come in a house and you wearing a skirt, and I think it's too short. I get to pop you inside your face. You make this dinner in a way that's not flavorful or up to par to me. I need to smack you around. You elevated your voice a little bit too much when you were controlling the children. I get to beat you. You decide to put on a bit more makeup today. I don't think that that's very modest. I mean, like, how? I don't like what makes you believe that women should 100% fully trust in men, and that men get to occupy these roles of being an abuser without their own integrity and their own, in the state of their own consciousness coming into question? How do you know that a man isn't beating you out of trauma? How do you know that a man isn't beating you out of mommy issues? How do you know that a man, a black man, particularly in the West, isn't slapping you upside your head because he don't can't do it in math? Therefore, the closest thing he has proximity to abuse to thrash around is you as a woman, and there is data to actually purport that this is what leads.
And that's also what happened with white people. Since y'all talk about white people beating their wives, they beating their wives too because they want their wives to shut the fuck up. It ain't no righteous beating. They have power, which is why they beat on everybody else. Black people, all this stuff. Do you not see the energy of supremacy? That's why when it comes down to some of J-Leethal's thought points, to me, they come from a very elitist, supremacist type of way. And then you have people who are going to always believe that. But once again, like Conscious said, how do you know for sure that this man is doing this thing that he says he doesn't love righteously to you and not out of any other issue?
Really such large domestic violence statistics between black women and black men. So why is the woman supposed to throw out all of these contexts for white men to be putting his motherfucking hands on me? Maybe in fact, also I'm not wrong. When does a woman get to contest to her man that no, I'm not wrong? That you're the one being irrational, you're the one being zesty, you're the one who's just looking for an outlet. But then a woman doesn't even get to question a man's authority, right? Because that can leave you get popped in your damn mouth. So do you understand how you leave women to be utterly enslaved to the subjective and weird condition of a man's mind and heart?
I can see where you're coming from. It's a lot of healing and a lot of trauma we have to go through. But I'm comparing it more so to fathering, where some women, like for example, I ain't had to get hit but one time for my father to climb on the couch, and he never spanked me again. I just needed one, and I respect that, and I just needed one whooping and done. But that was because I was doing something and he deliberately told me not to do. Okay, so something someone continuously asks you not to do, like children. Children need discipline. So if a woman wants to behave as an underdeveloped child for whatever reason that she's been through that, I'm not saying that she deserves it, but if that's the way for correction, then it's for her safety.
Don't you think when you want to deserve correction? What you mean it's not deserving, but it's correction? Then why does she get it then? Especially if she ain't deserve it.
Not for small things such as what she wore or she.
But do you realize that child psychology studies say that there's no redemptive quality in beating that leads to enlightenment? That beating does not lead to enlightenment. Beating does not lead to correction. Beating actually leads to more inferiority complexes, more interpersonal insecurities, more repressed aggression that gets taken out in other forms like hyperpromiscuity or bouts of aggression in situations that don't call for it, etc. Have you actually read any of the data and the research around the effects of any form of violence upon children or adult people?
Yeah, I worked at a psychiatric facility. So I've seen firsthand what not whooping your child will do.
Ooh, no.
What not whooping your child will do.
I've seen it.
That's you. No.
No, I don't have.
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
That's your assumption, because what's interesting about the physical violence is that it's such an easy go-to, right? To say that, oh, you just need to be smacked around more, while not employing any other corrective tactic in order to bring about proper decorum and etiquette. And this is something that you and I and J-Leethal and every other melanated person on this panel has to be careful about, because we literally adopted this abusive tactic from who? Our slave master. And this has been profoundly generationally transferred from Black families to Black families to Black families to Black families to Black families. So I think it's also completely arrogant, and I'm going to narcissistic of you to also look at an unruly child who is in the custody of the state and a psychiatric ward and say, you're here because you didn't get your ass with him.
That's not what she said.
I'm not even talking to you, though. I'm talking to him.
And that's okay, but I'm just saying.
It's actually not okay. It's actually not okay.
It's okay, Andrea. We'll
It's
give
actually
you a
not
chance.
okay for me to be interrupted, especially by a woman whose melanin doesn't allow her or melanin deficiency doesn't allow people to speak to me. Don't even address me. Don't address me. I don't want to speak to you. I didn't come here to speak to you. I'm speaking to A. You can speak to J. You can let off on him and give him your dissertation. You don't get to speak to me. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I think he's very arrogant.
Oh.
So you got a child in custody of the state and say that, you're probably here because you didn't get enough slacks and smacks to your face. Because you literally just said, do you know how many children are in the system and how many children are in the psychiatric ward and how many children are there because of what their parents didn't do to them? That is a subjective interpretation.
These are parents that told me that
that's their subjective. That's their subjective interpretation. And who are those parents? Do those parents, Kay, happen to be Black parents?
Yes, there was.
That's my point exactly about how we as a people learned this shit from non-melanated folk and perpetuated generationally. And then when it doesn't happen and we don't have proper parenting skills ourselves, we then double down on the fact that I should have whipped your ass and spanked your ass and beat your ass and threw your ass and out your ass and kicked your ass a little bit more, and maybe you would have grew up a little bit better.
Just think about it. Even with LGBT, how many children who are LGBT got their ass beat by their parents trying to beat the gay out of them? Do you get what I'm talking about? And especially as Black people, we do use violence as a way to get control over things. Look at how our neighborhoods are being ran. These niggas ain't talking to each other. These niggas ain't having conversation with each other and understanding each other. They running up and shooting each other, catching the op slacking, leaving the op wet. We got to make sense of it for real, not just the surface level, the actual root. This shit is stemming from something. But we don't want to look at the root because the root includes us. And if it includes other people, focus on yourself. That's what self-love is. Self-love means I'm willing to love myself. Even if my fellow brother and sister doesn't make that choice, that's on them. I'm going to love myself so I can get all that God has for me. And then you contribute to the community because each person individually contributes to the whole. But it seems like a lot of people just too goddamn lazy or just don't know how to do it.
Yeah,
or too afraid to do it.
Generations are also lying about the ramification, about the lack of ramification, the ramifications of ass kicking in Black families. Because I come from a family, right, who was not very touchy-feely, right? And my uncles constantly have always said, well, no, I came from an ass kicking family. They always say, baby, ass whooping, baby, it will do the body good just like this. Okay? However, I find it interesting that most Black people who hold this idea that spankings and and beatings, etc., work are adults who spent time in jail, adults who have criminal records, adults who have failed marriages all up and through their lives, and yet will hold to this idea that them going out and fetching a switch or a drop cord or getting hit upside the head somehow made them price conscious like. Okay? So I'm trying to figure out still, and I don't think you presented a very valid argument of why women deserve or should find themselves submissive to a man's fist and open hand because he believes she's wrong. And then how, as a melanated person, you can sit here and not understand the psychological effects of racism and how that informs us as it relates to the way that we control other Black bodies around us, which for Black men, it is either by the fist or by the dick. But I'm going to give Black men the opportunity to decide whether they want to be Nat Turner or Ike fucking Turner in this bitch. Because you can't have it both ways. Now I'm going to go live on my platform, and Andrea, you have your floor to speak to J-Leethal. I'm out. Let's round it up. Conscious crew. Thanks for allowing me to be here.
Okay, and we're gonna leave it at that, y'all, because around this time is when I enter the chat. So y'all can go ahead. It's at what? The 2 hour and 53 minute mark. Y'all can go ahead and go through. I just want to say this, and then I'm out. Bitch, I've been on this bitch for 5 hours. Jay, you failed, bruh. Let me get close and personal. Hold on, Jay. My nigga, you failed when it came to this commentary. Again, the name of this video is Can Black People... Let me get it so it's verbatim. Excuse me, I'm sorry. What it say? It says, can Black people have a respectful talk with someone that we disagree with? You failed at that, bruh. You had an opportunity to actually have that conversation, but instead you allowed your ego to set this thing up as a setup, and it didn't even work in your favor. When I came on the live afterwards, of course, we had a respectful conversation, and you told me, well, watch the playback, watch the playback, watch the playback. This is my 3rd time watching the playback, and I hope you did too. And if you did, I want you to get on live, and I want you to share with us what you learned from this live, because you had to learn something. Fuck what other people learn. Fuck what everybody else is trying to learn and stuff. What did you learn from this? Help us understand. What did you learn about from the other side that you didn't know before? Because the reason why people, and even Reckless, made the assumption that your hotel is because the energy, the patriarchal energy, the energy of control, the energy of power, supreme, ultimate power. It cannot be overturned. It cannot be invaded. There could be no insurrection on it. It is what it is. But when we look at the objective reality, it's completely false. Y'all gonna have to do a lot better than using the Bible. Y'all gonna have to do a lot better than using y'all's experiences through the lens of pain to give a full, well-balanced commentary. Because what it sounds like is that this is another barbershop spot for people and men who are in pain. See, Kevin Samuels died, and now y'all feel like y'all have to pick up the mantle. I don't know if y'all felt like his untimely death meant that he was a martyr for y'all to start y'all stuff. But y'all missing out on the opportunity to actually blend and do the bigger picture conversation, because we all black, right? We all black, right? Then we got to work on that black part. But there's a lot of shit going on in the black community that black cis hetero men and all intersections of blackness are responsible for. My thing is just make sure you do your part. And Jay, bro, you're not. You're deflecting, you're projecting, and you're not bringing any solution. So y'all, I am done with this commentary. Like I said, Jay, I give you the permission to use this live. If you decide that you want to respond, you can use it to take my points. If you feel like it, go ahead. That's perfectly fine. But you was wrong in this one, bruh. Objectively speaking, you was wrong, bruh. You didn't provide any sort of evidence that really stood up to what was going on. You deflected, you projected your pain onto the comment section. You didn't give Conscious time to even answer your questions. You didn't answer any questions. You had a chance to operate in your God kinghood, and you misrepresented God in this one, bruh. If the God you serve act like this, girl, then I'm with the women that's walking away from your ass. Okay? And unlike the lady who was running from Sodom and Gomorrah, we ain't gonna look back. It ain't no pillar of salt. We ain't gonna be no salty motherfuckers. I feel like black men have to understand the fact that regardless of what you think and what you believe, women don't need you. They want you, but they don't need you. And these women do want you, but they want you at a better level. They want you walking in your alive, conscious kinghood, not your unconscious, undead, underground, underworld ass energy that is destructive. So yeah. Hey Aries. Hi, home from work. Can't believe you still alive. I like that. Yeah, I'm about to be done now because I wasn't expecting to go live this damn long. It's already 11 something. Damn, it's 11:11. But anyway, please like this video, share the commentary. I know it's long. For those that are in the replay gang, shout out to y'all. For those in J-Leethal's camp who disagree, shout out to y'all too. Like, I'm not afraid. Y'all can leave your comments and concerns and thoughts below. I'm fine with that. I don't want to censor nobody. I don't want nobody to feel like they can't speak freely. No, speak freely so that we can become free. Okay? All right, y'all. Peace.